Section 21 of Volume 1e of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Calvin. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1e, Section 21, Chapter 54, Part 5. The evidence of Secretary Vane, though exposed to such insurmountable objections, was the real cause of Strafford's unhappy fate, and made the Bill of Attainder pass the Commons with no greater opposition than that of 59 dissenting votes. But there remained two other branches of the legislature, the King and the Lords, whose assent was requisite, and these, if left to their free judgment, it was easily foreseen, would reject the bill without scruple nor deliberation. To overcome this difficulty, the popular leaders employed expedients for which they were beholden partly to their own industry, partly to the indiscretion of their adversaries. Next Sunday, after the bill passed the Commons, the puritanical pulpits resounded with declamations concerning the necessity of executing justice upon great delinquents. The populace took the alarm. About 6,000 men, armed with swords and cudgels, flocked from the city, and surrounded the Houses of Parliament. The names of the 59 commoners who had voted against the Bill of Attainder were posted up under the title of Straffordians and betrayers of their country. These were exposed to all the insults of the ungovernable multitude. When any of the lords passed, the cry for justice against Strafford resounded in their ears, and such as were suspected of friendship to that obnoxious minister were sure to meet with menaces, not unaccompanied with symptoms of the most desperate resolutions in the furious populace. Complaints in the House of Commons being made against these violences, as the most flagrant breach of privilege, the ruling members, by their affected coolness and indifference, showed plainly that the popular tumults were not disagreeable to them. But a new discovery, made about this time, served to throw everything into still greater flame and combustion. Some principal officers, Piercy, Jermyn, O'Neill, Goring, Wilmot, Pollard, Ashburnham, partly attached to the court, partly disgusted with the Parliament, had formed a plan of engaging into the King's service the English army, whom they observed to be displeased at some marks of preference given by the Commons to the Scots. For this purpose they entered into an association, took an oath of secrecy, and kept a close correspondence with some of the King's servants. The form of a petition to the King and Parliament was concerted, and it was intended to get this petition subscribed by the army. The petitioners there represent the great and unexampled concessions made by the King for the security of public peace and liberty, the endless demands of certain insatiable and turbulent spirits, whom nothing less will content than a total subversion of the ancient constitution, the frequent tumults which these factious malcontents had executed, and which endangered the liberty of Parliament. To prevent these mischiefs, the army offered to come up and guard that assembly. So shall the nation, as they expressed themselves in the conclusion, not only be vindicated from preceding innovations, but be secured from the future, which are threatened, and which are likely to produce more dangerous effects than the former. The draft of this petition being conveyed to the King, he was prevailed on, somewhat imprudently, to countersign it himself, as a mark of his approbation. But as several difficulties occurred, the project was laid aside 2 months before any public discovery was made of it. It was Goring who betrayed the secret to the popular leaders. The alarm may easily be imagined which this intelligence conveyed. Petitions from the military to the civil power are always looked on as disguised, or rather undisguised, commands, and are of a nature widely different from petitions presented by any other rank of men. Pym opened the matter in the House. On the first intimation of a discovery, Piercy concealed himself, and Germain withdrew beyond sea. This further confirmed the suspicion of a dangerous conspiracy. Goring delivered his evidence before the House. Piercy wrote a letter to his brother, Northumberland, confessing most of the particulars. Both their testimonies agree with regard to the oath of secrecy, and as this circumstance had been denied by Pollard, Ashburton, and Wilmot in all the examinations, it was regarded as a new proof of some desperate resolutions which had been taken. To convey more quickly the terror and indignation at this plot, the Commons voted that a protestation should be signed by all the members. It was sent up to the Lords, and signed by all of them, except Southampton and Robarts. Orders were given by the Commons alone, without other authority, that it should be subscribed by the whole nation. The protestation was in itself very inoffensive, even insignificant, and contained nothing but general declarations that the subscribers would defend their religion and liberties. But it tended to increase the popular panic, and intimated, what was more expressly declared in the preamble, that these blessings were now exposed to the utmost peril. Alarms were every day given of new conspiracies. In Lancashire, great multitudes of Papists were assembling. Secret meetings were held by them in caves and underground. In Surrey, they had entered a plot to blow up the river with gunpowder, in order to drown the city. Provisions of arms were being made beyond the sea. Sometimes France, sometimes Denmark, was forming designs against the kingdom and the populace, who are always terrified with present and enraged with distant dangers, were still further animated in their demands of justice against the unfortunate Strafford. The King came to the House of Lords, and though he expressed his resolution, for which he offered them any security, never again to employ Strafford in any branch of public business, he professed himself totally dissatisfied with regard to the circumstances of treason, and on that account declared his difficulty in giving his assent to the Bill of Attainder. The Commons took fire, and voted it a breach of privilege for the King to take notice of any bill depending before the Houses. Charles did not perceive that his attachment to Strafford was the chief motive for the bill, and that the greater proofs he gave of anxious concern for this minister, the more inevitable did he render his destruction. About 80 peers had constantly attended Strafford's trial, but such apprehensions were entertained on account of the popular tumults that only 45 were present when the Bill of Attainder was brought into the House. Yet of these, 19 had the courage to vote against it, a certain proof that if the entire freedom had been allowed, the bill had been rejected by a great majority. In carrying up the bill to the Lords, St. John, the Solicitor General, advanced two topics well suited to the fury of the times: that though the testimony against Strafford were not clear, yet, in this way of bill, private satisfaction to each man's conscience was sufficient, even should no evidence at all be produced, and that the Earl had no title to plead law, because he had broken the law. It is true, added he, we give law to hares and deer, for they are beasts of chase, but it was never accounted either cruel or unfair to destroy foxes or wolves, wherever they can be found, for they are beasts of prey. After popular violence had prevailed over the Lords, the same battery was next applied to force the King's assent. The populace flocked about Whitehall, and accompanied their demand of justice with the loudest clamours and most open menaces. Rumours of conspiracies against the Parliament were anew spread abroad. Invasions and insurrections talked of, and the whole nation was raised into such a ferment as threatened some great and imminent convulsion. On whichever side the King cast his eyes, he saw no resource nor security. All his servants, consulting their own safety rather than their master's honour, declined interposing with their advice between him and his Parliament. The Queen, terrified with the appearance of so mighty a danger, and bearing formerly no good will towards Strafford, was in tears, and pressed him to satisfy his people in this demand, which, it was hoped, would finally content them. Juxon alone, whose courage was not inferior to his other virtues, ventured to advise him, if in his conscience he did not approve of the bill, by no means to assent to it. Strafford, hearing of Charles's irresolution and anxiety, took a very extraordinary step. He wrote a letter in which he entreated the King, for the sake of public peace, to put an end to his unfortunate, however innocent life, and to quiet the tumultuous people, by granting them this request, for which they were so importunate. In this, added he, my consent will more acquit you to God than all the world can do besides. To a willing man there is no injury. And as, by God's grace, I forgive all the world, with a calmness and meekness of infinite contentment to my dislodging soul, so, sir, to you I can resign the life of this world with all imaginable cheerfulness, in the just acknowledgment of your exceeding favours. Perhaps Strafford hoped that this unusual instance of generosity would engage the king still more strenuously to protect him. Perhaps he gave his life for lost, and finding himself in the hands of his enemies, and observing that Balfour, the lieutenant of the Tower, was devoted to the popular party, he absolutely despaired of ever escaping the multiplied dangers with which he was every way environed. We might ascribe this step to a noble effort of disinterestedness, not unworthy the great mind of Strafford, if the measure which he advised had not been, in the event, so pernicious to his master, as it was immediately fatal to himself. After the most violent anxiety and doubt, Charles at last granted a commission to 4 noblemen to give the royal assent in his name to the bill, flattering himself, probably, in this extremity of distress, that as neither his will consented to the deed, nor was his hand immediately engaged in it, he was the more free from all the guilt which attained it. These commissioners he empowered, at the same time, to give his assent to the bill which rendered the Parliament perpetual. The Commons, from policy rather than necessity, had embraced the expedient of paying the 2 armies by borrowing money from the city, and these loans they had repaid afterwards by taxes levied upon the people. The citizens, either themselves or by suggestion, began to start difficulties with regard to a further loan, which was demanded. We make no scruple of trusting the Parliament, said they, were we certain that the Parliament were to continue till our repayment. But in the present precarious situation of affairs, what security can be given us for our money? In the pretence of obviating this objection, a bill was suddenly brought into the House, and passed with great unanimity and rapidity, that the Parliament should not be dissolved, prorogued, or adjourned, without their own consent. It was hurried in like manner through the House of Peers, and was instantly carried to the King for his assent. Charles, in the agony of grief, shame, and remorse for Strafford's doom, perceived not that this other bill was of still more fatal consequence to his authority, and rendered the power of his enemies perpetual, as it was already uncontrollable. In comparison of the bill of attainder, by which he deemed himself an accomplice in his friend's murder, this concession made no figure in his eyes, a circumstance which, if it lessen our idea of his resolution or penetration, serves to prove the integrity of his heart and the goodness of his disposition. It is indeed certain that strong compunction for his consent to Strafford's execution attended this unfortunate prince during the remainder of his life, and even at his own fatal end, the memory of this guilt, with great sorrow and remorse, recurred upon him. All men were so sensible of the extreme violence which was done to him, that he suffered the less, both in character and interest, from this unhappy measure, and though he abandoned his best friend, yet was he still able to preserve, in some degree, the attachment of all his adherents. Secretary Carleton was sent by the king to inform Strafford of the final resolution which necessity had extorted from him. The earl seemed surprised, and starting up, exclaimed in the words of Scripture, "Put not your trust in princes, nor in the sons of men, for in them there is no salvation." He was soon able, however, to collect his courage, and he prepared himself to suffer the fatal sentence. Only 3 days' interval was allowed him. The king made a new effort on his behalf, and sent by the hands of the young prince a letter addressed to the peers, in which he entreated them to confer with the Commons about a mitigation of Strafford's sentence, and begged at least for some delay, was refused in both requests. Strafford, in passing from his apartment to Tower Hill, where the scaffold was erected, stopped under lords' windows, with whom he had long lived in intimate friendship, and entreated the assistance of his prayers in those awful moments which were approaching. The aged primate dissolved in tears, and having pronounced, with a broken voice, a tender blessing on his departing friends, sunk into the arms of his attendants. Strafford, still superior to his fate, moved on with an elated countenance, and with an air of even greater dignity than what usually attended him. He wanted that consolation which commonly supports those who perish by the stroke of injustice and oppression. He was not buoyed up by glory, nor by the affectionate compassion of the spectators. Yet his mind, erect and undaunted, found resources within itself, and maintained its unbroken resolution amidst the terrors of death, and the triumphant exultations of his misguided enemies. His discourse on the scaffold was full of decency and courage. He feared, he said, that the omen was bad for the intended reformation of the state, that it commenced with the shedding of innocent blood. Having bid a last adieu to his brother and friends who attended him, and having sent a blessing to his nearer relations who were absent, "And now," said he, "I have nigh done. One stroke will make my wife a widow, my dear children fatherless, deprive my poor servants of their indulgent master, and separate me from my affectionate brother and all my friends. But let God be to you, and them all in all." Going to disrobe and prepare himself for the block, "I thank God," said he, "that I am no wise afraid of death, nor am daunted with any terrors, but do as cheerfully lay down my head at this moment as ever I did when going to repose." With one blow was a period put to his life by the executioner. Thus perished, in the 49th year of his age, the Earl of Strafford, one of the most eminent personages that has ever appeared in England. Though his death was loudly demanded as a satisfaction to justice, and an atonement for the many violations of the Constitution, it may safely be affirmed that the sentence by which he fell was an enormity greater than the worst of those which his implacable enemies prosecuted with so much cruel industry. The people in their rage had totally mistaken the proper object of their resentment. All the necessities, or more properly speaking, the difficulties by which the king had been induced to use violent expedients for raising supply, were the results of measures previous to Strafford's favour, and if they arose from ill conduct, he at least was entirely innocent. Even those violent expedients themselves, which occasioned the compliment that the Constitution was subverted, had been, all of them, conducted, so far as appeared, without his counsel or assistance. And whatever his private advice might be, the salutary maxim he failed not too often and publicly to inculcate in the king's presence, that, if any inevitable necessity ever obliged the sovereign to violate the laws, this license ought to be practised with extreme reserve, and, as soon as possible, a just atonement to be made to the Constitution for any injury which it might sustain from such dangerous precedents. The first Parliament after the Restoration reversed the Bill of Attainder, and even a few weeks after Strafford's execution, this very Parliament remitted to his children the more severe consequences of his sentence, as if conscious of the violence with which the prosecution had been conducted. In vain did Charles expect, as a return for so many instances of unbounded compliance, that the Parliament would at last show him some indulgences, and would cordially fall into that unanimity to which, at the expense of his own power and of his friend's life, he so earnestly courted them. All his concessions were poisoned by the suspicion of his want of cordiality, and the supposed attempt to engage the army against him served with many as a confirmation of this jealousy. It was natural for the king to seek some resource, while all the world seemed to desert him or combine against him, and this probably was the utmost of that embryo scheme which was formed with regard to the army. But the popular leaders still insisted that a desperate plot was laid to bring up the forces immediately, and offer violence to the Parliament, a design of which Piercy's evidence acquits the king, and which the near neighbourhood of the Scottish army seems to render absolutely impracticable. By means, however, of these suspicions, was the same implacable spirit still kept alive, and the Commons, without giving the king any satisfaction in the settlement of his revenue, proceeded to carry their inroads with great vigour into his now defenceless prerogative. The two ruling passions of this Parliament were zeal for liberty and an aversion to the Church, and both of these nothing could appear more exceptional than the Court of High Commission, whose institution rendered it entirely arbitrary, and assigned to it the defence of its ecclesiastical establishment. The Star Chamber was also a court which exerted high discretionary powers, and had no precise rule or limit, either with regard to the causes which came under its jurisdiction, or to the decisions which it reformed. A bill unanimously passed the Houses to abolish these two courts, and in them to annihilate the principal and most dangerous articles of the King's prerogative. By the same bill, the jurisdiction of the Council was regulated, and its authority abridged. Charles hesitated before he gave his assent, but finding that he had gone too far to retreat, and that he possessed no resource in case of a rupture, he at last affixed the royal sanction to this excellent bill. But to show the Parliament he was sufficiently apprised of the importance of his grant, he observed to them that the statute altered in great measure the fundamental laws, ecclesiastical and civil, which many of his predecessors had established. By removing the Star Chamber, the King's power of binding the people by his proclamations was indirectly abolished, and that important breach of prerogative, the strong symbol of arbitrary power, and unintelligible in a limited constitution, being at last removed, left the system of government more consistent and uniform. The Star Chamber alone was accustomed to punish infractions of the King's edicts, but as no courts of judicature now remained except those in Westminster Hall, which take cognizance only of common and statute law, the King may thenceforth issue proclamations, but no man is bound to obey them. It must, however, be confessed that the experiment here made by the Parliament was not a little rash and adventurous. No government at that time appeared in the world, nor is perhaps to be found in any records of history, which subsisted without the mixture of some arbitrary authority committed to some magistrate, and it might reasonably, beforehand, appear doubtful whether human society could ever reach that state of perfection as to support itself with no other control than the general and rigid maxims of law and equity. But the Parliament justly thought that the King was too eminent a magistrate to be trusted with discretionary power, which he might so easily turn to the destruction of liberty. And in the event it has hitherto been found that, though some sensible inconveniences arise from the maxim of adhering strictly to law, yet the advantages overbalance them, and should render the English grateful to the memory of their ancestors, who, after repeated contests, at last established that noble though dangerous principle. At the request of the Parliament, Charles, instead of the patents during pleasure, gave all the judges patents during their good behaviour, a circumstance of the greatest moment towards securing their independency, and barring the entrance of arbitrary power into the ordinary courts of judicature. The Marshal's Court, which took cognizance of offensive words, and was not thought sufficiently limited by law, was also for that reason abolished. The Stanary Courts, which exercised jurisdiction over the minors, being liable to a like objection, underwent a like fate. The abolition of the Council of the North and the Council of Wales followed from the same principles. The authority of the Clerk of the Market, who had a general inspection over the weights and measures throughout the kingdom, was transferred to the mayors, sheriffs, and ordinary magistrates. In short, if we take a survey of the transactions of this memorable Parliament during the first period of its operations, we shall find that, excepting Strafford's attainder, which was a complication of cruel iniquity, their merits in other respects so much outweigh their mistakes, as to entitle them to praise from all lovers of liberty. Not only were former abuses remedied, and grievances redressed, great provision for the future was made by law against the return of like complaints. And if the means by which they attain such advantages savour often of artifice, sometimes of violence, it is to be considered that the revolutions of government cannot be effected by the mere force of argument and reasoning, and that factions, being once excited, men can neither so firmly regulate the tempers of others, nor their own, as to ensure themselves against all exorbitances. The Parliament now came to a pause. The King had promised his Scottish subjects that he would this summer pay them a visit, in order to settle their government, and though the English Parliament was very importunate with him that he should not lay aside that journey, they could not prevail with him so much as delay it. As he must necessarily in his journey have passed through the troops of both nations, the Commons seem to have entertained great jealousy on that account, and to have now hurried on, as much as they formerly delayed, the disbanding of the armies. The arrears, therefore, of the Scots were fully paid them, and those of the English in part. The Scots returned home, and the English were separated into their several counties, and dismissed. After this, the Parliament adjourned to the 20th of October, and a committee of both Houses, a thing unprecedented, was appointed to sit during the recesses, with very ample powers. Pym was elected chairman of the committee of the Lower House. Further attempts were made by the Parliament, while it sat, and even by the Commons alone, for assuming sovereign and executive powers, and publishing their ordinances, as they called them, instead of laws. The committee, too, on their part, was ready to imitate the example. A small committee of both Houses was appointed to attend the King into Scotland, in order, as was pretended, to see that the articles of pacification were executed, but really to be spies upon him, and extend still further the ideas of parliamentary authority, as well as eclipse the majesty of the King. The Earl of Bedford, Lord Howard, Sir Philip Stapleton, Sir William Armine, Fiennes, and Hampden were the persons chosen. Endeavours were used, before Charles's departure, to have a protector of the kingdom appointed, with a power to pass laws without having recourse to the king, so little regard was now paid to royal authority, or to the established constitution of the kingdom. Amidst the great variety of affairs which occurred during this busy period, we have almost overlooked the marriage of the Princess Mary with William, Prince of Orange. The king concluded not this alliance without communicating his intentions to the Parliament, who received the proposal with satisfaction. This was the commencement of the connections with the family of Orange, connections which were afterwards attended with the most important consequences, both to the kingdom and to the House of Stuart. End of section 21, chapter 54, part 5. Recording by Matthew Calvin. Canberra, Australia.
Section 22 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 22, Chapter 55, Part 1. Chapter 55. Charles the First. 1641. The Scots, who began these fatal commotions, thought that they had finished a very perilous undertaking much to their profit and reputation. Besides the large pay voted them for lying in good quarters during a 12-month, the English Parliament had conferred on them a present of £300,000 for their brotherly assistance. In the articles of pacification, they were declared to have ever been good subjects, and their military expeditions were approved of, as enterprises calculated and intended for his Majesty's honour and advantage. To carry further the triumph over their sovereign, these terms, so ignominious to him, were ordered by a vote of Parliament to be read in all churches, upon a day of thanksgiving appointed for the national pacification. All their claims for the restriction of prerogative were agreed to be ratified; and, what they more valued than all these advantages, they had a near prospect of spreading the Presbyterian discipline in England and Ireland, from the seeds which they had scattered of their religious principles. Never did refined Athens so exult in diffusing the sciences and liberal arts over a savage world, never did generous Rome so please herself in the view of law and order established by her victorious arms, as the Scots now rejoiced in communicating their barbarous zeal and theological fervour to the neighbouring nations. Charles, despoiled in England of a considerable part of his authority, and dreading still further encroachments upon him, arrived in Scotland, with an intention of abdicating almost entirely the small share of power which there remained to him, and of giving full satisfaction, if possible, to his restless subjects in that kingdom. The Lords of Articles were an ancient institution in the Scottish Parliament. They were constituted after this manner: the temporal lords chose 8 bishops; the bishops elected 8 temporal lords; these 16 named 8 commissioners of counties, and 8 burgesses, and without the previous consent of the 32, who were denominated Lords of Articles, no motion could be made in Parliament. As the bishops were entirely devoted to the court, it is evident, that all the Lords of Articles, by necessary consequence, depended on the king's nomination; and the prince, besides one negative after the bills had passed through the Parliament, possessed indirectly another before their introduction; a prerogative of much greater consequence than the former. The bench of bishops being now abolished, the Parliament laid hold of the opportunity, and totally set aside the Lords of Articles; and till this important point was obtained, the nation, properly speaking, could not be said to enjoy any regular freedom. It is remarkable that, notwithstanding this institution, to which there is no parallel in England, the royal authority was always deemed much lower in Scotland than in the former kingdom. Bacon represents it as one advantage to be expected from the union, that the too extensive prerogative of England would be abridged by the example of Scotland, and the too narrow prerogative of Scotland be enlarged from the imitation of England. The English were at that time a civilized people, and obedient to the laws; but among the Scots it was of little consequence how the laws were framed, or by whom voted, while the exorbitant aristocracy had it so much in their power to prevent their regular execution. The peers and commons formed only one house in the Scottish Parliament; and as it had been the practice of James, continued by Charles, to grace English gentlemen with Scottish titles, all the determinations of Parliament, it was to be feared, would in time depend upon the prince, by means of these votes of foreigners, who had no interest or property in the nation. It was therefore a law deserving approbation, that no man should be created a Scottish peer, who possessed not 10,000 marks (above £500) of annual rent in the kingdom. A law for triennial parliaments was likewise passed; and it was ordained, that the last act of every parliament should be to appoint the time and place for holding the parliament next ensuing. The king was deprived of that power formerly exercised of issuing proclamations which enjoined obedience under the penalty of treason; a prerogative which invested him with the whole legislative authority, even in matters of the highest importance. So far was laudable; but the most fatal blow given to royal authority, and what in a manner dethroned the prince, was the article, that no member of the privy council, in whose hands during the king's absence the whole administration lay, no officer of state, none of the judges, should be appointed but by advice and approbation of Parliament. Charles even agreed to deprive of their seats 4 judges who had adhered to his interests; and their place was supplied by others more agreeable to the ruling party. Several of the Covenanters were also sworn of the privy council; and all the ministers of state, counsellors, and judges, were by law to hold their places during life or good behavior. The king while in Scotland conformed himself entirely to the established church, and assisted with great gravity at the long prayers and longer sermons with which the Presbyterians endeavoured to regale him. He bestowed pensions and preferments on Henderson, Gillespie, and other popular preachers, and practised every art to soften, if not to gain, his greatest enemies. The Earl of Argyle was created a marquis, Lord Loudon an earl, Leslie was dignified with the title of Earl of Leven. His friends he was obliged for the present to neglect and overlook; some of them were disgusted; and his enemies were not reconciled, but ascribed all his caresses and favours to artifice and necessity. Argyle and Hamilton, being seized with an apprehension, Wheeler pretended, that the Earl of Crawford and others meant to assassinate them, left the parliament suddenly, and retired into the country; but upon invitation and assurances, returned in a few days. This event, which had neither cause nor effect that was visible, nor purpose, nor consequence, was commonly denominated the incident. But though the incident had no effect in Scotland, what was not expected, it was attended with consequences in England. The English parliament, which was now assembled, being willing to awaken the people's tenderness by exciting their fears, immediately took the alarm, as if the malignants (so they called the king's party) had laid a plot at once to murder them and all the godly in both kingdoms. They applied therefore to Essex, whom the king had left general in the south of England, and he ordered a guard to attend them. But while the king was employed in pacifying the commotions in Scotland, and was preparing to return to England, in order to apply himself to the same salutary work in that kingdom, he received intelligence of a dangerous rebellion broken but in Ireland, with circumstances of the utmost horror, bloodshed, and devastation. On every side this unfortunate prince was pursued with murmurs, discontent, faction, and civil wars, and the fire from all quarters, even by the most independent accidents, at once blazed up about him. The great plan of James in the administration of Ireland, continued by Charles, was, by justice and peace to reconcile that turbulent people to the authority of laws; and, introducing art and industry among them, to cure them of that sloth and barbarism to which they had ever been subject. In order to serve both these purposes, and at the same time secure the dominion of Ireland to the English crown, great colonies of British had been carried over, and, being intermixed with the Irish, had everywhere introduced a new face of things into that country. During a peace of nearly 40 years, the inveterate quarrels between the nations seemed, in a great measure, to be obliterated; and though much of the landed property forfeited by rebellion had been conferred on the new planters, a more than equal return had been made, by their instructing the natives in tillage, building, manufactures, and all the civilized arts of life. This had been the course of things during the successive administrations of Chichester, Grandison, Falkland, and, above all, of Strafford. Under the government of this latter nobleman, the pacific plans, now come to great maturity, and forwarded by his vigor and industry, seemed to have operated with full success, and to have bestowed at last on that savage country the face of a European settlement. After Strafford fell a victim to popular rage, the humours excited in Ireland by that great event could not suddenly be composed, but continued to produce the greatest innovations in the government. The British Protestants transplanted into Ireland, having every moment before their eyes all the horrors of popery, had naturally been carried into the opposite extreme, and had universally adopted the highest principles and practices of the Puritans. Monarchy, as well as the hierarchy, was become odious to them; and every method of limiting the authority of the crown, and detaching themselves from the King of England, was greedily adopted and pursued. They considered not, that as they scarcely formed the 1/6 part of the people, and were secretly obnoxious to the ancient inhabitants, their only method of supporting themselves was by maintaining royal authority, and preserving a great dependence on their mother country. The English commons, likewise, in their furious persecution of Strafford, had overlooked the most obvious consequences, and, while they imputed to him as a crime every discretionary act of authority, they despoiled all succeeding governors of that power by which alone the Irish could be retained in subjection. And so strong was the current for popular government in all the three kingdoms, that the most established maxims of policy were everywhere abandoned, in order to gratify this ruling passion. Charles, unable to resist, had been obliged to yield to the Irish, as to the Scottish and English parliaments; and found, too, that their encroachments still rose in proportion to his concessions. Those subsidies which themselves had voted, they reduced, by a subsequent vote, to a fourth part. The court of high commission was determined to be a grievance; martial law abolished; the jurisdiction of the council annihilated; proclamations and acts of state declared of no authority; every order or institution which depended on monarchy was invaded; and the prince was despoiled of all his prerogative, without the least pretext of any violence or illegality in his administration. The standing army of Ireland was usually about 3,000 men; but, in order to assist the king in suppressing the Scottish Covenanters, Strafford had raised 8,000 more, and had incorporated with them 1,000 men drawn from the old army; a necessary expedient for bestowing order and discipline on the new levied soldiers. The private men in this army were all Catholics; but the officers, both commission and non-commission, were Protestants, and could entirely be depended on by Charles. The English commons entertained the greatest apprehensions on account of this army, and never ceased soliciting the king till he agreed to break it. Nor they consent to any proposal for augmenting the standing army to 5,000 men; a number which the king deemed necessary for retaining Ireland in obedience. Charles, thinking it dangerous that 8,000 men accustomed to idleness, and trained to the use of arms, should be dispersed among a nation so turbulent and unsettled, agreed with the Spanish ambassador to have them transported into Flanders, and enlisted in his master's service. The English commons, pretending apprehensions, lest regular bodies of troops, disciplined in the Low Countries, should prove still more dangerous, showed some aversion to this expedient; and the king reduced his allowance to 4,000 men. But when the Spaniards had hired ships for transporting these troops, and the men were ready to embark, the commons, willing to show their power, and not displeased with an opportunity of curbing and affronting the king, prohibited every one from furnishing vessels for that service. And thus the project formed by Charles, of freeing the country from these men was unfortunately disappointed. The old Irish remarked all these false steps of the English, and resolved to take advantage of them. Though their animosity against that nation, for want of an occasion to exert itself, seemed to be extinguished, it was only composed into a temporary and deceitful tranquillity. Their interests, both with regard to property and religion, secretly stimulated them to a revolt. No individual of any sept, according to the ancient customs, had the property of any particular estate; but as the whole sept had a title to a whole territory, they ignorantly preferred this barbarous community before the more secure and narrower possessions assigned them by the English. An indulgence, amounting almost to a toleration, had been given to the Catholic religion; but so long as the churches and the ecclesiastical revenues were kept from the priests, and they were obliged to endure the neighborhood of profane heretics, being themselves discontented, they continually endeavored to retard any cordial reconciliation between the English and the Irish nations. There was a gentleman called Roger More, who, though of a narrow fortune, was descended from an ancient Irish family and was much celebrated among his countrymen for valor and capacity. This man first formed the project of expelling the English, and asserting the independency of his native country. He secretly went from chieftain to chieftain, and roused up every latent principle of discontent. He maintained a close correspondence with Lord Maguire and Sir Phelim O'Neil, the most powerful of the old Irish. By conversation, by letters, by his emissaries, he represented to his countrymen the motives of a revolt. He observed to them, that, by the rebellion of the Scots, and factions of the English, the king's authority in Britain was reduced to so low a condition, that he never could exert himself with any vigor in maintaining the English dominion over Ireland; that the Catholics in the Irish House of Commons, assisted by the Protestants, had so diminished the royal prerogative and power of the lieutenant, as would much facilitate the conducting to its desired effect any conspiracy or combination which could be formed; that the Scots, having so successfully thrown off dependence on the crown of England, and assumed the government into their own hands, had set an example to the Irish, who had so much greater oppressions to complain of; that the English planters, who had expelled them their possessions, suppressed their religion, and bereaved them of their liberties were but a handful in comparison to the natives, that they lived in the most supine security, interspersed with their numerous enemies, trusting to the protection of a small army, which was itself scattered in inconsiderable divisions throughout the whole kingdom; that a great body of men, disciplined by the government, were now thrown loose, and were ready for any daring or desperate enterprise; that though the Catholics had hitherto enjoyed, in some tolerable measure, the exercise of their religion, from the moderation of their indulgent prince, they must henceforth expect that the government will be conducted by other maxims and other principles; that the puritanical parliament, having at length subdued their sovereign, would no doubt, as soon as they had consolidated their authority, extend their ambitious enterprises to Ireland, and make the Catholics in that kingdom feel the same furious persecution, to which their brethren in England were at present exposed; and that a revolt in the Irish, tending only to vindicate their native liberty against the violence of foreign invaders, could never at any time be deemed rebellion, much less during the present confusions, when their prince was in a manner a prisoner, and obedience must be paid, not to him, but to those who had traitorously usurped his lawful authority. By these considerations, More engaged all the heads of the native Irish into the conspiracy. The English of the Pale, as they were called, or the old English planters, being all Catholics, it was hoped would afterwards join the party which restored their religion to its ancient splendor and authority. The intention was, that Sir Phelim O'Neil and the other conspirators should begin an insurrection on one day throughout the provinces, and should attack all the English settlements; and that, on the same day, Lord Maguire and Roger More should surprise the castle of Dublin. The commencement of the revolt was fixed on the approach of winter, that there might be more difficulty in transporting forces from England. Succors to themselves and supplies of arms they expected from France, in consequence of a promise made them by Cardinal Richelieu. And many Irish officers, who served in the Spanish troops, had engaged to join them, as soon as they saw an insurrection entered upon by their Catholic brethren. News, which every day arrived from England, of the fury expressed by the Commons against all Papists, struck fresh terror into the Irish nation, and both stimulated the conspirators to execute their fatal purpose, and gave them assured hopes of the concurrence of all their countrymen. Such propensity to a revolt was discovered in all the Irish, that it was deemed unnecessary, as it was dangerous to entrust the secret to many hands; and the appointed day drew nigh, nor had any discovery been yet made to the government. The king, indeed, had received information from his ambassadors, that something was in agitation among the Irish in foreign parts; but though he gave warning to the administration in Ireland, the intelligence was entirely neglected. Secret rumours likewise were heard of some approaching conspiracy, but no attention was paid to them. The Earl of Leicester, whom the king had appointed lieutenant, remained in London. The two justices, Sir William Parsons and Sir John Borlace, were men of small abilities; and, by an inconvenience common to all the factious times, owed their advancement to nothing but their zeal for the party by whom everything was now governed. Tranquil from their ignorance and inexperience, these men indulged themselves in the most profound repose, on the very brink of destruction. But they were awakened from their security on the very day before that which was appointed for the commencement of hostilities. The castle of Dublin, by which the capital was commanded, contained arms for 10,000 men, with 35 pieces of cannon, and a proportionable quantity of ammunition. Yet was this important place guarded, and that too without any care, by no greater force than 50 men. Maguire and Moore were already in town with a numerous band of their partisans; others were expected that night, and next morning they were to enter upon what they esteemed the easiest of all enterprises, the surprisal of the castle. O'Connolly, an Irishman, but a Protestant, betrayed the conspiracy to Parsons. The justices and council fled immediately for safety into the castle, and reinforced the guards. The alarm was conveyed to the city, and all the Protestants prepared for defence. Moore escaped. Maguire was taken; and Mahone, one of the conspirators, being likewise seized, first discovered to the justices the project of a general insurrection, and redoubled the apprehensions which already were universally diffused throughout Dublin. But though O'Connolly's discovery saved the castle from a surprise, the confession extorted from Mahone came too late to prevent the intended insurrection. O'Neil and his confederates had already taken arms in Ulster. The Irish, everywhere intermingled with the English, needed but a hint from their leaders and priests to begin hostilities against a people whom they hated on account of their religion, and envied for their riches and prosperity. Section 22, Chapter 55, Part 1.
Section 23 of Volume 1e of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Pico. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1e, Section 23, Chapter 55, Part 2. The houses, cattle, goods of the unwary English were first seized. Those who heard of the commotions in their neighbourhood, instead of deserting their habitations and assembling for mutual protection, remained at home in hopes of defending their property, and fell thus separately into the hands of their enemies. After rapacity had fully exerted itself, cruelty, and the most barbarous that ever in any nation was known or heard of, began its operations. A universal massacre commenced of the English, now defenceless, and passively resigned to their inhuman foes. No age, no sex, no condition was spared. The wife weeping for her butchered husband, and embracing her helpless children, was pierced with them, and perished by the same stroke. The old, the young, the vigorous, the infirm, underwent a like fate, and were confounded in one common ruin. In vain did flight save from the first assault. Destruction was everywhere let loose, and met the hunted victims at every turn. In vain was recourse had to relations, to companions, to friends. All connections were dissolved, and death was dealt by that hand from which protection was implored and expected. Without provocation, without opposition, the astonished English, living in profound peace and full security, were massacred by their nearest neighbours, with whom they had long upheld a continued intercourse of kindness and good offices. But death was the lightest punishment inflicted by those rebels. All the tortures which wanton cruelty could devise, all the lingering pains of body, the anguish of mind, the agonies of despair, could not satiate revenge excited without injury, and cruelty derived from no cause. To enter into particulars would shock the least delicate humanity. Such enormities, though attested by undoubted evidence, appear almost incredible. Depraved nature, even perverted religion encouraged by the utmost license, reach not to such a pitch of ferocity, unless the pity inherent in human breasts be destroyed by that contagion of example which transports men beyond all the usual motives of conduct and behaviour. The weaker sex themselves, naturally tender to their own sufferings and compassionate to those of others, here emulated their more robust companions in the practice of every cruelty. Even children, taught by the example and encouraged by the exhortation of their parents, essayed their feeble blows on the dead carcasses or defenceless children of the English. The very avarice of the Irish was not a sufficient restraint to their cruelty. Such was their frenzy, that the cattle which they had seized, and by rapine made their own, yet, because they bore the name of English, were wantonly slaughtered, or, when covered with wounds, turned loose into the woods or deserts. The stately buildings or commodious habitations of the planters, as if upbraiding the sloth and ignorance of the natives, were consumed with fire, or laid level with the ground, and where the miserable owners, shut up in their houses and preparing for defence, perished in the flames, together with their wives and children, a double triumph was afforded to their insulting foes. If anywhere a number assembled together, and, assuming courage from despair, were resolved to sweeten death by revenge on their assassins, they were disarmed by capitulations and promises of safety, confirmed by the most solemn oaths. But no sooner had they surrendered, than the rebels, with perfidy equal to their cruelty, made them share the fate of their unhappy countrymen. Others, more ingenious still in their barbarity, tempted their prisoners, by the fond love of life, to imbrue their hands in the blood of friends, brothers, parents, and having thus rendered them accomplices in guilt, gave them that death which they sought to shun by deserving it. Amidst all these enormities, the sacred name of religion resounded on every side, not to stop the hands of these murderers, but to enforce their blows, and to steel their hearts against every movement of human or social sympathy. The English, as heretics, abhorred of God and detestable to all holy men, were marked out by the priests for slaughter, and of all actions to rid the world of these declared enemies to Catholic faith and piety was represented as the most meritorious. Nature, which in that rude people was sufficiently inclined to atrocious deeds, was further stimulated by precept, and national prejudices empoisoned by those aversions, more deadly and incurable, which arose from an enraged superstition. While death finished the sufferings of each victim, the bigoted assassins, with joy and exultation, still echoed in his expiring ears that these agonies were but the commencement of torments infinite and eternal. Such were the barbarities by which Sir Phelim O'Neill and the Irish in Ulster signalized their rebellion, an event memorable in the annals of humankind, and worthy to be held in perpetual detestation and abhorrence. The generous nature of More was shocked at the recital of such enormous cruelties. He flew to O'Neill's camp, but found that his authority, which was sufficient to excite the Irish to an insurrection, was too feeble to restrain their inhumanity. Soon after, he abandoned a cause polluted by so many crimes, and he retired into Flanders. Sir Phelim, recommended by the greatness of his family, and perhaps too by the unrestrained brutality of his nature, though without any courage or capacity, acquired the entire ascendant over the northern rebels. The English colonies were totally annihilated in the open country of Ulster. The Scots at first met with more favourable treatment. In order to engage them to a passive neutrality, the Irish pretended to distinguish between the British nations, and, claiming friendship and consanguinity with the Scots, extended not over them the fury of their massacres. Many of them found an opportunity to fly the country. Others retired into places of security, and prepared themselves for defence, and by this means the Scottish planters, most of them at least, escaped with their lives. From Ulster, the flames of rebellion diffused themselves in an instant over the other 3 provinces of Ireland. In all places, death and slaughter were not uncommon, though the Irish in these other provinces pretended to act with moderation and humanity. But cruel and barbarous was their humanity. Not content with expelling the English their houses, with despoiling them of their goodly manors, with wasting their cultivated fields, they stripped them of their very clothes, and turned them out, naked and defenceless, to all the severities of the season. The heavens themselves, as if conspiring against that unhappy people, were armed with cold and tempest unusual to the climate, and executed what the merciless sword had left unfinished. The roads were covered with crowds of naked English, hastening towards Dublin and the other cities which yet remained in the hands of their countrymen. The feeble age of children, the tender sex of women, soon sunk under the multiplied rigours of cold and hunger. Here the husband, bidding a final adieu to his expiring family, envied them that fate which he himself expected so soon to share. There the son, having long supported his aged parent, with reluctance obeyed his last commands, and, abandoning him in this uttermost distress, reserved himself to the hopes of avenging that death which all his efforts could not prevent nor delay. The astonishing greatness of the calamity deprived the sufferers of any relief from the view of companions in affliction. With silent tears or lamentable cries, they hurried on through the hostile territories, and found every heart which was not steeled by native barbarity, guarded by the more implacable furies of mistaken piety and religion. The saving of Dublin preserved in Ireland the remains of the English name. The gates of that city, though timorously opened, received the wretched supplicants, and presented to the view a scene of human misery beyond what any eye had ever before beheld. Compassion seized the amazed inhabitants, aggravated with the fear of like calamities, while they observed the numerous foes, without and within, which everywhere environed them, and reflected on the weak resources by which they were themselves supported. The more vigorous of the unhappy fugitives, to the number of 3,000, were enlisted into 3 regiments. The rest were distributed into the houses, and all care was taken, by diet and warmth, to recruit their feeble and torpid limbs. Diseases of unknown name and species, derived from these multiplied distresses, seized many of them, and put a speedy period to their lives. Others, having now leisure to reflect on their mighty loss of friends and fortune, cursed that being which they had saved. Abandoning themselves to despair, refusing all succour, they expired, without other consolation than that of receiving among their countrymen the honours of a grave which, to their slaughtered companions, had been denied by the inhuman barbarians. By some computations, those who perished by all these cruelties are supposed to be 150 or 200,000. By the most moderate, and probably the most reasonable account, they are made to amount to 40,000, if this estimation itself be not, as is usual in such cases, somewhat exaggerated. The justices ordered to Dublin all the bodies of the army which were not surrounded by the rebels, and they assembled a force of 1,500 veterans. They soon enlisted and armed from the magazines about 4,000 men more. They dispatched a body of 600 men to throw relief into Treddar, besieged by the Irish. But these troops, attacked by the enemy, were seized with a panic, and were most of them put to the sword. Their arms, falling into the hands of the Irish, supplied them with what they most wanted. The justices, willing to foment the rebel lion in a view of profiting by the multiplied forfeitures, henceforth thought of nothing more than providing for their own present security and that of the capital. The Earl of Ormond, their general, remonstrated against such timid, not to say base and interested counsels, but was obliged to submit to authority. The English of the Pale, who probably were not at first in the secret, pretended to blame the insurrection, and to detest the barbarity with which it was accompanied. By their protestations and declarations, they engaged the justices to supply them with arms, which they promised to employ in the defence of the government. But in a little time, the interests of religion were found more prevalent over them than regard and duty to their mother country. They chose Lord Gormanston their leader, and, joining the old Irish, rivalled them in every act of violence towards the English Protestants. Besides many smaller bodies dispersed over the kingdom, the principal army of the rebels amounted to 20,000 men, and threatened Dublin with an immediate siege. Both the English and Irish rebels conspired in one imposture, with which they seduced many of their deluded countrymen. They pretended authority from the king and queen, but chiefly from the latter for their insurrection, and they affirmed that the cause of their taking arms was to vindicate royal prerogative, now invaded by the puritanical Parliament. Sir Phelim O'Neill, having found a royal patent in Lord Caulfield's house, whom he had murdered, tore off the seal and affixed it to a commission which he had forged for himself. The king received an account of this insurrection by a messenger dispatched from the north of Ireland. He immediately communicated his intelligence to the Scottish Parliament. He expected that the mighty zeal expressed by the Scots for the Protestant religion would immediately engage them to fly to its defence, where it was so violently invaded. He hoped that their horror against Popery, a religion which now appeared in its most horrible aspect, would second all his exhortations. He had observed with what alacrity they had twice run to arms, and assembled troops in opposition to the rights of their sovereign. He saw with how much greater facility they could now collect forces which had been very lately disbanded, and which had been so long inured to military discipline. The cries of their affrighted and distressed brethren in Ireland, he promised himself, would powerfully incite them to send over succours, which could arrive so quickly, and aid them with such promptitude in this uttermost distress. But the zeal of the Scots, as is usual among religious sects, was very feeble when not stimulated either by faction or by interest. They now considered themselves entirely as a republic, and made no account of the authority of their prince, which they had utterly annihilated. Conceiving hopes from the present distresses of Ireland, they resolved to make an advantageous bargain for the succours with which they should supply their neighbouring nation, and they cast their eye towards the English Parliament, with whom they had already so closely connected, and who could alone fulfil any articles which might be agreed on. Except dispatching a small body to support the Scottish colonies in Ulster, they would therefore go no further at present than sending commissioners to London in order to treat with that power to whom the sovereign authority was now in reality transferred. The king, too, sensible in his utter inability to subdue the Irish rebels, found himself obliged, in this exigency to have recourse to the English Parliament, and depend on their assistance for supply. After communicating to them the intelligence which he had received, he informed them that the insurrection was not, in his opinion, the result of any rash enterprise, but of a formed conspiracy against the crown of England. To their care and wisdom, therefore, he said, he committed the conduct and prosecution of the war, which, in a cause so important to national and religious interests, must of necessity be immediately entered upon and vigorously pursued. The English Parliament was now assembled, and discovered in every vote the same dispositions in which they had separated. The exalting of their own authority, the diminishing of the king's, were still the objects pursued by the majority. Every attempt which had been made to gain the popular leaders, and by offices to attach them to the crown, had failed of success, either for want of skill in conducting it, or by reason of the slender preferment which it was then in the king's power to confer. The ambitious and enterprising patriots disdained to accept in detail of a precarious power, while they deemed it so easy, by one bold and vigorous assault, to possess themselves forever of the entire sovereignty. Sensible that the measures which they had hitherto pursued rendered them extremely obnoxious to the king, were many of them in themselves exceptional, some of them strictly speaking illegal, they resolved to seek their own security, as well as greatness, by enlarging popular authority in England. The great necessities to which the king was reduced, the violent prejudices which generally throughout the nation prevailed against him, his facility in making the most important concessions, the example of the Scots, whose encroachment had totally subverted monarchy, all of these circumstances further instigated the Commons in their invasion of a royal prerogative, and the danger to which the Constitution seemed to have been so lately exposed, persuaded many that it never could be sufficiently secured, but by the entire abolition of that authority which had invaded it. But this project it had not been in the power, scarcely in the intention of the popular leaders to execute, had it not been for the passion which seized the nation for Presbyterian discipline, and for the wild enthusiasm which at that time accompanied it. The license which the Parliament had bestowed on this spirit, by checking ecclesiastical authority, the countenance and encouragement with which they had honoured it, had already diffused its influence to a wonderful degree, and all orders of men had drunk deep of the intoxicating poison. In every discourse or conversation this mode of religion entered. In all business it had a share. Every elegant pleasure or amusement it utterly annihilated. Many vices or corruptions of mind it promoted. Even diseases and bodily distempers were not totally exempted from it, and it became requisite, we are told, for all physicians to be expert in the spiritual profession, and by theological considerations to allay those religious terrors with which their patients were so generally haunted. Learning itself, which tends so much to enlarge the mind and humanize the temper, rather served on this occasion to exalt that epidemical frenzy which prevailed. Rude as yet, and imperfect, it supplied the dismal fanaticism with a variety of views, founded it on some coherency of system, enriched it with different figures of elocution, advantages with which a people totally ignorant and barbarous had been happily unacquainted. From policy, at first, and inclination, now from necessity, the king attached himself extremely to the hierarchy. For like reasons, his enemies were determined by one and the same effort to overpower the church and monarchy. While the Commons were in this disposition, the Irish rebellion was the event which tended most to promote the views in which all their measures terminated. A horror against the Papists, however innocent, they had constantly encouraged. A terror from the conspiracies of that sect, however improbable, they had at all times endeavoured to excite. Here was broken out a rebellion, dreadful and unexpected, accompanied with circumstances the most detestable of which there ever was any record. And what was the peculiar guilt of the Irish Catholics, it was no difficult matter, in the present disposition of men's mind, to attribute to that whole sect, who were already so much the object of general abhorrence. Accustomed in all invectives to join the prelatical party with the papists, the people immediately supposed this insurrection to be the result of their united counsels, and when they heard that the Irish rebels pleaded the king's commission for all their acts of violence, bigotry, ever credulous and malignant, assented without scruple to that gross imposture, and loaded the unhappy prince with the whole enormity of a contrivance so barbarous and inhuman. By the difficulties and distresses of the crown, the commons, who possessed alone the power of supply, had aggrandized themselves, and it seemed a peculiar happiness that the Irish rebellion had succeeded at so critical a juncture to the pacification of Scotland. That expression of the king's, by which he committed to them the care of Ireland, they immediately laid hold of, and interpreted in the most unlimited sense. They had on other occasions been gradually encroaching on the executive power of the crown, which forms its principal and most natural branch of authority, but with regard to Ireland, they at once assumed it, fully and entirely, as if delivered over to them by a regular gift or assignment, and to this usurpation the king was obliged passively to submit, both because of his inability to resist, and lest he should still more expose himself to the reproach of favouring the progress of that odious rebellion. The project of introducing further innovations in England being once formed by the leaders among the commons, it became a necessary consequence that their operations with regard to Ireland should, all of them, be considered as subordinate to the former, on whose success, when once undertaken, their own grandeur, security, and even being, must entirely depend. While they pretended the utmost zeal against the Irish insurrection, they took no steps towards its suppression, but such as likewise tended to give them the superiority in those commotions which, they foresaw, must so soon be excited in England. The extreme contempt entertained for the natives in Ireland made the popular leaders believe that it would be easy at any time to suppress their rebellion and recover that kingdom, nor were they willing to lose by too hasty success the advantage which that rebellion would afford them in their projected encroachments on the prerogative. By assuming the total management of the war, they acquired the courtship and dependence of every one who had any connection with Ireland, or who was desirous of enlisting in these military enterprises. They levied money under pretence of the Irish expedition, but reserved it for purposes which concerned them more nearly. They took arms from the king's magazines, but still kept them with a secret intention of employing them against himself. Whatever law they deemed necessary for aggrandizing themselves was voted under colour of enabling them to recover Ireland, and if Charles withheld the royal assent, his refusal was imputed to those pernicious counsels which had at first excited the Popish rebellion, and which still threatened total destruction to the Protestant interest throughout all his dominions. And though no forces were for a long time sent over to Ireland, and very little money remitted during the extreme distress of that kingdom, so strong was the people's attachment to the commons, that the fault was never imputed to those pious zealots, whose votes breathed nothing but death and destruction to the Irish rebels. End of section 23, chapter 55, part 2. Recording by Adam Pico. Section 24 of Volume 1e of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Pico. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1e, Section 24, Chapter 55, Part 3. To make the attack on royal authority by regular approaches, it was thought proper to frame a general remonstrance of the state of the nation, and accordingly the committee, which at the first meeting of Parliament had been chosen for that purpose, and which had hitherto made no progress in their work, received fresh injunctions to finish that undertaking. The committee brought into the House that remonstrance which has become so memorable, and which was soon afterwards attended with such important consequences. It was not addressed to the king, but was openly declared to be an appeal to the people. The harshness of the matter was equalled by the severity of the language. It consists of many gross falsehoods, intermingled with some evident truths. Malignant insinuations are joined to open invectives, loud complaints of the past, accompanied with jealous prognostications of the future. Whatever unfortunate, whatever invidious, whatever suspicious measure had been embraced by the king from the commencement of his reign, is insisted on and aggravated with merciless rhetoric. The unsuccessful expeditions to Cadiz and the Isle of Ré are mentioned. The sending of ships to France for the suppression of the Huguenots, the forced loans, the illegal confinement of men for not obeying illegal commands, the violent dissolution of 4 parliaments, the arbitrary government which always succeeded, the questioning, fining, and imprisoning of members for their conduct in the House, the levying of taxes without consent of the Commons, the introducing of superstitious innovations into the Church without authority of law. In short, everything which, either with or without reason, had given offence during the course of 15 years, from the accession of the king to the calling of the present Parliament. And though all these grievances had been already addressed, and even laws enacted for future security against their return, the praise of these advantages was ascribed not to the king, but to the Parliament, who had extorted his consent to such salutary statutes. Their own merits, too, they asserted towards the king, were no less eminent than towards the people. Though they had seized his whole revenue, rendered it totally precarious, and made even their temporary supplies to be paid to their own commissioners, who were independent of him, they pretended that they had liberally supported him in his necessities. By an insult still more egregious, the very giving of money to the Scots for levying war against their sovereign, they represented as an instance of their duty towards him. And all their grievances, they said, which amounted to no less than a total subversion of the constitution, proceeded entirely from the formed combination of a popish faction, who had ever swayed the king's counsels, who had endeavoured, by an uninterrupted effort, to introduce their superstition into England and Scotland, and who had now at last excited an open and bloody rebellion in Ireland. This remonstrance, so full of acrimony and violence, was a plain signal for some further attacks intended on royal prerogative, and a declaration that the concessions already made, however important, were not to be regarded as satisfactory. What pretensions would be advanced, how unprecedented, how unlimited, were easily imagined, and nothing less was foreseen, whatever ancient names might be preserved, than the abolition, almost total, of the monarchical government of England. The opposition, therefore, which the remonstrance met with in the House of Commons, was great. For above 14 hours the debate was warmly managed, and from the weariness of the king's party, which probably consisted chiefly of the elderly people and men of cool spirits, the vote was at last carried by a small majority of 11. Some time after, the remonstrance was ordered to be printed and published, without being carried up to the House of Peers for their assent and concurrence. When this remonstrance was dispersed, it excited everywhere the same violent controversy which attended it when introduced into the House of Commons. This Parliament, said the partisans of that assembly, have at length profited by the fatal example of their predecessors, and are resolved that the fabric which they have generously undertaken to wear for the protection of liberty shall not be left to future ages insecure and imperfect. At the time when the petition of right, that requisite vindication of a violated constitution, was extorted from the unwilling prince, who but imagined that liberty was at last secured, and that the laws would thenceforth maintain themselves in opposition to arbitrary authority? But what was the event? A right was indeed acquired to the people, or rather their ancient right was more exactly defined. But as the power of invading it still remained in the prince, no sooner did an opportunity offer than he totally disregarded all laws and preceding engagements, and made his will and pleasure the sole rule of government. Those lofty ideas of monarchical authority, which he has derived from his early education, which are united in his mind with the irresistible illusions of self-love, which are corroborated by his mistaken principles of religion, it is in vain to hope that in his more advanced age he will sincerely renounce from any subsequent reflection or experience. Such conversions, if ever they happen, are extremely rare. But to expect that they will be derived from necessity, from the jealousy and resentment of antagonists, from blame, from reproach, from opposition, must be the result of the fondest and most blind credulity. These violences, however necessary, are sure to irritate a prince against limitations so cruelly imposed upon him, and each concession which he is constrained to make is regarded as a temporary tribute paid to faction and sedition, and is secretly attended with a resolution of seizing every favourable opportunity to retract it. Nor should we imagine that opportunities of that kind will not offer in the course of human affairs. Governments, especially those of a mixed kind, are in continual fluctuation. The humours of the people change perpetually from one extreme to another, and no resolution can be more wise, as well as more just, than that of employing the present advantages against the king, who had formerly pushed much less tempting ones to the utmost extremities against his people and his parliament. It is to be feared that if the religious rage which has seized the multitude be allowed to evaporate, they will quickly return to the ancient ecclesiastical establishment, and with it embrace those principles of slavery which it inculcates with such zeal on its submissive proselytes. Those patriots who are now the public idols may then become the objects of general detestation, and equal shouts of joy attend their ignominious execution with those which second their present advantages and triumphs. Nor ought the apprehension of such an event to be regarded in them as a selfish consideration. In their safety is involved the security of the laws. The patrons of the Constitution cannot suffer without a fatal blow to the Constitution, and it is but justice in the public to protect, at any hazard, those who have so generously exposed themselves to the utmost hazard for the public interest. What though monarchy, the ancient government of England, be impaired during these contests in many of its former prerogatives, the laws will flourish the more by its decay, and it is happy, allowing that matters are really carried beyond the bounds of moderation, that the current at least runs towards liberty, and that the error is on that side which is safest for the general interests of mankind and society. The best arguments of the royalists against a further attack on the prerogative were founded more on opposite ideas which they had formed of the past events of this reign than on opposite principles of government. Some invasions, they said, and those too of moment, had undoubtedly been made on national privileges. But were we to look for the cause of these violences, we should never find it to consist in the wanton tyranny and injustice of the prince, not even in his ambition or immoderate appetite for authority. The hostilities with Spain, in which the king on his accession found himself engaged, however imprudent and unnecessary, had proceeded from the advice, and even importunity of the Parliament, who deserted him immediately after they had embarked him in those warlike measures. A young prince, jealous of honour, was naturally afraid of being foiled in his first enterprise, and had not as yet attained such maturity of counsel as to perceive that his greatest honour lay in preserving the laws inviolate, and gaining the full confidence of his people. The rigour of the subsequent parliaments had been extreme with regard to many articles, particularly tonnage and poundage, and had reduced the king to an absolute necessity, if he would preserve entire the royal prerogative, of levying those duties by his own authority, and of breaking through the forms in order to maintain the spirit of the constitution. Having once made so perilous a step, he was naturally induced to continue, and to consult the public interest by imposing ship money and other moderate though irregular burdens and taxations. A sure proof that he had formed no system for enslaving his people is that the chief object of his government has been to raise a naval, not a military force. A project useful, honourable, nay, indispensably requisite, and, in spite of his great necessities, brought almost to a happy conclusion. It is now full time to free him from all these necessities, and to apply cordials and lenitives, after those severities which have already had their full course against him. Never was sovereign blessed with more moderation of temper, with more justice, more humanity, more honour, or a more gentle disposition. What pity that such a prince should so long have been harassed with rigours, suspicions, calumnies, complaints, encroachments, and been forced from that path in which the rectitude of his principles would have inclined him to have constantly trod. If some few instances are found of violations made on the petition of right, which he himself had granted, there is an easier and more natural way for preventing the return of like inconveniences than by a total abolition of royal authority. Let the revenue be settled, suitably to the ancient dignity and splendour of the crown. Let the public necessities be fully supplied. Let the remaining articles of prerogative be left untouched, and the king, as he has already lost the power, will lay aside the will of invading the constitution. From what quarter can jealousies now arise? What further security can be desired or expected? The king's preceding concessions, so far from being insufficient for public security, have rather erred on the other extreme, and by depriving him of all power of self-defence, are the real cause why the commons are emboldened to raise pretensions hitherto unheard of in the kingdom, and to subvert the whole system of the constitution. But would they be content with moderate advantages? Is it not evident that, besides other important concessions, the present Parliament may be continued till the government be accustomed to the new track, and every part be restored to full harmony and concord? By the Triennial Act, a perpetual succession of parliaments is established, as everlasting guardians to the laws, while the king possesses no independent power or military force by which he can be supported in his invasion of them. No danger remains but what is inseparable from all free constitutions, and what forms the very essence of their freedom: the danger of a change in the people's disposition, and of general disgust contracted against popular privileges. To prevent such an evil, no expedient is more proper than to contain ourselves within the bounds of moderation, and to consider that all extremes naturally and infallibly beget each other. In the same manner as the past usurpations of the crown, however excusable on account of the necessity or provocations whence they arose, have excited an immeasurable appetite for liberty, let us beware lest our encroachments, by introducing anarchy, make the people seek shelter under the peaceable and despotic rule of a monarch. Authority, as well as liberty, is requisite to government, and is even requisite to the support of liberty itself, by maintaining the laws which can alone regulate and protect it. What madness, while everything is so happily settled under ancient forms and institutions, now more exactly poised and adjusted to try the hazardous experiment of a new constitution, and renounce the mature wisdom of our ancestors for the crude whimsies of turbulent innovators. Besides the certain and inconceivable mischiefs of civil war, are not the perils apparent which the delicate frame of liberty must inevitably sustain amidst the furious shock of arms? Whichever side prevails, she can scarcely hope to remain inviolate, and may suffer no less, or rather greater injuries from the boundless pretensions of forces engaged in her cause, than from the invasion of enraged troops enlisted on the side of monarchy. The king, upon his return from Scotland, was received in London with the shouts and acclamations of the people, and with every demonstration of regard and affection. Sir Richard Gournay, Lord Mayor, a man of moderation and authority, had promoted these favourable dispositions, and had engaged the populace, who so lately insulted the king, and who so soon after made furious war upon him, to give him these marks of their dutiful attachment. But all the pleasure which Charles reaped from this joyous reception was soon damped by the remonstrance of the Commons, which was presented him, together with a petition of a like strain. The bad counsels which he followed are there complained of, his concurrence in the Irish rebellion plainly insinuated, the scheme laid for the introduction of popery and superstition inveighed against, and, as a remedy for all these evils, he is desired to entrust every office and command to persons in whom his Parliament should have cause to confide. By this phrase, which is so often repeated in all the memorials and addresses of that time, the Commons meant themselves and their adherents. As soon as the remonstrance of the Commons was published, the king dispersed an answer to it. In this contest he lay under great disadvantages. Not only the ears of the people were extremely prejudiced against him, the best topics upon which he could justify, at least apologize for his former conduct, were such as it was not safe or prudent for him at this time to employ. So high was the national idolatry towards parliaments, that to blame the past conduct of these assemblies would have been very ill received by the generality of the people. So loud were the complaints against regal usurpations, that had the king asserted the prerogative of supplying, by his own authority, the deficiencies in government arising from the obstinacy of the Commons, he would have increased the clamours with which the whole nation already resounded. Charles, therefore, contented himself with observing in general that even during that period so much complained of, the people enjoyed a great measure of happiness, not only comparatively in respect of their neighbours, but even in respect of those times which were justly accounted the most fortunate. He made warm protestations of sincerity in the reformed religion. He promised indulgence to tender consciences with regard to the ceremonies of the church. He mentioned his great concessions to national liberty. He blamed the infamous libels everywhere dispersed against his person and the national religion. He complained of the general reproaches thrown out in the remonstrance with regard to ill counsels, though he had protected no minister from parliamentary justice, retained no unpopular servant, and conferred offices on no one who enjoyed not a high character and estimation in the public. Quote, "If, notwithstanding this," he adds, "any malignant party shall take heart, and be willing to sacrifice the peace and happiness of their country to their own sinister ends and ambition, under whatever pretence of religion and conscience, if they shall endeavour to lessen my reputation and interest, and to weaken my lawful power and authority, if they shall attempt by discountenancing the present laws to loosen the bands of government, that all disorder and confusion may break in upon us, I doubt not but God in his good time will discover them to me, and that the wisdom and courage of my high court of parliament will join with me in their suppression and punishment." End quote. Nothing shows more evidently the hard situation in which Charles was placed than to observe that he was obliged to confine himself within the limits of civility towards subjects who had transgressed all bounds of regard, and even of good manners, in the treatment of their sovereign. The first instance of those parliamentary encroachments which Charles was now to look for was the bill for pressing soldiers to the service of Ireland. This bill quickly passed the lower house. In the preamble, the king's power of pressing, a power exercised during all former times, was declared illegal, and contrary to the liberty of the subject. By a necessary consequence, the prerogative, which the crown had ever assumed, of obliging men to accept of any branch of public service, was abolished and annihilated. A prerogative, it must be owned, not very compatible with a limited monarchy. In order to elude this law, the king offered to raise 10,000 volunteers for the Irish service, but the Commons were afraid lest such an army should be too much at his devotion. Charles, still unwilling to submit to so considerable a diminution of his power, came to the House of Peers and offered to pass the law without the preamble, by which means, he said, that ill-timed question with regard to the prerogative would for the present be avoided, and the pretensions of each party be left entire. Both houses took fire at this measure, which, from a similar instance, while the bill of attainder against Strafford was independence, Charles might foresee would be received with resentment. The Lords, as well as Commons, passed a vote declaring it to be a high breach of privilege for the king to take notice of any bill which was in agitation in either of the houses, or to express his sentiments with regard to it, before it be presented to him for his assent in a parliamentary manner. The king was obliged to compose all matters by an apology. The first instance of those parliamentary encroachments which Charles was now to look for was the bill for pressing soldiers to the service of Ireland. This bill quickly passed the lower house. In the preamble, the king's power of pressing, a power exercised during all former times, was declared illegal, and contrary to the liberty of the subject. By a necessary consequence, the prerogative, which the crown had ever assumed, of obliging men to accept of any branch of public service, was abolished and annihilated. A prerogative, it must be owned, not very compatible with a limited monarchy. In order to elude this law, the king offered to raise 10,000 volunteers for the Irish service, but the Commons were afraid lest such an army should be too much at his devotion. Charles, still unwilling to submit to so considerable a diminution of power, came to the House of Peers and offered to pass the law without the preamble, by which means, he said, that ill-timed question with regard to the prerogative would for the present be avoided, and the pretensions of each party be left entire. Both houses took fire at this measure, which, from a similar instance, while the bill of attainder against Strafford was in dependence, Charles might foresee would be received with resentment. The Lords, as well as Commons, passed a vote declaring it to be a high breach of privilege for the king to take notice of any bill which was in agitation in either of the houses, or to express his sentiments with regard to it, before it be presented to him for his assent in a parliamentary manner. The king was obliged to compose all matters by an apology. The general question, we may observe, with regard to privileges of Parliament, has always been, and still continues, one of the greatest mysteries in the English Constitution, and in some respects, notwithstanding the accurate genius of that government, these privileges are at present as undetermined as were formerly the prerogatives of the Crown. Such privileges as are founded on long precedent cannot be controverted, but though it was certain that former kings had not in any instance taken notice of bills lying before the houses, which yet appears to have been very common, it follows not merely from their never exerting such a power that they had renounced it, or never were possessed of it. Such privileges also as are essential to all free assemblies which deliberate, they may be allowed to assume, whatever precedents may prevail. But though the king's interposition, by an offer or advice, does in some degree overawe or restrain liberty, it may be doubted whether it imposes such evident violence as to entitle the Parliament, without any other authority or concession, to claim the privilege of excluding it. But this was the favourable time for extending privileges, and had none more exorbitant or unreasonable been challenged, few bad consequences had followed. The establishment of this rule, it is certain, contributes to the order and regularity, as well as freedom, of parliamentary proceedings. The interposition of peers in the election of commoners was likewise about this time declared a breach of privilege, and continues ever since to be condemned by votes of the commons, and universally practised throughout the nation. End of section 24, chapter 55, part 3. Recording by Adam Pico.
Section 25 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 25, Chapter 55, Part 4. Every measure pursued by the Commons, and, still more, every attempt made by their partisans, were full of the most inveterate hatred against the hierarchy, and showed a determined resolution of subverting the whole ecclesiastical establishment. Besides numberless vexations and persecutions which the clergy underwent from the arbitrary power of the lower house, the peers, while the king was in Scotland, having passed an order for the observance of the laws with regard to public worship, the commons assumed such authority, that, by a vote alone of their house, they suspended those laws, though enacted by the whole legislature; and they particularly forbade bowing at the name of Jesus, a practice which gave them the highest scandal, and which was one of their capital objections against the established religion. They complained of the king's filling 5 vacant sees, and considered it as an insult upon them, that he should complete and strengthen an order which they intended soon entirely to abolish. They had accused 13 bishops of high treason, for enacting canons without consent of Parliament, though, from the foundation of the monarchy, no other method had ever been practised; and they now insisted that the peers, upon this general accusation, should sequester those bishops from their seats in Parliament, and commit them to prison. Their bill for taking away the bishops' votes had last winter been rejected by the peers, but they again introduced the same bill, though no prorogation had intervened; and they endeavoured, by some minute alterations, to elude that rule of Parliament which opposed them. And when they sent up this bill to the Lords, they made a demand, the most absurd in the world, that the bishops, being all of them parties, should be refused a vote with regard to that question. After the resolution was once formed by the Commons, of invading the established government of Church and State, it could not be expected that their proceedings, in such a violent attempt, would thenceforth be altogether regular and equitable; but it must be confessed that, in their attack on the hierarchy, they still more openly passed all bounds of moderation; as supposing, no doubt, that the sacredness of the cause would sufficiently atone for employing means the most irregular and unprecedented. This principle, which prevails so much among zealots, never displayed itself so openly as during the transactions of this whole period. But, notwithstanding these efforts of the Commons, they could not expect the concurrence of the Upper House either to this law, or to any other which they should introduce for the further limitation of royal authority. The majority of the peers adhered to the king, and plainly foresaw the depression of nobility, as a necessary consequence of popular usurpations on the crown. The insolence, indeed, of the commons, and their haughty treatment of the lords, had already risen to a great height, and gave sufficient warning of their future attempts upon that order. They muttered somewhat of their regret that they should be obliged to save the kingdom alone, and that the House of Peers would have no part in the honor. Nay, they went so far as openly to tell the lords, that they themselves were the representative body of the whole kingdom, and that the peers were nothing but individuals who held their seats in a particular capacity; and therefore, if their lordships will not consent to the passing of acts necessary for the preservation of the people, the commons, together with such of the lords as are more sensible of the danger, must join together, and represent the matter to his majesty. So violent was the democratical, enthusiastic spirit diffused throughout the nation, that a total confusion of all rank and order was justly to be apprehended; and the wonder was, not that the majority of the nobles should seek shelter under the throne, but that any of them would venture to desert it. But the tide of popularity seized many, and carried them wide of the most established maxims of civil policy. Among the opponents of the king are ranked the Earl of Northumberland, Lord Admiral, a man of the first family and fortune, and endowed with that dignified pride which so well became his rank and station; the Earl of Essex, who inherited all his father's popularity, and having from his early youth sought renown in arms, united to a middling capacity that rigid inflexibility of honor which forms the proper ornament of a nobleman and a soldier; Lord Kimbolton, soon after Earl of Manchester, a person distinguished by humanity, generosity, affability, and every amiable virtue. These men, finding that their credit ran high with the nation, ventured to encourage those popular disorders, which, they vainly imagined, they possessed authority sufficient to regulate and control. In order to obtain a majority in the upper house, the commons had recourse to the populace, who on other occasions had done them such important service. Amidst the greatest security, they affected continual fears of destruction to themselves and the nation, and seemed to quake at every breath or rumor of danger. They again excited the people by never ceasing inquiries after conspiracies, by reports of insurrections, by feigned intelligence of invasions from abroad, by discoveries of dangerous combinations at home among papists and their adherents. When Charles dismissed the guard which they had ordered during his absence, they complained. Upon his promising them a new guard, under the command of the Earl of Lindesey, they absolutely refused the offer, and were well pleased to insinuate, by this instance of jealousy, that their danger chiefly arose from the king himself. They ordered halberts to be brought into the hall where they assembled, and thus armed themselves against those conspiracies with which, they pretended, they were hourly threatened. As stories of plots, however ridiculous, were willingly attended to, and were dispersed among the multitude, to whose capacity they were well adapted. Beale, a tailor, informed the commons that, walking in the fields, he had hearkened to the discourse of certain persons unknown to him, and had heard them talk of a most dangerous conspiracy. 108 ruffians, as he learned, had been appointed to murder 108 lords and commoners, and were promised rewards for these assassinations, £10 for each lord, 40 shillings for each commoner. Upon this notable intelligence, orders were issued for seizing priests and Jesuits, a conference was desired with the lords, and the deputy lieutenants of some suspected counties were ordered to put the people in a posture of defence. The pulpits likewise were called in aid, and resounded with the dangers which threatened religion from the desperate attempts of papists and malignants. Multitudes flocked towards Westminster, and insulted the prelates and such of the lords as adhered to the crown. The peers voted a declaration against those tumults, and sent it to the lower house; but these refused their concurrence. Some seditious apprentices, being seized and committed to prison, immediately received their liberty, by an order of the commons. The sheriffs and justices having appointed constables with strong watches to guard the parliament, the commons sent for the constables, and required them to discharge the watches, convened the justices, voted their orders a breach of privilege, and sent one of them to the Tower. Encouraged by these intimations of their pleasure, the populace crowded about Whitehall, and threw out insolent menaces against Charles himself. Several seduced officers and young men of the inns of the court, during this time of disorder and danger, offered their service to the king. Between them and the populace there passed frequent skirmishes, which ended not without bloodshed. By way of reproach, these gentlemen gave the rabble the appellation of Roundheads, on account of the short-cropped hair which they wore; these called the others Cavaliers. And thus the nation, which was before sufficiently provided with religious as well as civil causes of quarrel, was also supplied with party names, under which the factions might rendezvous and signalize their mutual hatred. Meanwhile the tumults still continued, and even increased about Westminster and Whitehall. The cry incessantly resounded against bishops and rotten-hearted lords. The former especially, being distinguishable by their habit, and being the object of violent hatred to all the sectaries, were exposed to the most dangerous insults. Williams, now created Archbishop of York, having been abused by the populace, hastily called a meeting of his brethren. By his advice, a protestation was drawn and addressed to the king and the House of Lords. The bishops there set forth, that though they had an undoubted right to sit and vote in parliament, yet in coming thither, they had been menaced, assaulted, affronted, by the unruly multitude, and could no longer with safety attend their duty in the house. For this reason they protested against all laws, votes, and resolutions, as null and invalid, which should pass during the time of their constrained absence. This protestation, which, though just and legal, was certainly ill-timed, was signed by 12 bishops, and communicated to the king, who hastily approved of it. As soon as it was presented to the lords, that house desired a conference with the commons, whom they informed of this unexpected protestation. The opportunity was seized with joy and triumph. An impeachment of high treason was immediately sent up against the bishops, as endeavoring to subvert the fundamental laws, and to invalidate the authority of the legislature. They were, on the first demand, sequestered from parliament, and committed to custody. No man in either house ventured to speak a word in their vindication; so much displeased was every one at the egregious imprudence of which they had been guilty. One person alone said, that he did not believe them guilty of high treason, but that they were stark mad, and therefore desired they might be sent to Bedlam. 1642. A few days after, the king was betrayed into another indiscretion, much more fatal; an indiscretion to which all the ensuing disorders and civil wars ought immediately and directly to be ascribed. This was the impeachment of Lord Kimbolton and the 5 members. When the commons employed in their remonstrance language so severe and indecent, they had not been actuated entirely by insolence and passion; their views were more solid and profound. They considered that in a violent attempt, such as an invasion of the ancient constitution, the more leisure was afforded the people to reflect, the less would they be inclined to second that rash and dangerous enterprise; that the peers would certainly refuse their concurrence; nor were there any hopes of prevailing on them, but by instigating the populace to tumult and disorder; that the employing of such odious means for so invidious an end would, at long run, lose them all their popularity, and turn the tide of favor to the contrary party; and that, if the king only remained in tranquillity, and cautiously eluded the first violence of the tempest, he would in the end certainly prevail, and be able at least to preserve the ancient laws and constitution. They were therefore resolved, if possible, to excite him to some violent passion, in hopes that he would commit indiscretions of which they might take advantage. It was not long before they succeeded beyond their fondest wishes. Charles was enraged to find that all his concessions but increased their demands; that the people who were returning to a sense of duty towards him, were again roused to sedition and tumults; that the blackest calumnies were propagated against him, and even the Irish massacre ascribed to his counsels and machinations; and that a method of address was adopted not only unsuitable towards so great a prince, but which no private gentleman could bear without resentment. When he considered all these increasing acts of insolence in the commons, he was apt to ascribe them in a great measure to his own indolence and facility. The queen and the ladies of the court further stimulated his passion, and represented that, if he exerted the vigor and displayed the majesty of a monarch, the daring usurpations of his subjects would shrink before him. Lord Digby, a man of fine parts but full of levity, and hurried on by precipitate passions, suggested like counsels; and Charles, who, though commonly moderate in his temper, was ever disposed to hasty resolutions, gave way to the fatal importunity of his friends and servants. Herbert, attorney general, appeared in the House of Peers and in his Majesty's name entered an accusation of high treason against Lord Kimbolton and 5 commoners, Hollis, Sir Arthur Hazelrig, Hampden, Pym, and Strode. The articles were, that they had traitorously endeavored to subvert the fundamental laws and government of the kingdom, to deprive the king of his regal power, and to impose on his subjects an arbitrary and tyrannical authority; that they had endeavored, by many foul aspersions on his majesty and his government, to alienate the affections of his people, and make him odious to them; that they had attempted to draw his late army to disobedience of his royal commands, and to side with them in their traitorous designs; that they had invited and encouraged a foreign power to invade the kingdom; that they had aimed at subverting the rights and very being of parliament; that, in order to complete their traitorous designs, they had endeavored, as far as in them lay, by force and terror to compel the parliament to join with them; and to that end had actually raised and countenanced tumults against the king and parliament; and that they had traitorously conspired to levy, and actually had levied war against the king. The whole world stood amazed at this important accusation, so suddenly entered upon without concert, deliberation, or reflection. Some of these articles of accusation, men said, to judge by their appearance, seemed to be common between the impeached members and the parliament; nor did these persons appear any further active in the enterprises of which they were accused, than so far as they concurred with the majority in their votes and speeches. The proofs might perhaps be produced of their privately inviting the Scots to invade England. How could such an attempt be considered as treason, after the act of oblivion which had passed, and after that both houses, with the king's concurrence, had devoted that nation £300,000 for their brotherly assistance? While, the House of Peers are scarcely able to maintain their independency, or to reject the bills sent them by the commons, will they ever be permitted by the populace, supposing them inclined, to pass a sentence which must totally subdue the lower house, and put an end to their ambitious undertakings? These 5 members, at least Pym, Hampden, and Hollis, are the very heads of the popular party, and if these be taken off, what fate must be expected by their followers, who are, many of them, accomplices in the same treason? The punishment of leaders is ever the last triumph over a broken and routed party; but surely was never before attempted, in opposition to a faction, during the full tide of its power and success. But men had not leisure to wonder at the indiscretion of this measure; their astonishment was excited by new attempts, still more precipitate and imprudent. A sergeant at arms in the king's name demanded of the house the 5 members, and was sent back without any positive answer. Messengers were employed to search for them, and arrest them. Their trunks, chambers, and studies were sealed and locked. The house voted all these acts of violence to be breaches of privilege, and commanded every one to defend the liberty of the members. The king, irritated by all this opposition, resolved next day to come in person to the house, with an intention to demand, perhaps seize in their presence, the persons whom he had accused. This resolution was discovered to the Countess of Carlisle, sister to Northumberland, a lady of spirit, wit, and intrigue. She privately sent intelligence to the 5 members, and they had time to withdraw, a moment before the king entered. He was accompanied by his ordinary retinue, to the number of above 200, armed as usual, some with halberts, some with walking swords. The king left them at the door, and he himself advanced alone through the hall, while all the members rose to receive him. The speaker withdrew from his chair, and the king took possession of it. The speech which he made was as follows: "Gentlemen, I am sorry for this occasion of coming to you. Yesterday I sent a sergeant at arms to demand some who, by my order, were accused of high treason. Instead of obedience, I received a message. I must here declare to you, that though no king that ever was in England could be more careful of your privileges than I shall be, yet in cases of treason no person has privilege. Therefore I am come to tell you, that I must have these men wheresoever I can find them. Well, since I see all the birds are flown, I do expect that you will send them to me as soon as they return. But I assure you, on the word of a king, I never did intend any force, but shall proceed against them in a fair and legal way, for I never meant any other. And now, since I see I cannot do what I came for, I think this is no unfit occasion to repeat what I have said formerly, that whatever I have done in favor and to the good of my subjects, I do intend to maintain it." When the king was looking around for the accused members, he asked the speaker, who stood below, whether any of these persons were in the house. The speaker, falling on his knee, prudently replied, "I have, sir, neither eyes to see nor tongue to speak in this place, but as the house is pleased to direct me, whose servant I am. And I humbly ask pardon, that I cannot give any other answer to what your majesty is pleased to demand of me." The commons were in the utmost disorder; and when the king was departing, some members cried aloud, so that he might hear them, "Privilege! Privilege!" And the house immediately adjourned till next day. That evening the accused members, to show the greater apprehension, removed into the city, which was their fortress. The citizens were the whole night in arms. Some people, who were appointed for that purpose, or perhaps actuated by their own terrors, ran from gate to gate, crying out that the cavaliers were coming to burn the city, and that the king himself was at their head. Next morning, Charles sent to the mayor, and ordered him to call a common council immediately. About 10 o'clock, he himself, attended only by 3 or 4 lords, went to Guildhall. He told the common council, that he was sorry to hear of the apprehensions entertained of him; that he was come to them without any guard, in order to show how much he relied on their affections; and that he had accused certain men of high treason, against whom he would proceed in a legal way, and therefore presumed that they would not meet with protection in the city. After many other gracious expressions, he told one of the sheriffs, who of the 2 was thought the least inclined to his service, that he would dine with him. He departed the hall without receiving the applause which he expected. In passing through the streets, he heard the cry, "Privilege of Parliament! privilege of Parliament, resounding from all quarters. One of the populace, more insolent than the rest, drew nigh to his coach, and called out with a loud voice, "To your tents, O Israel!" the words employed by the mutinous Israelites when they abandoned Rehoboam, their rash and ill-counselled sovereign. Section 25, Chapter 55, Part 4. Section 26 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 26, Chapter 55, Part 5. When the House of Commons met, they affected the greatest dismay; and adjourning themselves for some days, ordered a committee to sit in Merchant Taylor's Hall in the City. The committee made an exact inquiry into all circumstances attending the king's entry into the house; every passionate speech, every menacing gesture of any, even the meanest of his attendants, was recorded and aggravated. An intention of offering violence to the parliament, of seizing the accused members in the very house, and of murdering all who should make resistance, was inferred. And that unparalleled breach of privilege, so it was called, was still ascribed to the council of papists and their adherents. This expression, which then recurred every moment in speeches and memorials, and which at present is so apt to excite laughter in the reader, begat at that time the deepest and most real consternation throughout the kingdom. A letter was pretended to be intercepted, and was communicated to the committee, who pretended to lay great stress upon it. One Catholic there congratulates another on the accusation of the members, and represents that incident as a branch of the same pious contrivance which had excited the Irish insurrection, and by which the profane heretics would soon be exterminated in England. The House again met, and, after confirming the votes of their committee, instantly adjourned, as if exposed to the most imminent perils from the violence of their enemies. This practice they continued for some time. When the people, by these affected panics, were wrought up to a sufficient degree of rage and terror, it was thought proper that the accused members should, with a triumphant and military procession, take their seats in the house. The river was covered with boats and other vessels, laden with small pieces of ordnance, and prepared for fight. Skippon, whom the parliament had appointed, by their own authority, major general of the city militia, conducted the members, at the head of this tumultuary army, to Westminster Hall. And when the populace, by land and by water, passed Whitehall, they still asked, with insulting shouts, "What has become of the king and his cavaliers? And whither are they fled?" The king, apprehensive of danger from the enraged multitude, had retired to Hampton Court, deserted by all the world, and overwhelmed with grief, shame, and remorse, for the fatal measures into which he had been hurried. His distressed situation he could no longer ascribe to the rigors of destiny, or the malignity of enemies. His own precipitancy and indiscretion must bear the blame of whatever disasters should henceforth befall him. The most faithful of his adherents, between sorrow and indignation, were confounded with reflections on what had happened, and what was likely to follow. Seeing every prospect blasted, faction triumphant, the discontented populace inflamed to a degree of fury, they utterly despaired of success in a cause to whose ruin friends and enemies seemed equally to conspire. The prudence of the king, in his conduct of this affair, nobody pretended to justify. The legality of his proceedings met with many and just apologies, though generally offered to unwilling ears. No maxim of law, it was said, is more established, or more universally allowed, than that privilege of Parliament extends not to treason, felony, or breach of peace; nor has either house, during former ages, ever pretended, in any of those cases, to interpose in behalf of its members. Though some inconveniences should result from the observance of this maxim, that would not be sufficient, without other authority, to abolish a principle established by uninterrupted precedent, and founded on the tacit consent of the whole legislature. But what are the inconveniences so much dreaded? The king, on pretence of treason, may seize any members of the opposite faction, and for a time gain to his partisans the majority of voices. But if he seize only a few, will he not lose more friends by such a gross artifice than he confines enemies? If he seize a great number, is not this expedient force, open and barefaced? And what remedy at all times against such force, but to oppose to it a force which is superior? Even allowing that the king intended to employ violence, not authority, for seizing the members; though at that time, and ever afterwards, he positively asserted the contrary; yet will his conduct admit of excuse. That the hall where Parliament assembles is an inviolable sanctuary, was never yet pretended. And if the Commons complain of the affront offered them, by an attempt to arrest their members in their very presence, the blame must lie entirely on themselves who had formerly refused compliance with the king's message, when he peaceably demanded these members. The sovereign is the great executor of the laws; and his presence was here legally employed, both in order to prevent opposition, and to protect the house against those insults which their disobedience had so well merited. Charles knew to how little purpose he should urge these reasons against the present fury of the commons. He proposed, therefore, by a message, that they should agree upon a legal method by which he might carry on his prosecution against the members, lest further misunderstandings happen with regard to privilege. They desired him to lay the grounds of accusation before the house, and pretended that they must first judge whether it were proper to give up their members to a legal trial. The king then informed them that he would waive, for the present, all prosecution. By successive messages he afterwards offered a pardon to the members, offered to concur in any law that should acquit or secure them, offered any reparation to the house for the breach of privilege, of which, he acknowledged, they had reason to complain. They were resolved to accept no satisfaction, unless he would discover his advisers in that illegal measure; a condition to which, they knew that, without rendering himself forever vile and contemptible, he could not possibly submit. Meanwhile, they continued to thunder against the violation of parliamentary privileges, and by their violent outcries to inflame the whole nation. The secret reason of their displeasure, however obvious, they carefully concealed. In the king's accusation of the members, they plainly saw his judgment of late parliamentary proceedings; and every adherent of the ruling faction dreaded the same fate, should royal authority be re-established in its ancient lustre. By the most unhappy conduct, Charles, while he extremely augmented in his opponents the will, had also increased the ability of hurting him. The more to excite the people, whose dispositions were already very seditious, the expedient of petitioning was renewed. A petition from the county of Buckingham was presented to the House by 6,000 subscribers, who promised to live and die in defence of the privileges of Parliament. The city of London, the county of Essex, that of Hereford, Surrey, Berks, imitated the example. A petition from the apprentices was graciously received. Nay, one was encouraged from the porters, whose numbers amounted, as they said, to 15,000. The address of that great body contained the same articles with all the others: the privileges of Parliament, the danger of religion, the rebellion of Ireland, the decay of trade. The porters further desired, that justice might be done upon offenders, as the atrociousness of their crimes had deserved. And they added, that if such remedies were any longer suspended, they should be forced to extremities not fit to be named, and make good the saying, that necessity has no law. Another petition was presented by several poor people, or beggars, in the name of many thousands more, in which the petitioners proposed as a remedy for the public miseries that those noble worthies of the House of Peers, who concur with the happy votes of the Commons, may separate themselves from the rest, and sit and vote as one entire body. The Commons gave thanks for this petition. The very women were seized with the same rage. A brewer's wife, followed by many thousands of her sex, brought a petition to the House, in which the petitioners expressed their terror of the papists and prelates, and their dread of like massacres, rapes, and outrages, with those which had been committed upon their sex in Ireland. They had been necessitated, they said, to imitate the example of the women of Tecoa; and they claimed equal right with the men, of declaring by petition their sense of the public cause, because Christ had purchased them at a dear rate, and in the free enjoyment of Christ consists equally the happiness of both sexes. Pym came to the door of the house, and having told the female zealots that their petition was thankfully accepted and was presented in a seasonable time, he begged that their prayers for success of the Commons might follow their petition. Such low arts of popularity were affected, and by such illiberal cant were the unhappy people incited to civil discord and convulsions. In the meantime, not only all petitions which favored the church or monarchy, from whatever hand they came, were discouraged, but the petitioners were sent for, imprisoned, and prosecuted as delinquents; and this unequal conduct was openly avowed and justified. Whoever desire a change, it was said, must express their sentiments; for how otherwise shall they be known? But those who favor the established government in church or state, should not petition, because they already enjoy what they wish for. The king had possessed a great party in the lower house, as appeared in the vote for the remonstrance; and this party, had every new cause of disgust been carefully avoided, would soon have become the majority, from the odium attending the violent measures embraced by the popular leaders. A great majority he always possessed in the House of Peers, even after the bishops were confined or chased away; and this majority could not have been overcome but by outrages which, in the end, would have drawn disgrace and ruin on those who incited them. By the present fury of the people, as by an inundation, were all these obstacles swept away, and every rampart of royal authority laid level with the ground. The victory was pursued with impetuosity by the sagacious Commons, who knew the importance of a favorable moment in all popular commotions. The terror of their authority they extended over the whole nation; and all opposition, and even all blame vented in private conversation, were treated as the most atrocious crimes by these severe inquisitors. Scarcely was it permitted to find fault with the conduct of any particular member, if he made a figure in the house; and reflections thrown out on Pym were at this time treated as breaches of privilege. The populace without doors were ready to execute, from the least hint, the will of their leaders; nor was it safe for any member to approach either house, who pretended to control or oppose the general torrent. After so undisguised a manner was this violence conducted, that Hollis, in a speech to the peers, desired to know the names of such members as should vote contrary to the sentiments of the Commons; and Pym said in the lower house, that the people must not be restrained in the expressions of their just desires. By flight, or terror, or despondency of the king's party, an undisputed majority remained everywhere to their opponents; and the bills sent up by the commons, which had hitherto stopped with the peers, and would certainly have been rejected, now passed, and were presented for the royal assent. These were, the pressing bill with its preamble, and the bill against the votes of the bishops in parliament. The king's authority was at that time reduced to the lowest ebb. The queen too, being secretly threatened with an impeachment, and finding no resource in her husband's protection, was preparing to retire into Holland. The rage of the people was, on account of her religion, as well as her spirit and activity, universally levelled against her. Usage the most contumelious she had hitherto borne with silent indignation. The commons, in their fury against priests, had seized her very confessor, nor would they release him upon her repeated applications. Even a visit of the prince to his mother had been openly complained of, and remonstrances against it had been presented to her. Apprehensive of attacks still more violent, she was desirous of facilitating her escape; and she prevailed with the king to pass these bills, in hopes of appeasing for a time the rage of the multitude. These new concessions, however important, the king immediately found to have no other effect than had all the preceding ones: they were made the foundation of demands still more exorbitant. From the facility of his disposition, from the weakness of his situation, the commons believed that he could now refuse them nothing. And they regarded the least moment of relaxation in their invasion of royal authority as highly impolitic, during the uninterrupted torrent of their successes. The very moment they were informed of these last acquisitions, they affronted the queen by opening some intercepted letters written to her by Lord Digby. They carried up an impeachment against Herbert, attorney general, for obeying his master's commands in accusing their members. And they prosecuted with fresh vigour their plan of the militia, on which they rested all future hopes of an uncontrolled authority. The commons were sensible that monarchical government, which during so many ages had been established in England, would soon regain some degree of its former dignity, after the present tempest was overblown; nor would all their new invented limitations be able totally to suppress an authority to which the nation had ever been accustomed. The sword alone, to which all human ordinances must submit, could guard their acquired power, and fully ensure to them personal safety against the rising indignation of their sovereign. This point, therefore, became the chief object of their aims. A large magazine of arms being placed in the town of Hull, they dispatched thither Sir John Hotham, a gentleman of considerable fortune in the neighbourhood, and of an ancient family, and they gave him the authority of governor. They sent orders to Goring, governor of Portsmouth, to obey no commands but such as he should receive from the parliament. Not content with having obliged the king to displace Lunsford, whom he had appointed governor of the Tower, they never ceased soliciting him till he had also displaced Sir John Biron, a man of unexceptionable character, and had bestowed that command on Sir John Conyers, in whom alone, they said, they could repose confidence. After making a fruitless attempt, in which the peers refused their concurrence, to give public warning, that the people should put themselves in a posture of defence against the enterprises of papists and other ill-affected persons, they now resolved, by a bold and decisive stroke, to seize at once the whole power of the sword, and to confer it entirely on their own creatures and adherents. The severe votes passed in the beginning of this parliament against lieutenants and their deputies, for exercising powers assumed by all their predecessors, had totally disarmed the crown, and had not left in any magistrate military authority sufficient for the defence and security of the nation. to remedy this inconvenience now appeared necessary. A bill was introduced, and passed the two houses, which restored to lieutenants and deputies the same powers of which the votes of the commons had bereaved them; but at the same time the names of all the lieutenants were inserted in the bill, and these consisted entirely of men in whom the parliament could confide. And for their conduct they were held accountable, by the express terms of the bill, not to the king, but to the parliament. The policy pursued by the commons, and which had hitherto succeeded to admiration, was, to astonish the king by the boldness of their enterprises, to intermingle no sweetness with their severity, to employ expressions no less violent than their pretensions, and to make him sensible in what little estimation they held both his person and his dignity. To a bill so destructive of royal authority, they prefixed, with an insolence seemingly wanton, a preamble equally dishonorable to the personal character of the king. These are the words: "Whereas there has been of late a most dangerous and desperate design upon the House of Commons, which we have just cause to believe an effect of the bloody counsels of papists and other ill-affected persons who have already raised rebellion in the kingdom of Ireland. And whereas, by reason of many discoveries, we cannot but fear they will proceed, not only to stir up like rebellions and insurrections in this kingdom of England, but also to back them with forces from abroad," etc. Here Charles first ventured to put a stop to his concessions, and that not by a refusal, but a delay. When this demand was made, a demand, which, if granted, the commons justly regarded as the last they should ever have occasion to make, he was at Dover, attending the Queen and the Princess of Orange in their embarkation. He replied, that he had not now leisure to consider a matter of so great importance, and must therefore respite his answer till his return. The parliament instantly dispatched another message to him, with solicitations still more importunate. They expressed their great grief on account of his majesty's answer to their just and necessary petition. They represented, that any delay during dangers and distractions so great and pressing, was not less unsatisfactory and destructive than an absolute denial. They insisted, that it was their duty to see put in execution a measure so necessary for public safety. And they affirmed, that the people in many counties had applied to them for that purpose, and in some places were, of themselves and by their own authority, providing against those urgent dangers with which they were threatened. Even after this insolence, the king durst not venture upon a flat denial. Besides accepting to the preamble, which such dishonor upon him, and protesting the innocence of his intentions when he entered the House of Commons, he only desired that the military authority, if it were defective, should first be conferred upon the crown; and he promised to bestow commissions, but such as should be revocable at pleasure, on the same persons whom the parliament had named in the bill. By a former message, he had expressed his wishes that they would lay before him, in one view, all the concessions which they deemed requisite for the settlement of the nation. They pretended, that they were exposed to perils so dreadful and imminent, that they had not leisure for such a work. The expedient proposed by the king seemed a sufficient remedy during this emergence, and yet maintained the prerogatives of the crown entire and unbroken. But the intentions of the commons were wide of this purpose, and their panics could be cured by one remedy alone. They instantly replied, that the dangers and distempers of the nation were such as could endure no longer delay, and unless the king speedily complied with their demands, they should be constrained, for the safety of the prince and people, to dispose of the militia by the authority of both houses, and were resolved to do it accordingly. They asserted, that those parts of the kingdom which had, from their own authority, put themselves in a posture of defence during these prevailing fears and jealousies, had acted suitably to the declarations and directions of both houses, and conformably to the laws of the kingdom. And while they thus menaced the king with their power they invited him to fix his residence at London, where they knew he would be entirely at mercy. End of Section 26, Chapter 55, Part 5. Section 27 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 27, Chapter 55, Part 6. I am so much amazed at this message, said the king in his prompt reply, that I know not what to answer. You speak of jealousies and fears. Lay your hands on your hearts, and ask yourselves whether I may not likewise be disturbed with fears and jealousies, and if so, I assure you that this message has nothing lessened them. As to the militia, I thought so much of it before I gave that answer, and am so much assured that the answer is agreeable to what in justice or reason you can ask, or I in honor grant, that I shall not alter it in any point. For my residence near you, I wish it might be safe and honourable, and that I had no cause to absent myself from Whitehall. Ask yourselves whether I have not. What would you have? Have I violated your laws? Have I denied to pass any bill for the ease and security of my subjects? I do not ask what you have done for me. Have any of my people been transported with fears and apprehensions? I offer as free and general a pardon as yourselves can devise. All this considered, there is a judgment of heaven upon this nation if these distractions continue. God so deal with me and mine as all my thoughts and intentions are upright for the maintenance of the true Protestant profession, and for the observance and preservation of the laws, and I hope God will bless and assist those laws for my preservation. No sooner did the Commons despair of obtaining the king's consent to their bill, than they instantly voted, that those who advised his majesty's answer were enemies to the state, and mischievous projectors against the safety of the nation; that this denial is of such dangerous consequence, that, if his majesty persist in it, it will hazard the peace and tranquillity of all his kingdoms, unless some speedy remedy be applied by the wisdom and authority of both houses, and that such of the subjects as have put themselves in a posture of defence against the common danger, have done nothing but what is justifiable, and approved by the house. Lest the people might be averse to the seconding of all these usurpations, they were plied anew with rumours of danger, with the terrors of invasion, with the dread of English and Irish papists; and the most unaccountable panics were spread throughout the nation. Lord Digby having entered Kingston in a coach and six, attended by a few livery servants, the intelligence was conveyed to London; and it was immediately voted, that he had appeared in a hostile manner, to the terror and affright of his majesty's subjects, and had levied war against the king and kingdom. Petitions from all quarters loudly demanded of the parliament to put the nation in a posture of defence; and the county of Stafford in particular expressed such dread of an insurrection among the papists, that every man, they said, was constrained to stand upon his guard, not even daring to go to church unarmed. That the same violence by which he had so long been oppressed might not still reach him, and extort his consent to the militia bill, Charles had resolved to remove farther from London; and accordingly, taking the Prince of Wales and the Duke of York along with him, he arrived by slow journeys at York, which he determined for some time to make the place of his residence. The distant parts of the kingdom, being removed from that furious vortex of new principles and opinions which had transported the capital, still retained a sincere regard for the church and monarchy, and the king here found marks of attachment beyond what he had before expected. From all quarters of England, the prime nobility and gentry, either personally or by messages and letters, expressed their duty towards him, and exhorted him to save himself and them from that ignominious slavery with which they were threatened. The small interval of time which had passed since the fatal accusation of the members, had been sufficient to open the eyes of many, and to recover them from the astonishment with which at first they had been seized. One rash and passionate attempt of the king's seemed but a small counterbalance to so many acts of deliberate violence which had been offered to him and every branch of the legislature; and, however sweet the sound of liberty, many resolved to adhere to that moderate freedom transmitted them from their ancestors, and now better secured by such important concessions, rather than, by engaging in a giddy search after more independence, run a manifest risk either of incurring a cruel subjugation, or abandoning all law and order. Charles, finding himself supported by a considerable party in the kingdom, began to speak in a firmer tone, and to retort the accusations of the commons with a vigor which he had not before exerted. Notwithstanding their remonstrances, and menaces, and insults, he still persisted in refusing their bill; and they proceeded to frame an ordinance, in which, by the authority of the two houses, without the king's consent, they named lieutenants for all the counties, and conferred on them the command of the whole military force, of all the guards, garrisons, and forts of the kingdom. He issued proclamations against this manifest usurpation; and, as he professed a resolution strictly to observe the law himself, so was he determined, he said, to oblige every other person to pay it a like obedience. The name of the king was so essential to all laws, and so familiar in all acts of executive authority, that the parliament was afraid, had they totally omitted it, that the innovation would be too sensible to the people. In all commands, therefore, which they conferred, they bound the persons to obey the orders of his majesty signified by both houses of parliament; and inventing a distinction, hitherto unheard of, between the office and the person of the king, those very forces which they employed against him they levied in his name and by his authority. It is remarkable how much the topics of argument were now reversed between the parties. The king, while he acknowledged his former error, of employing a plea of necessity in order to infringe the laws and constitution, warned the parliament not to imitate an example on which they threw such violent blame; and the parliament, while they clothed their personal fears or ambition under the appearance of national and imminent danger, made unknowingly an apology for the most exceptionable part of the king's conduct. That the liberties of the people were no longer exposed to any peril from royal authority, so narrowly circumscribed, so exactly defined, so much unsupported by revenue and military power, might be maintained upon very plausible topics; but that the danger, allowing it to have any existence, was not of that kind, great, urgent, inevitable, which dissolves all law and levels all limitations, seems apparent from the simplest view of these transactions. So obvious indeed was the king's present inability to invade the constitution, that the fears and jealousies which operated on the people, and pushed them so furiously to arms, were undoubtedly not of a civil, but of a religious nature. The distempered imaginations of men were agitated with a continual dread of popery, with a horror against prelacy, with an antipathy to ceremonies and the liturgy, and with a violent affection for whatever was most opposite to these objects of aversion. The fanatical spirit, let loose, confounded all regard to ease, safety, interest, and dissolved every moral and civil obligation. Each party was now willing to throw on its antagonist the odium of commencing a civil war; but both of them prepared for an event which they deemed inevitable. To gain the people's favor and good opinion was the chief point on both sides. Never was there a people less corrupted by vice, and more actuated by principle, than the English during this period; never were there individuals who possessed more capacity, more courage, more public spirit, more disinterested zeal. The infusion of one ingredient in too large a proportion had corrupted all these noble principles, and converted them into the most virulent poison. To determine his choice in the approaching contests, every man hearkened with avidity to the reasons proposed on both sides. The war of the pen preceded that of the sword, and daily sharpened the humors of the opposite parties. Besides private adventurers without number, the king and parliament themselves carried on the controversy by messages, remonstrances, and declarations, where the nation was really the party to whom all arguments were addressed. Charles had here a double advantage. Not only his cause was more favorable, as supporting the ancient government in church and state against the most illegal pretensions, it also defended with more art and eloquence. Lord Falkland had accepted the office of secretary, a man who adorned the purest virtue, with the richest gifts of nature, and the most valuable acquisitions of learning. By him, assisted by the king himself, were the memorials of the royal party chiefly composed. So sensible was Charles of his superiority in this particular, that he took care to disperse everywhere the papers of the parliament together with his own, that the people might be more enabled, by comparison, to form a judgment between them. The parliament, while they distributed copies of their own, were anxious to suppress all the king's compositions. To clear up the principles of the constitution, to mark the boundaries of the powers entrusted by law to the several members, to show what great improvements the whole political system had received from the king's late concessions, to demonstrate his entire confidence in his people, and his reliance on their affections, to point out the ungrateful returns which had been made him, and the enormous encroachments, insults, and indignities to which he had been exposed. These were the topics which, with so much justness of reasoning and propriety of expression, were insisted on in the king's declarations and remonstrances. Though these writings were of consequence, and tended much to reconcile the nation to Charles, it was evident that they would not be decisive, and that keener weapons must determine the controversy. To the ordinance of the parliament concerning the militia, the king opposed his commissions of array. The counties obeyed the one or the other, according as they stood affected. And in many counties, where the people were divided, mobbish combats and skirmishes ensued. The parliament on this occasion went so far as to vote, that when the lords and commons in parliament, which is the supreme court of judicature, shall declare what the law of the land is, to have this not only questioned, but contradicted, is a high breach of their privileges. This was a plain assuming of the whole legislative authority, and exerting it in the most material article, the government of the militia. Upon the same principles they pretended, by a verbal criticism on the tense of a Latin verb, to ravish from the king his negative voice in the legislature. The magazine of Hull contained the arms of all the forces levied against the Scots; and Sir John Hotham, the governor, though he had accepted of a commission from the parliament, was not thought to be much disaffected to the church and monarchy. Charles therefore entertained hopes that if he presented himself at Hull before the commencement of hostilities, Hotham, overawed by his presence, would admit him with his retinue; after which he might easily render himself master of the place. But the governor was on his guard. He shut the gates, and refused to receive the king, who desired leave to enter with 20 persons only. Charles immediately proclaimed him a traitor, and complained to the parliament of his disobedience. The parliament avowed and justified the action. The county of York levied a guard for the king of 600 men; for the kings of England had hitherto lived among their subjects like fathers among their children, and had derived all their security from the dignity of their character, and from the protection of the laws. The two houses, though they had already levied a guard for themselves, had attempted to seize all the military power, all the navy, and all the forts of the kingdom, and had openly employed their authority in every kind of warlike preparations, yet immediately voted, that the king, seduced by wicked counsel, intended to make war against his parliament, who, in all their consultations and actions, had proposed no other end but the care of his kingdoms, and the performance of all duty and loyalty to his person; that this attempt was a breach of the trust reposed in him by his people, contrary to his oath, and tending to a dissolution of the government; and that whoever should assist him in such a war, were traitors to the fundamental laws of the kingdom. The armies which had been everywhere raised on pretence of the service in Ireland, were henceforth more openly enlisted by the parliament for their own purposes, and the command of them was given to the Earl of Essex. In London, no less than 4,000 men enlisted in one day. And the parliament voted a declaration, which they required every member to subscribe, that they would live and die with their general. They issued orders for bringing in loans of money and plate, in order to maintain forces which should defend the king and both houses of parliament, for this style they still preserved. Within 10 days, vast quantities of plate were brought to their treasurers. Hardly were there men enough to receive it, or room sufficient to stow it; and many with regret were obliged to carry back their offerings, and wait till the treasurers could find leisure to receive them. Such zeal animated the pious partisans of the parliament, especially in the city. The women gave up all the plate and ornaments of their houses, and even their silver thimbles and bodkins, in order to support the good cause against the malignants. Meanwhile the splendor of the nobility with which the king was environed much eclipsed the appearance at Westminster. Lord Keeper Littleton, after sending the great seal before him, had fled to York. Above 40 peers of the first rank attended the king, whilst the House of Lords seldom consisted of more than 16 members. Near the moiety, too, of the lower house absented themselves from councils which they deemed so full of danger. The commons sent up an impeachment against 9 peers, for deserting their duty in parliament. Their own members, also, who should return to them, they voted not to admit till satisfied concerning the reason of their absence. Charles made a declaration to the peers who attended him, that he expected from them no obedience to any commands which were not warranted by the laws of the land. The peers answered this declaration by a protest, in which they declared their resolution to obey no commands but such as were warranted by that authority. By these deliberate engagements, so worthy of an English prince and English nobility, they meant to confound the furious and tumultuary resolutions taken by the parliament. The queen, disposing of the crown jewels in Holland, had been enabled to purchase a cargo of arms and ammunition. Part of these, after escaping many perils, arrived safely to the king. His preparations were not near so forward as those of the parliament. In order to remove all jealousy, he had resolved that their usurpations and illegal pretensions should be apparent to the whole world, and thought that to recover the confidence of the people was a point much more material to his interest, than the collecting of any magazines, stores, or armies which might breed apprehensions of violent or illegal counsels. But the urgent necessity of his situation no longer admitted of delay. He now prepared himself for defence. With a spirit, activity, and address, which neither one party apprehended nor the other expected, he employed all the advantages which remained to him, and roused up his adherents to arms. The resources of this prince's genius increased in proportion to his difficulties, and he never appeared greater than when plunged into the deepest perils and distresses. From the mixed character, indeed, of Charles, arose in part the misfortunes in which England was at this time involved. His political errors, or rather weaknesses, had raised him inveterate enemies. His eminent moral virtues had procured him zealous partisans; and between the hatred of the one, and the affections of the other, the nation was agitated with the most violent convulsions. That the king might despair of all composition, the parliament sent him the conditions on which they were willing to come to an agreement. Their demands, contained in 19 propositions, amounted to a total abolition of monarchical authority. They required that no man should remain in the council who was not agreeable to parliament; that no deed of the king's should have validity unless it passed the council and was attested under their hand; that all the officers of state and principal judges should be chosen with consent of parliament, and enjoy their offices for life; that none of the royal family should marry without consent of parliament or council; that the laws should be executed against Catholics; that the votes of popish lords should be excluded; that the reformation of the liturgy and church government should have place according to advice of parliament; that the ordinance with regard to the militia be submitted to; that the justice of parliament pass upon all delinquents; that a general pardon be granted, with such exceptions as should be advised by parliament; that the forts and castles be disposed of by consent of parliament; and that no peer be made but with consent of both houses. "Should I grant these demands," said the king in reply, "I may be waited on bareheaded; I may have my hand kissed; the title of majesty may be continued to me; and the king's authority, signified by both houses, may still be the style of your commands; I may have swords and maces carried before me, and please myself with the sight of a crown and sceptre; though even these twigs would not long flourish when the stock upon which they grew was dead; but as to true and real power, I should remain but the outside, but the picture, but the sign of a king. War on any terms was esteemed, by the king and all the counsellors, preferable to so ignominious a peace. Charles accordingly resolved to support his authority by arms. His towns, he said, were taken from him, his ships, his arms, his money; but there still remained to him a good cause, and the hearts of his loyal subjects, which, with God's blessing, he doubted not would recover all the rest. Collecting, therefore, some forces, he advanced southwards; and at Nottingham he erected his royal standard, the open signal of discord and civil war throughout the kingdom. Section 27, Chapter 55, Part 6. Section 28 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 28, Chapter 56, Part 1. Chapter 56. Charles the First. When two names so sacred in the English constitution as those of king and parliament were placed in opposition, no wonder the people were divided in their choice, and were agitated with the most violent animosities and factions. The nobility and more considerable gentry, dreading a total confusion of rank from the fury of the populace, enlisted themselves in defence of the monarch, from whom they received and to whom they communicated their lustre. Animated with the spirit of loyalty derived from their ancestors, they adhered to the ancient principles of the constitution, and valued themselves on exerting the maxims, as well as inheriting the possessions of the old English families. And while they passed their time mostly at their country seats, they were surprised to hear of opinions prevailing with which they had ever been unacquainted, and which implied not a limitation, but an abolition almost total of monarchical authority. The city of London, on the other hand, and most of the great corporations, took part with the parliament, and adopted with zeal those democratical principles, on which the pretensions of that assembly were founded. The government of cities, which even under absolute monarchies is commonly republican, inclined them to this party. The small hereditary influence which can be retained over the industrious inhabitants of towns, the natural independence of citizens, and the force of popular currents over those more numerous associations of mankind, all these causes gave their authority to the new principles propagated throughout the nation. Many families, too, which had lately been enriched by commerce, saw with indignation that, notwithstanding their opulence, they could not raise themselves to a level with the ancient gentry. They therefore adhered to a power by whose success they hoped to acquire rank and consideration. And the new splendor and glory of the Dutch Commonwealth, where liberty so happily supported industry, made the commercial part of the nation desire to see a like form of government established in England. The genius of the two religions, so closely at this time interwoven with politics, corresponded exactly to these divisions. The Presbyterian religion was new, republican, and suited to the genius of the populace; the other had an air of greater show and ornament, was established on ancient authority, and bore an affinity to the kingly and aristocratical parts of the constitution. The devotees of Presbytery became of course zealous partisans of the parliament. The friends of the Episcopal Church valued themselves on defending the rights of monarchy. Some men also there were of liberal education, who, being either careless or ignorant of those disputes bandied about by the clergy of both sides, aspired to nothing but an easy enjoyment of life, amidst the jovial entertainment and social intercourse of their companions. All these flocked to the king's standard, where they breathed a freer air, and were exempted from that rigid preciseness and melancholy austerity which reigned among the parliamentary party. Never was a quarrel more unreal than seemed at first than between the contending parties. Almost every advantage lay against the royal cause. The king's revenue had been seized from the beginning by the parliament, who issued out to him from time to time small sums for his present subsistence; and as soon as he withdrew to York, they totally stopped all payments. London, and all the seaports, except Newcastle, being in their hands, the customs yielded them a certain and considerable supply of money; and all contributions, loans, and impositions were more easily raised from the cities, which possessed the ready money, and where men lived under their inspection, than they could be levied by the king in those open countries which after some time declared for him. The seamen naturally followed the disposition of the seaports to which they belonged; and the Earl of Northumberland, Lord Admiral, having embraced the party of the parliament, had appointed, at their desire, the Earl of Warwick to be his lieutenant; who at once established his authority in the fleet, and kept the entire dominion of the seas in the hands of that assembly. All the magazines of arms and ammunition were from the first seized by the parliament; and their fleet intercepted the greater part of those which were sent by the queen from Holland. The king was obliged, in order to arm his followers, to borrow the weapons of the train bands, under promise of restoring them as soon as peace should be settled in the kingdom. The veneration for parliaments was at this time extreme throughout the nation. The custom of reviling those assemblies for corruption, as it had no pretence, so was it unknown during all former ages. Few or no instances of their encroaching ambition or selfish claims had hitherto been observed. Men considered the House of Commons in no other light than as the representatives of the nation, whose interest was the same with that of the public, who were the eternal guardians of law and liberty, and whom no motive, but the necessary defence of the people, could ever engage in an opposition to the crown. The torrent, therefore, of general affection ran to the parliament. What is the great advantage of popularity? The privilege of affixing epithets fell of course to that party. The king's adherents were the wicked and the malignant; their adversaries were the godly and the well affected. And as the force of the cities was more united than that of the country, and at once gave shelter and protection to the parliamentary party, who could easily suppress the royalists in their neighborhood, almost the whole kingdom, at the commencement of the war, seemed to be in the hands of the parliament. What alone gave the king some compensation for all the advantages possessed by his adversaries was, the nature and qualities of his adherents. More bravery and activity were hoped for from the generous spirit of the nobles and gentry, than from the base disposition of the multitude. And as the men of estates, at their own expense, levied and armed their tenants, besides an attachment to their masters, greater force and courage were to be expected in these rustic troops, than in the vicious and enervated populace of the cities. The neighboring states of Europe, being engaged in violent wars, little interested themselves in these civil commotions, and this island enjoyed the singular advantage (for such as it surely was) of fighting out its own quarrels without the interposition of foreigners. France, from policy, had fomented the first disorders in Scotland, had sent over arms to the Irish rebels, and continued to give countenance to the English parliament. Spain, from bigotry, furnished the Irish with some supplies of money and arms. The Prince of Orange, closely allied to the crown, encouraged English officers who served in the Low Countries to enlist in the king's army. The Scottish officers, who had been formed in Germany and in the late commotions, chiefly took part with the parliament. The contempt entertained by the parliament for the king's party was so great, that it was the chief cause of pushing matters to such extremities against him; and many believed that he never would attempt resistance, but must soon yield to the pretensions, however enormous, of the two houses. Even after his standard was erected, men could not be brought to apprehend the danger of a civil war; nor was it imagined that he would have the imprudence to enrage his implacable enemies, and render his own condition more desperate, by opposing a force which was so much superior. The low condition in which he appeared at Nottingham confirmed all these hopes. His artillery, though far from numerous, had been left at York for want of horses to transport it. Besides the trained bands of the county, raised by Sir John Digby, the sheriff, he had not gotten together above 300 infantry. His cavalry, in which consisted his chief strength, exceeded not 800, and were very ill provided with arms. The forces of the parliament lay at Northampton, within a few days' march of him, and consisted of above 6,000 men, well armed and well appointed. Had these troops advanced upon him, they must soon have dissipated the small force which he had assembled. by pursuing him in his retreat, they had so discredited his cause and discouraged his adherents, as to have forever prevented his collecting an army able to make head against them. But the Earl of Essex, the parliamentary general, had not yet received any orders from his masters. What rendered them so backward, after such precipitate steps as they had formerly taken, is not easily explained. It is probable, that in the extreme distress of his party consisted the present safety of the king. The parliament hoped that the royalists, sensible of their feeble condition, and convinced of their slender resources, would disperse of themselves, and leave their adversaries a victory so much the more complete and secure, as it would be gained without the appearance of force, and without bloodshed. Perhaps, too, when it became necessary to make the concluding step, and offer barefaced violence to their sovereign, their scruples and apprehensions, though not sufficient to overcome their resolutions, were able to retard the execution of them. Sir Jacob Astley, whom the king had appointed major general of his intended army, told him, that he could not give him assurance but he might be taken out of his bed, if the rebels should make a brisk attempt to that purpose. All the king's attendants were full of well-grounded apprehensions. Some of the lords having desired that a message might be sent to the parliament with overtures to a treaty, Charles, who well knew that an accommodation in his present condition meant nothing but a total submission, hastily broke up the council lest this proposal should be further insisted on. But next day the Earl of Southampton, whom no one could suspect of base or timid sentiments, having offered the same advice in council, it was hearkened to with more coolness and deliberation. He urged, that though such a step would probably increase the insolence of the parliament, this was so far from being an objection, that such dispositions must necessarily turn to the advantage of the royal cause; that if they refused to treat, which was more probable, the very sound of peace was so popular, that nothing could more disgust the nation than such haughty severity; that if they admitted of a treaty, their proposals, considering their present situation, would be so exorbitant, as to open the eyes of their most partial adherents, and turn the general favor to the king's party; and that, at worst, time might be gained by this expedient, and a delay of the imminent danger with which the king was at present threatened. Charles, on assembling the council, had declared against all advances towards an accommodation; and had said that, having now nothing left him but his honor, this last possession he was resolved steadily to preserve, and rather to perish than yield any further to the pretensions of his enemies. But, by the unanimous desire of his counsellors, he was prevailed on to embrace Southampton's advice. That nobleman, therefore, with Sir John Colepepper and Sir William Uvedale, was dispatched to London with offers of a treaty. The manner in which they were received gave little hopes of success. Southampton was not allowed by the peers to take his seat; but was ordered to deliver his message to the usher, and immediately to depart the city. The commons showed little better disposition towards Colepepper and Uvedale. Both houses replied, that they could admit of no treaty with the king till he took down his standard, and recalled his proclamations, in which the parliament supposed themselves to be declared traitors. The king, by a second message, denied any such intention against the two houses; but offered to recall these proclamations, provided the parliament agreed to recall theirs, in which his adherents were declared traitors. They desired him, in return, to dismiss his forces, to reside with his parliament, and to give up delinquents to their justice; that is, abandon himself and his friends to the mercy of his enemies. Both parties flattered themselves that, by these messages and replies, they had gained the ends which they proposed. The king believed that the people were made sufficiently sensible of the parliament's insolence and aversion to peace; the parliament intended, by this vigor in their resolutions, to support the vigor of their military operations. The courage of the parliament was increased, besides their great superiority of force, by two recent events which had happened in their favor. Goring was governor of Portsmouth, the best fortified town in the kingdom, and by its situation of great importance. This man seemed to have rendered himself an implacable enemy to the king, by betraying, probably magnifying, the secret cabals of the army; and the parliament thought that his fidelity to them might on that account be entirely depended on. But the same levity of mind still attended him, and the same disregard to engagements and professions. He took underhand his measures with the court, and declared against the parliament. But though he had been sufficiently supplied with money, and long before knew his danger, so small was his foresight, that he had left the place entirely destitute of provisions, and in a few days he was obliged to surrender to the parliamentary forces. The Marquis of Hereford was a nobleman of the greatest quality and character in the kingdom, and, equally with the king, descended by a female from Henry VII. During the reign of James, he had attempted, without having obtained the consent of that monarch, to marry Arabella Stuart, a lady nearly related to the crown; and, upon discovery of his intentions, had been obliged for some time to fly the kingdom. Ever after, he was looked on with an evil eye at court, from which in a great measure he withdrew; and living in an independent manner, he addicted himself entirely to literary occupations and amusements. In proportion as the king declined in popularity, Hereford's character flourished with the people; and when this parliament assembled, no nobleman possessed more general favor and authority. By his sagacity he soon perceived that the commons, not content with correcting the abuses of government, were carried, by the natural current of power and popularity, into the opposite extreme, and were committing violations, no less dangerous than the former, upon the English constitution. Immediately he devoted himself to the support of the king's falling authority, and was prevailed with to be governor to the young prince and reside at court; to which, in the eyes of all men, he gave by his presence a new lustre and authority. So high was his character for mildness and humanity, that he still preserved, by means of these popular virtues, the public favor, and every one was sensible of the true motive of his change. Notwithstanding his habits of ease and study, he now exerted himself in raising an army for the king; and being named general of the western counties, where his interest chiefly lay, he began to assemble forces in Somersetshire. By the assistance of Lord Seymour, Lord Paulet, John Digby, son of the Earl of Bristol, Sir Francis Hawley, and others, he had drawn together some appearance of an army; when the parliament, apprehensive of the danger, sent the Earl of Bedford with a considerable force against him. On his approach, Hereford was obliged to retire into Sherborne Castle; and finding that place untenable, he himself passed over into Wales, leaving Sir Ralph Hopton, Sir John Berkeley, Digby and other officers, with their horse, consisting of about 120, to march into Cornwall, in hopes of finding that county better prepared for their reception. All the dispersed bodies of the parliamentary army were now ordered to march to Northampton; and the Earl of Essex who had joined them, found the whole amount to 15,000 men. The king, though his camp had been gradually reinforced from all quarters, was sensible that he had no army which could cope with so formidable a force, and he thought it prudent, by slow marches, to retire to Derby, thence to Shrewsbury, in order to countenance the levies which his friends were making in those parts. At Wellington, a day's march from Shrewsbury, he made a rendezvous of all his forces, and caused his military orders to be read at the head of every regiment. That he might bind himself by reciprocal ties, he solemnly made the following declaration before his whole army. I do promise in the presence of Almighty God, and as I hope for his blessing and protection, that I will, to the utmost of my power, defend and maintain the true reformed Protestant religion established in the Church of England, and, by the grace of God, in the same will live and die. I desire that the laws may ever be the measure of my government, and that the liberty and property of the subject may be preserved by them with the same care as my own just rights. And if it please God, by his blessing on this army raised for my necessary defence, to preserve me from the present rebellion, I do solemnly and faithfully promise, in the sight of God, to maintain the just privileges and freedom of Parliament, and to govern, to the utmost of my power, by the known statutes and customs of the kingdom, and particularly to observe inviolably the laws to which I have given my consent this Parliament. Meanwhile, if this emergence, and the great necessity to which I am driven, beget any violation of law, I hope it shall be imputed by God and man to the authors of this war; not to me, who have so earnestly labored to preserve the peace of the kingdom. When I willingly fail in these particulars, I shall expect no aid or relief from man, nor any protection from above; but in this resolution I hope for the cheerful assistance of all good men, and am confident of the blessing of Heaven. Though the concurrence of the Church undoubtedly increased the king's adherents, it may safely be affirmed, that the high monarchical doctrines, so much inculcated by the clergy, had never done him any real service. The bulk of that generous train of nobility and gentry who now attended the king in his distresses, breathed the spirit of liberty as well as of loyalty; and in the hopes alone of his submitting to a legal and limited government, they were willing in his defence to sacrifice their lives and fortunes. Section 28, Chapter 56, Part 1. Section 29 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 29, Chapter 56, Part 2. While the king's army lay at Shrewsbury, and he was employing himself in collecting money, which he received, though in no great quantities, by voluntary contributions, and by the plate of the universities, which was sent him, the news arrived of an action, the first which had happened in these wars, and where he was successful. On the appearance of commotions in England, the princes Rupert and Maurice, sons of the unfortunate Palatine, had offered their service to the king; and the former at that time commanded a body of horse, which had been sent to Worcester in order to watch the motions of Essex, who was marching towards that city. No sooner had the prince arrived, than he saw some cavalry of the enemy approaching the gates. Without delay, he briskly attacked them, as they were defiling from a lane, and forming themselves. Colonel Sandys, who led them, and who fought with valor, being mortally wounded, fell from his horse. The whole party was routed, and was pursued above a mile. The prince, hearing of Essex's approach, retired to the main body. This rencounter, though in itself of small importance, mightily raised the reputation of the royalists, and acquired to Prince Rupert the character of promptitude and courage, qualities which he eminently displayed during the whole course of the war. The king, on mustering his army, found it amount to 10,000 men. The Earl of Lindesey, who in his youth had sought experience of military service in the Low Countries, was general. Prince Rupert commanded the horse; Sir Jacob Astley, the foot; Sir Arthur Aston, the dragoons; Sir John Haydon, the artillery. Lord Bernard Stewart was at the head of a troop of guards. The estates and revenue of this single troop, according to Lord Clarendon's computation, were at least equal to those of all the members who at the commencement of the war voted in both houses. Their servants, under the command of Sir William Killigrew, made another troop, and always marched with their masters. With this army the king left Shrewsbury, resolving to give battle as soon as possible to the army of the parliament, which he heard was continually augmenting by supplies from London. In order to bring on an action, he directed his march towards the capital, which he knew the enemy would not abandon to him. Essex had now received his instructions. The import of them was, to present a most humble petition to the king, and to rescue him and the royal family from those desperate malignants who had seized their persons. 2 days after the departure of the royalists from Shrewsbury, he left Worcester. Though it be commonly easy in civil wars to get intelligence, the armies were within 6 miles of each other ere either of the generals was acquainted with the approach of his enemy. Shrewsbury and Worcester, the places from which they set out, are not above 20 miles distant; yet had the two armies marched 10 days in this mutual ignorance. So much had military skill, during a long peace, decayed in England. The royal army lay near Banbury; that of the parliament, at Kinton, in the county of Warwick. Prince Rupert sent intelligence of the enemy's approach. Though the day was far advanced, the king resolved upon the attack. Essex drew up his men to receive him. Sir Faithful Fortescue, who had levied a troop for the Irish wars, had been obliged to serve in the parliamentary army, and was now posted on the left wing, commanded by Ramsay, a Scotchman. No sooner did the king's army approach, than Fortescue, ordering his troops to discharge their pistols in the ground, put himself under the command of Prince Rupert. Partly from this incident, partly from the furious shock made upon them by the prince, that whole wing of cavalry immediately fled, and were pursued for 2 miles. The right wing of the parliament's army had no better success. Chased from their ground by Wilmot and Sir Arthur Aston, they also took to flight. The king's body of reserve, commanded by Sir John Biron, judging, like raw soldiers, that all was over, and impatient to have some share in the action, heedlessly followed the chase which their left wing had precipitately led them. Sir William Balfour, who commanded Essex's reserve, perceived the advantage. He wheeled about upon the king's infantry, now quite unfurnished of horse, and he made great havoc among them. Lindesey, the general, was mortally wounded, and taken prisoner. His son, endeavoring his rescue, fell likewise into the enemy's hands. Sir Edmund Verney, who carried the king's standard, was killed, and the standard taken; but it was afterwards recovered. In this situation, Prince Rupert, on his return, found affairs. Everything bore the appearance of a defeat, instead of a victory, with which he had hastily flattered himself. Some advised the king to leave the field; but that prince rejected such pusillanimous counsel. The two armies faced each other for some time, and neither of them retained courage sufficient for a new attack. All night they lay under arms; and the next morning found themselves in sight of each other. General, as well as soldier, on both sides, seemed averse to renew the battle. Essex first drew off, and retired to Warwick. The king returned to his former quarters. 5,000 men are said to have been found dead on the field of battle, and the loss of the two armies, as far as we can judge by the opposite accounts, was nearly equal. Such was the event of this first battle fought at Keinton, or Edge Hill. Some of Essex's horse, who had been driven off the field in the beginning of the action, flying to a great distance, carried news of a total defeat, and struck a mighty terror into the city and parliament. After a few days, a more just account arrived, and then the parliament pretended to a complete victory. The king also, on his part, was not wanting to display his advantages, though, except the taking of Banbury a few days after, he had few marks of victory to boast of. He continued his march, and took possession of Oxford, the only town in his dominions which was altogether at his devotion. After the royal army was recruited and refreshed, as the weather still continued favourable, it was again put in motion. A party of horse approached to Reading, of which Martin was appointed governor by the parliament. Both governor and garrison were seized with a panic, and fled with precipitation to London. The king, hoping that everything would yield before him, advanced with his whole army to Reading. The parliament, who, instead of their fond expectations that Charles would never be able to collect an army, had now the prospect of a civil war, bloody, and of uncertain event, were further alarmed at the near approach of the royal army, while their own forces lay at a distance. They voted an address for a treaty. The king's nearer approach to Colebrook quickened their advances for peace. Northumberland and Pembroke, with 3 commoners, presented the address of both houses, in which they besought his majesty to appoint some convenient place where he might reside, till committees could attend him with proposals. The king named Windsor, and desired that their garrison might be removed, and his own troops admitted into that castle. Meanwhile Essex, advancing by hasty marches, had arrived at London. But neither the presence of his army, nor the precarious hopes of a treaty, retarded the king's approaches. Charles attacked at Brentford 2 regiments quartered there, and after a sharp action beat them from that village, and took about 500 prisoners. The parliament had sent orders to forbear all hostilities, and had expected the same from the king, though no stipulations to that purpose had been mentioned by their commissioners. Loud complaints were raised against this attack, as if it had been the most apparent perfidy and breach of treaty. Inflamed with resentment, as well as anxious for its own safety, the city marched its trained bands in excellent order, and joined the army under Essex. The parliamentary army now amounted to above 24,000 men, and was much superior to that of the king. After both armies had faced each other for some time, Charles drew off and retired to Reading, thence to Oxford. While the principal armies on both sides were kept in inaction by the winter season, the king and parliament were employed in real preparations for war, and in seeming advances towards peace. By means of contributions or assessments levied by the horse, Charles maintained his cavalry. By loans and voluntary presents sent him from all parts of the kingdom, he supported his infantry; but the supplies were still very unequal to the necessities under which he labored. The parliament had much greater resources for money, and had by consequence every military preparation in much greater order and abundance. Besides an imposition levied in London, amounting to the 25th part of every one's substance, they established on that city a weekly assessment of £10,000, and another of 23,518 on the rest of the kingdom. And as their authority was at present established in most counties, they levied these taxes with regularity, though they amounted to sums much greater than the nation had formerly paid to the public. The king and parliament sent reciprocally their demands, and a treaty commenced, but without any cessation of hostilities, as had at first been proposed. The Earl of Northumberland and 4 members of the lower house came to Oxford, as commissioners. In this treaty, the king perpetually insisted on the re-establishment of the crown in its legal powers, and on the restoration of his constitutional prerogative. The parliament still required new concessions, and a further abridgment of regal authority, as a more effectual remedy to their fears and jealousies. Finding the king supported by more forces and a greater party than they had ever looked for, they seemingly abated somewhat of those extravagant conditions which they had formerly claimed. But their demands were still too high for an equal treaty. Besides other articles, to which a complete victory alone would entitle them, they required the king, in express terms, utterly to abolish episcopacy, a demand which before they had only insinuated; and they required, that all other ecclesiastical controversies should be determined by their assembly of divines; that is, in the manner the most repugnant to the inclinations of the king and all his partisans. They insisted, that he should submit to the punishment of his most faithful adherents. And they desired him to acquiesce in their settlement of the militia, and to confer on their adherents the entire power of the sword. In answer to the king's proposal, that his magazines, towns, forts, and ships should be restored to him, the parliament required that they should be put into such hands as they could confide in. The 19 propositions which they had formerly sent to the king, showed their inclination to abolish monarchy; they only asked at present the power of doing it. And having now in the eye of the law been guilty of treason, by levying war against their sovereign, it is evident that their fears and jealousies must on that account have multiplied extremely, and have rendered their personal safety, which they interwove with the safety of the nation, still more incompatible with the authority of the monarch. Though the gentleness and lenity of the king's temper might have insured them against schemes of future vengeance, they preferred, as is no doubt natural, an independent security, accompanied too with sovereign power, to the station of subjects, and that not entirely guarded from all apprehensions of danger. The conferences went no further than the first demand on each side. The parliament, finding that there was no likelihood of coming to any agreement, suddenly recalled their commissioners. A military enterprise, which they had concerted early in the spring, was immediately undertaken. Reading, the garrison of the king's which lay nearest to London, was esteemed a place of considerable strength in that age, when the art of attacking towns was not well understood in Europe, and was totally unknown in England. The Earl of Essex sat down before this place with an army of 18,000 men, and carried on the siege by regular approaches. Sir Arthur Aston, the governor, being wounded, Colonel Fielding succeeded to the command. In a little time, the town was found to be no longer in a condition of defence; and though the king approached with an intention of obliging Essex to raise the siege, the disposition of the parliamentary army was so strong as rendered the design impracticable. Fielding, therefore, was contented to yield the town, on the condition that he should bring off all the garrison with the honors of war, and deliver up deserters. This last article was thought so ignominious and so prejudicial to the king's interests, that the governor was tried by a council of war, and condemned to lose his life for consenting to it. His sentence was afterwards remitted by the king. Essex's army had been fully supplied with all necessaries from London; even many superfluities and luxuries were sent them by the care of the zealous citizens; yet the hardships which they suffered from the siege during so early a season had weakened them to such a degree, that they were no longer fit for any new enterprise. And the two armies for some time encamped in the neighborhood of each other, without attempting on either side any action of moment. Besides the military operations between the principal armies which lay in the centre of England, each county, each town, each family almost, was divided within itself, and the most violent convulsions shook the whole kingdom. Throughout the winter, continual efforts had everywhere been made by each party to surmount its antagonist; and the English, roused from the lethargy of peace, with eager though unskilful hands employed against their fellow citizens their long neglected weapons. The furious zeal for liberty and Presbyterian discipline, which had hitherto run uncontrolled throughout the nation, now at last excited an equal ardor from monarchy and episcopacy, when the intention of abolishing these ancient modes of government was openly avowed by the parliament. Conventions for neutrality, though in several counties they had been entered into and confirmed by the most solemn oaths, yet being voted illegal by the two houses, were immediately broken; and the fire of discord was spread into every quarter. The altercation of discourse, the controversies of the pen, but above all the declamations of the pulpit, indisposed the minds of men towards each other, and propagated the blind rage of party. Fierce, however, and inflamed as were the dispositions of the English, by a war both civil and religious, that great destroyer of humanity, all the events of this period are less distinguished by atrocious deeds either of treachery or cruelty, than were ever any intestine discords which had so long a continuance; a circumstance which will be found to reflect great praise on the national character of that people now so unhappily roused to arms. In the north, Lord Fairfax commanded for the parliament, the Earl of Newcastle for the king. The latter nobleman began those associations which were afterwards so much practised in other parts of the kingdom. He united in a league for the king the counties of Northumberland, Cumberland, Westmoreland, and the bishopric, and engaged some time after other counties in the same association. Finding that Fairfax, assisted by Hotham and the garrison of Hull, was making progress in the southern parts of Yorkshire, he advanced with a body of 4,000 men, and took possession of York. At Tadcaster, he attacked the forces of the parliament, and dislodged them; but his victory was not decisive. In other rencounters, he obtained some inconsiderable advantages. But the chief benefit which resulted from his enterprises was, the establishing of the king's authority in all the northern provinces. In another part of the kingdom, Lord Broke was killed by a shot while he was taking possession of Lichfield for the parliament. After a sharp combat near Stafford, the Earl of Northampton and Sir John Gell, the former, who commanded the king's forces, was killed while he fought with great valor; and his forces, discouraged by his death, though they had obtained the advantage in the action, retreated into the town of Stafford. Sir William Waller began to distinguish himself among the generals of the parliament. Active and indefatigable in his operations, rapid and enterprising, he was fitted by his genius to the nature of the war, which, being managed by raw troops, conducted by unexperienced commanders, afforded success to every bold and sudden undertaking. After taking Winchester and Chichester, he advanced towards Gloucester, which was in a manner blockaded by Lord Herbert, who had levied considerable forces in Wales for the royal party. While he attacked the Welsh on one side, a sally from Gloucester made impression on the other. Herbert was defeated; 500 of his men killed on the spot; 1,000 taken prisoners; and he himself escaped with some difficulty to Oxford. Hereford, esteemed a strong town, defended by a considerable garrison, was surrendered to Waller, from the cowardice of Colonel Price, the governor. Tewkesbury underwent the same fate. Worcester refused him admittance; and Waller, without placing any garrisons in his new conquests, retired to Gloucester, and he thence joined the army under the Earl of Essex. But the most memorable actions of valor during this winter season were performed in the west. When Sir Ralph Hopton with his small troop, retired into Cornwall before the Earl of Bedford, that nobleman, despising so inconsiderable a force, abandoned the pursuit, and committed the care of suppressing the royal party to the sheriffs of the county. But the affections of Cornwall were much inclined to the king's service. While Sir Richard Duller and Sir Alexander Carew lay at Launceston, and employed themselves in executing the Parliament's ordinance for the militia, a meeting of the county was assembled at Truro; and after Hopton produced his commission from the Earl of Hereford, the king's general, it was agreed to execute the laws, and to expel these invaders of the county. The train bands were accordingly levied, Launceston taken, and all Cornwall reduced to peace and to obedience under the king. Section 29, Chapter 56, Part 2.
Section 30 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Lusher. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1E, Section 30, Chapter 56, Part 3. It had been usual for the royal party, on the commencement of these disorders, to claim on all occasions the strict execution of the laws, which they knew were favorable to them; and the Parliament, rather than have recourse to the plea of necessity, and avow the transgression of any statute, had also been accustomed to warp the laws, and by forced constructions to interpret them in their own favor. But though the king was naturally the gainer by such a method of conducting war, and it was by favor of law that the train bands were raised in Cornwall, it appeared that those maxims were now prejudicial to the royal party. These troops could not legally, without their own consent, be carried out of the county, and consequently it was impossible to push into Devonshire the advantage which they had obtained. The Cornish royalists, therefore, bethought themselves of levying a force which might be more serviceable. Sir Bevil Granville, the most beloved man of that country, Sir Ralph Hopton, Sir Nicholas Slanning, Arundel, and Trevanion undertook as their own charges to raise an army for the king, and their great interest in Cornwall soon enabled them to effect their purpose. The Parliament, alarmed at this appearance of the royalists, gave a commission to Ruthven, a Scotchman, governor of Plymouth, to march with all the forces to Dorset, Somerset, and Devon, and make an entire conquest of Cornwall. The Earl of Stamford followed him at some distance with a considerable supply. Ruthven, having entered Cornwall by bridges thrown over the Tamar, hastened to an action, lest Stamwood should join him and obtain the honor of that victory which he looked for with assurance. The royalists, in like manner, were impatient to bring the affair to a decision before Ruthven's army should receive so considerable a reinforcement. The battle was fought on Bradock Down, and the king's forces, though inferior in number, gave a total defeat to their enemies. Ruthven, with a few broken troops, fled to Saltash, and when that town was taken, he escaped with some difficulty, and almost alone, into Plymouth. Stamford retired, and distributed his forces into Plymouth and Exeter. Notwithstanding these advantages, the extreme want both of money and ammunition under which the Cornish royalists labored obliged them to enter into a convention of neutrality with the parliamentary party in Devonshire, and this neutrality held all the winter season. In the spring it was broken by the authority of the two houses, but war recommenced with great appearance of disadvantage to the king's party. Stamford, having assembled a strong body of near 7,000 men, well supplied with money, provisions, and ammunition, advanced upon the royalists, who were not half his number, and were oppressed by every kind of necessity. Despair, joined to the natural gallantry of these troops, commanded by the prime gentry of the county, made them resolve by one vigorous effort to overcome all these disadvantages. Stamford being encamped on the top of a high hill near Stratham, They attacked him in 4 divisions at 5 in the morning, having lain all night under arms. One division was commanded by Lord Mohun and Sir Ralph Hopton, another by Sir Bevil Granville and Sir John Berkeley, a third by Slanning and Trevanion, a fourth by Basset and Godolphin. In this manner the action began, the king's forces pressing with vigor those 4 ways up the hill, and their enemies obstinately defending themselves. The fight continued with doubtful success, till word was brought to the chief officers of the Cornish that their ammunition was spent to less than 4 barrels of powder. This defect, which they concealed from the soldiers, they resolved to supply by their valor. They agreed to advance without firing till they should reach the top of the hill, and could be on equal ground with the enemy. The courage of the officers was so well seconded by the soldiers that the Royalists began on all sides to gain ground. Major General Chidley, who commanded the parliamentary army, for Stamford kept at a distance, failed not in his duty. And when he saw his men recoil, he himself advanced with a good stand of pikes, and by piercing into the thickest of the enemy, was at last overpowered by numbers and taken prisoner. His army, upon this disaster, gave ground apace, insomuch that the 4 parties of the Royalists, growing nearer and nearer as they ascended, at length met together upon the plain at the top, where they embraced with great joy, and signalized their victory with loud shouts and mutual congratulations. After this success, the attention both of king and parliament was turned toward the west, as to a very important scene of action. The king sent thither the Marquis of Hertford and Prince Maurice, with a reinforcement of cavalry, who, having joined the Cornish army, soon overran the county of Devon, and advancing into that of Somerset, began to reduce it to obedience. On the other hand, the Parliament, having supplied Sir William Waller, in whom they much trusted, with a complete army, dispatched him westwards, in order to check the progress of the Royalists. After some skirmishes, the 2 armies met at Lansdowne near Bath, and fought a pitched battle, with great loss on both sides, but without any decisive event. The gallant Granville was there killed, and Hopton, by the blowing up of some powder, was dangerously hurt. The Royalists next attempted to march eastwards, and to join their forces to the king's at Oxford, but Waller hung on their rear, and infested their march till they reached the Devizes. Reinforced by additional troops, which flocked to him from all quarters, he so much surpassed the Royalists in number that they durst no longer continue their march, or expose themselves to the hazard of an action. It was resolved that Hertford and Prince Maurice should proceed with the cavalry, and having procured a reinforcement from the king, should hasten back to the relief of their friends. Waller was so confident of taking this body of infantry, now abandoned by the horse, that he wrote to the Parliament that their work was done, and that by the next post he would inform them of the number and quality of the prisoners. But the king, even before Hertford's arrival, hearing of the great difficulties to which his western army was reduced, had prepared a considerable body of cavalry, which he immediately dispatched to their succour under the command of Lord Wilmot. Waller drew up on Roundway Down, about 2 miles from the Devizes, and advancing with his cavalry to fight Wilmot, and to prevent his conjunction with the Cornish infantry, was received with equal valor by the Royalists. After a sharp action, he was totally routed, and flying with a few horse, escaped to Bristol. Wilmot, seizing the enemy's cannon, and having joined his friends whom he came to relieve, attacked Waller's infantry with redoubled courage, drove them off the field, and routed and dispersed the whole army. This important victory, following so quick after many other successes, struck great dismay into the Parliament, and gave an alarm to their principal army, commanded by Essex. Waller exclaimed loudly against that general for allowing Wilmot to pass him and proceed without any interruption to the succour of the distressed infantry at the Devizes. But Essex, finding that his army fell continually to decay after the siege of Reading, was resolved to remain upon the defensive, and the weakness of the king and his want of all military stores had also restrained the activity of the royal army. No action had happened in that part of England, except one skirmish, which of itself was of no great importance, and was rendered memorable by the death alone of the famous Hampden. Colonel Urry, a Scotchman, who served in the parliamentary army, having received some disgust, came to Oxford and offered his services to the king, in order to prove the sincerity of his conversion, he informed Prince Rupert of the loose disposition of the enemy's quarters, and exhorted him to form some attempt upon them. The prince, who was entirely fitted for that kind of service, falling suddenly upon the dispersed bodies of Essex's army, routed 2 regiments of cavalry and 1 of infantry, and carried his ravages within 2 miles of the general's quarters. The alarm being given, every one mounted on horseback in order to pursue the prince, to recover the prisoners, and to repair the disgrace which the army had sustained. Among the rest, Hampden, who had a regiment of infantry that lay at a distance, joined the horse as a volunteer, and overtaking the royalists on Chalgrave Field, entered into the thickest of the battle. By the bravery and activity of Rupert, the king's troops were brought off, and a great booty, together with 200 prisoners, was conveyed to Oxford. But what most pleased the royalists was the expectation that some disaster had happened to Hampden, their capital and much dreaded enemy. One of the prisoners taken in action said that he was confident Mr. Hampden was hurt, for he saw him, contrary to his usual custom, ride off the field before the action was finished, his head hanging down and his hands leaning upon his horse's necks. Next day the news arrived that he was shot in the shoulder with a brace of bullets, and the bone broken. Some days after he died in exquisite pain of his wound. Nor could his whole party, had their army met with a total overthrow, had been thrown into greater consternation. The king himself so highly valued him, that either from generosity or policy he intended to have sent him his own surgeon to assist at his cure. Many were the virtues and talents of this eminent personage, and his valor during the war had shone out with a luster equal to that of the other accomplishments by which he had ever been distinguished. Affability in conversation, temper, art, and eloquence in debate, penetration and discernment in counsel, industry, vigilance, and enterprise in action. All these praises are unanimously ascribed to him by historians of the most opposite parties. His virtue, too, and integrity in all the duties of private life are allowed to have been beyond exception. We must only be cautious, notwithstanding his generous zeal for liberty, not hastily to ascribe to him the praises of a good citizen. Through all the horrors of civil war, he sought the abolition of monarchy and subversion of the Constitution, an end which, had it been attainable by peaceful measures, ought carefully to have been avoided by every lover of his country. But whether in the pursuit of this violent enterprise he was actuated by private ambition or by honest prejudices derived from the former exorbitant powers of royalty, it belongs not to an historian of this age, scarcely even to an intimate friend, positively to determine. Essex, discouraged by this event, dismayed by the total rout of Waller, was further informed that the Queen, who landed at Burlington Bay, had arrived at Oxford, and had brought from the north a reinforcement of 3,000 foot and 1,500 horse. Dislodging from Thame and Aylesbury, where he had hitherto lain, he thought proper to retreat nearer to London, and he showed to his friends his broken and disheartened forces, which a few months before he had led into the field in so flourishing a condition. The king, freed from this enemy, sent his army westward under Prince Rupert, and by their conjunction with the Cornish troops, a formidable force, for numbers as well as reputation and valor, was composed. That an enterprise correspondent to men's expectations might be undertaken, the prince resolved to lay siege to Bristol, the second town for riches and greatness in the kingdom. Nathaniel Fiennes, son of Lord Say, he himself, as well as his father, a great parliamentary leader, was governor, and commanded a garrison of 2,500 foot, and 2 regiments, one of horse, another of dragoons. The fortifications not being complete or regular, it was resolved by Prince Rupert to storm the city, and next morning, with little other provision suitable to such a work besides the courage of the troops, the assault began. The Cornish, in 3 divisions, attacked the west side, with a resolution which nothing could control. But though the middle division had already mounted the wall, so great was the disadvantage of the ground, and so brave the defence of the garrison, that in the end the assailants were repulsed with considerable loss of both officers and soldiers. On the prince's side, the assault was conducted with equal courage, and almost with equal loss, but with better success. One party, led by Lord Grandison, was indeed beaten off, and the commander himself mortally wounded. Another, conducted by Colonel Bellasis, met with a like fate, but Washington, with a less party, finding a place in the curtain weaker than the rest, broke in, and quickly made room for the horse to follow. By this irruption, however, nothing but the suburbs was yet gained. The entrance into the town was still more difficult, and by the loss already sustained, as well as by the prospect of further danger, every one was extremely discouraged, when, to the great joy of the army, the city beat a parley. The garrison was allowed to march out with their arms and baggage, leaving their cannon, ammunition, and colors. For this instance of cowardice, Fiennes was afterward tried by a court-martial and condemned to lose his head, but the sentence was remitted by the general. Great complaints were made of violences exercised upon the garrison, contrary to the capitulation. An apology was made by the royalists, as if these were a retaliation for some violences committed on their friends at the surrender of Reading, and under pretense of like retaliations, but really from the extreme animosity of the parties, were such irregularities continued during the whole course of the war. The loss sustained by the royalists in the assault of Bristol was considerable. 500 excellent soldiers perished. Among those of condition were Grandison, Slanning, Trevanion, and Moyle. Bellasis, Ashley, and Sir John Owen were wounded. Yet was the success upon the whole so considerable as mightily raised the courage of the one party and depressed that of the other. The king, to show that he was not intoxicated with good fortune, nor aspired to a total victory over the Parliament, published a manifesto, in which he renewed the protestation formerly taken with great solemnity at the head of his army, and expressed his firm intention of making peace upon the re-establishment of the Constitution. Having joined the camp at Bristol, and sent Prince Maurice with a detachment into Devonshire, he deliberated how to employ the remaining forces in an enterprise of moment. Some proposed, and seemingly with reason, to march directly to London, where everything was in confusion, where the army of the Parliament was baffled, weakened, and dismayed, and where it was hoped, either by an insurrection of the citizens, by victory, or by treaty, a speedy end might be put to the civil disorders. But this undertaking, by reason of the great number and force of the London militia, was thought by many to be attended with considerable difficulties. Gloucester, lying within 20 miles, presented an easier, yet a very important conquest. It was the only remaining garrison possessed by the Parliament in those parts. Could that city be reduced, the king held the whole course of the Severn under his command. The rich and malcontent counties of the west, having lost all protection from their friends, might be forced to pay high contributions as an atonement for their disaffection. An open communication could be preserved between Wales and these new conquests, and half the kingdom being entirely freed from the enemy, and thus united in one firm body, might be employed in re-establishing the king's authority throughout the remainder. These were the reasons for embracing that resolution, fatal as it was ever esteemed to the royal party. The governor of Gloucester was one Massey, a soldier of fortune, who, before he engaged with the Parliament, had offered his service to the king, and as he was free from the fumes of enthusiasm, by which most of the officers on that side were intoxicated, he would lend an ear, it was presumed, to proposals for accommodation. But Massey was resolute to preserve an entire fidelity to his masters, and though no enthusiast himself, he well knew how to employ to advantage that enthusiastic spirit so prevalent in his city and garrison. The summons to surrender allowed 2 hours for an answer, but before that time expired, there appeared before the king 2 citizens, with lean, pale, sharp, and dismal visages, faces so strange and uncouth, according to Clarendon, figures so inhabited and accoutred, as at once moved the most severe countenance to mirth, and the most cheerful heart to sadness. It seemed impossible that such messengers could bring less than a defiance. The men, without any circumstance of duty or good manners, in a pert, shrill, undismayed accent, said that they brought an answer from the godly city of Gloucester, and extremely ready were they, according to the historian, to give insolent and seditious replies to any question, as if their business were chiefly, by provoking the king, to make him violate his own safe conduct. The answer from the city was in these words: "We, the inhabitants, magistrates, officers, and soldiers within the garrison of Gloucester, unto his Majesty's gracious message, return this humble answer, that we do keep this city, according to our oaths and allegiance, to and for the use of his Majesty and his royal posterity, and do accordingly conceive ourselves wholly bound to obey the commands of his Majesty, signified by both Houses of Parliament, and are resolved, by God's help, to keep this city accordingly. After these preliminaries, the siege was resolutely undertaken by the army, and as resolutely sustained by the citizens and garrison. End of Section 30, Chapter 56, Part 3. Recording by Matt Lusher, San Francisco. Section 31 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Lusher. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1E, Section 31, Chapter 56, Part 4. When intelligence of the siege of Gloucester arrived in London, the consternation among the inhabitants was as great as if the enemy were already at their gates. The rapid progress of the Royalists threatened the Parliament with immediate subjection. The factions and discontents among themselves in the city, and throughout the neighboring counties, prognosticated some dangerous division or insurrection. Those parliamentary leaders, it must be owned, who had introduced such mighty innovations into the English Constitution, and who had projected so much greater, had not engaged in an enterprise which exceeded their courage and capacity. Great vigor from the beginning, as well as wisdom, they had displayed in all their councils, and a furious, headstrong body, broken loose from the restraint of law, had hitherto been retained in subjection under their authority, and firmly united by zeal and passion, as by the most legal and established government. A small committee, on whom the two houses devolved their power, had directed all their military operations, and had preserved a secrecy in deliberation, and a promptitude in execution, beyond what the king, notwithstanding the advantages possessed by a single leader, had ever been able to attain. Sensible that no jealousy was by their partisans entertained against them, they had on all occasions exerted an authority much more despotic than the Royalists, even during the pressing exigencies of war, could with patience endure in their sovereign. Whoever incurred their displeasure, or was exposed to their suspicions, was committed to prison, and prosecuted under the notion of delinquency. After all the old jails were full, many new ones were erected, and even the ships were crowded with the Royalists, both gentry and clergy, who anguished below decks, and perished in those unhealthy confinements. They imposed taxes, the heaviest and of the most unusual nature, by an ordinance of the two houses. They voted a commission for sequestrations, and they seized, wherever they had power, the revenues of all the king's party. And knowing that themselves and all their adherents were, by resisting the prince, exposed to the penalties of law, they resolved, by a severe administration, to overcome those terrors, and to retain the people in obedience by penalties of a more immediate execution. In the beginning of this summer, a combination, formed against them in London, had obliged them to exert the plenitude of their authority. Edward Waller, the first refiner of English versification, was a member of the lower house, a man of considerable fortune, and not more distinguished by his poetical genius than by his parliamentary talents, and by the politeness and elegance of his manners. As full of keen satire and invective in his eloquence as of tenderness and panegyric in his poetry, he caught the attention of his hearers, and exerted the utmost boldness in blaming those violent counsels by which the Commons were governed. Finding all opposition within doors to be fruitless, he endeavoured to form a party without, which might oblige the Parliament to accept of reasonable conditions, and restore peace to the nation. The charms of his conversation, joined to his character of courage and integrity, had procured him the entire confidence of Northumberland, Conway, and every eminent person of either sex who resided in London. They opened their breasts to him without reserve, and expressed their disapprobation of the furious measures pursued by the Commons, and their wishes that some expedient could be found for stopping so impetuous a career. Tomkins, Walter's brother-in-law, and Challoner, the intimate friend of Tomkins, had entertained like sentiments, and as the connections of these two gentlemen lay chiefly in the city, they informed Waller that the same abhorrence of war prevailed there among all men of reason and moderation. Upon reflection, it seemed not impracticable that a combination might be formed between the lords and citizens, and by mutual consent the illegal taxes be refused, which the Parliament, without the royal assent, imposed on the people. While this affair was in agitation, and lists were making of such as they conceived to be well affected to their design, a servant of Tomkins, who had overheard their discourse, immediately carried intelligence to Pym. Waller, Tomkins, and Challoner were seized and tried by a court-martial. They were all three condemned, and the two latter executed on gibbets erected before their own doors. A covenant, as a test, was taken by the lords and commons, and imposed on their army, and on all who lived within their quarters. Besides resolving to amend and reform their lives, the Covenanters there vow that they will never lay down their arms so long as the Papists, now in open war against the Parliament, shall by force of arms be protected from justice. They express their abhorrence of the late conspiracy, and they promise to assist to the utmost the forces raised by both houses against the forces levied by the king. Waller, as soon as imprisoned, sensible of the great danger into which he had fallen, was so seized with the dread of death that all his former spirit deserted him, and he confessed whatever he knew, without sparing his most intimate friends, without regard to the confidence reposed in him, without distinguishing between the negligence of familiar conversation and the schemes of a regular conspiracy. With the most profound dissimulation, he counterfeited such remorse of conscience that his execution was put off, out of mere Christian compassion, till he might recover the use of his understanding. He invited visits from the ruling clergy of all sects, and while he expressed his own penitence, he received their devout exhortations with humility and reverence, as conveying clearer conviction and information than in his life he had ever before attained. Presents, too, of which, as well as of flattery, these holy men were not insensible, were distributed among them, as a small retribution for their prayers and ghostly counsel. And by all these artifices, more than from any regard to the beauty of his genius, of which during that time of furious cant and faction small account would be made, he prevailed so far as to have his life spared, and a fine of 10,000 pounds accepted in lieu of it. The severity exercised against the conspiracy, or rather project of Waller, increased the authority of the Parliament, and seemed to ensure them against like attempts for the future. But by the progress of the king's arms, the defeat of Sir William Waller, the taking of Bristol, the siege of Gloucester, a cry for peace was renewed, and with more violence than ever. Crowds of women, with a petition for that purpose, flocked about the house, and were so clamorous and importunate that orders were given for dispersing them, and some of the females were killed in the fray. Bedford, Holland, and Conway had deserted the Parliament and had gone to Oxford. Clare and Lovelace had followed them. Northumberland had retired to his county seat. Essex himself showed extreme dissatisfaction, and exhorted the Parliament to make peace. The Upper House sent down terms of accommodation, more moderate than had hitherto been insisted on. It even passed by a majority among the Commons that these proposals should be transmitted to the king. The zealots took the alarm. A petition against peace was framed in the city, and presented by Pennington, the factious mayor. Multitudes attended him, and renewed all the former menaces against the moderate party. The pulpits thundered, and rumours were spread of 20,000 Irish who had landed, and were to cut the throat of every Protestant. The majority was again turned to the other side, and all thoughts of pacification being dropped, every preparation was made for resistance, and for the immediate relief of Gloucester, on which the Parliament was sensible all their hopes of success in the war did so much depend. Massey, resolute to make a vigorous defence, and having under his command a city and garrison ambitious of the crown of martyrdom, had hitherto maintained the siege with courage and abilities, and had much retarded the advances of the king's army. By continual sallies he infested them in their trenches, and gained sudden advantages over them. By disputing every inch of ground, he repressed the vigor and alacrity of their courage, elated by former successes. His garrison, however, was reduced to the last extremity, and he failed not from time to time to inform the Parliament that, unless speedily relieved, he should be necessitated, from the extreme want of provisions and ammunition, to open his gates to the enemy. The Parliament, in order to repair their broken condition, and put themselves in a posture of defence, now exerted to the utmost their power and authority. They voted that an army should be levied under Sir William Waller, whom, notwithstanding his misfortunes, they loaded with extraordinary caresses. Having associated in their cause the counties of Hertford, Essex, Cambridge, Norfolk, Suffolk, Lincoln, and Huntingdon, they gave the Earl of Manchester a commission to be general of the association, and appointed an army to be levied under his command. But above all, they were intent that Essex's army, on which their whole fortune depended, should be put in a condition of marching against the king. They excited afresh their preachers to furious declamations against the royal cause. They even employed the expedient of pressing, though abolished by a late law, for which they had strenuously contended. And they engaged the city to send 4 regiments of its militia to the relief of Gloucester. All shops, meanwhile, were ordered to be shut, and every man expected, with the utmost anxiety, the event of that important enterprise. Essex, carrying with him a well-appointed army of 14,000 men, took the road of Bedford and Leicester, and though inferior in cavalry, yet by the mere force of conduct and discipline he passed over those open champaign countries, and defended himself from the enemy's horse, who had advanced to meet him, and who infested him during his whole march. As he approached to Gloucester, the king was obliged to raise the siege, and open the way for Essex to enter that city. The necessities of the garrison were extreme. 1 barrel of powder was their whole stock of ammunition remaining, and their other provisions were in the same proportion. Essex had brought with him military stores, and the neighboring country abundantly supplied him with victuals of every kind. The inhabitants had carefully concealed all provisions from the king's army, and pretending to be quite exhausted, had reserved their stores for that cause which they so much favored. The chief difficulty still remained. Essex dreaded a battle with the king's army, on account of its great superiority in cavalry, and he resolved to return, if possible, without running that hazard. He lay 5 days at Tewkesbury, which was his first stage after leaving Gloucester, and he feigned by some preparations to point toward Worcester. By a forced march during the night, he reached Cirencester, and obtained the double advantage of passing unmolested in an open country, and of surprising a convoy of provisions which lay in that town. Without delay he proceeded towards London, but when he reached Newbury, he was surprised to find that the king, by hasty marches, had arrived before him, and was already possessed of the place. An action was now unavoidable, and Essex prepared for it with presence of mind, and not without military conduct. On both sides the battle was fought with desperate valor and a steady bravery. Essex's horse were several times broken by the king's, but his infantry maintained themselves in firm array, and besides giving a continued fire, they presented an invincible rampart of pikes against the furious shock of Prince Rupert, and those gallant troops of gentry of which the royal cavalry was chiefly composed. The militia of London especially, though utterly unacquainted with action, though drawn but a few days before from their ordinary occupations, yet having learned all military exercises, and being animated with unconquerable zeal for the cause in which they were engaged, equalled on this occasion what could be expected from the most veteran forces. While the armies were engaged with the utmost ardor, night put an end to the action and left the victory undecided. Next morning Essex proceeded on his march, and though his rear was once put in some disorder by an incursion of the king's horse, he reached London in safety, and received applause for his conduct and success in the whole enterprise. The king followed him on his march, and having taken possession of Reading after the earl left it, he there established a garrison, and straitened by that means London and the quarters of the enemy. In the battle of Newbury, on the part of the king, besides the Earls of Sunderland and Carnarvon, 2 noblemen of promising hopes, was unfortunately slain, to the regret of every lover of ingenuity and virtue throughout the kingdom, Lucius Gary, Viscount Falkland, Secretary of State. Before assembling the present Parliament, this man, devoted to the pursuits of learning and to the society of all the polite and elegant, had enjoyed himself in every pleasure which a fine genius, a generous disposition, and an opulent fortune could afford. Called into public life, he stood foremost in all attacks on the high prerogatives of the crown, and displayed that masculine eloquence and undaunted love of liberty, which, from his intimate acquaintance with the sublime spirits of antiquity, he had greedily imbibed. When civil convulsions proceeded to extremities, and it became requisite for him to choose his side, he tempered the ardor of his zeal, and embraced the defence of those limited powers which remained to monarchy, and which he deemed necessary for the support of the English Constitution. Still anxious, however, for his country, he seems to have dreaded the too prosperous success of his own party as much as of the enemy, and among his intimate friends often, after a deep silence and frequent sighs, he would with a sad accent reiterate the word peace. In excuse for the too free exposing of his person, which seemed unsuitable in a Secretary of State, he alleged that it became him to be more active than other men in all hazardous enterprises, lest his impatience for peace might bear the imputation of cowardice or pusillanimity. From the commencement of the war, his natural cheerfulness and vivacity became clouded, and even his usual attention to dress, required by his birth and station, gave way to a negligence which was easily observable. On the morning of the battle in which he fell, he had shown some care of adorning his person, and gave for a reason that the enemy should not find his body in any slovenly indecent situation. "I am weary," subjoined he, "of the times, and foresee much misery to my country, but believe that I shall be out of it ere night." This excellent person was but 34 years of age when a period was thus put to his life. The loss sustained on both sides in the battle of Newbury and the advanced season obliged the armies to retire into winter quarters. In the north, during this summer, the great interest and popularity of the Earl, now created Marquess of Newcastle, had raised a considerable force for the king, and great hopes of success were entertained from that quarter. There appeared, however, in opposition to him, two men on whom the event of the war finally depended, and who began about this time to be remarked for their valor and military conduct. These were Sir Thomas Fairfax, son of the lord of that name, and Oliver Cromwell. The former gained a considerable advantage at Wakefield over a detachment of royalists, and took General Goring prisoner. The latter obtained a victory at Gainsborough over a party commanded by the gallant Cavendish, who perished in the action. But both these defeats of the royalists were more than sufficiently compensated by the total rout of Lord Fairfax at Atherton Moor, and the dispersion of his army. After this victory, Newcastle, with an army of 15,000 men, sat down before Hull. Hotham was no longer governor of this place. That gentleman and his son, partly from a jealousy entertained of Lord Fairfax, partly repenting of their engagements against the king, had entered into a correspondence with Newcastle, and had expressed an intention of delivering Hull into his hands. But their conspiracy being detected, they were arrested and sent prisoners to London, where, without any regard to their former services, they fell, both of them, victims to the severity of the Parliament. Newcastle, having carried on the attack of Hull for some time, was beat off by a sally of the garrison, and suffered so much that he thought proper to raise the siege. About the same time, Manchester, who advanced from the eastern associated counties, having joined Cromwell and young Fairfax, obtained a considerable victory over the royalists at Horncastle, where the two officers last mentioned gained renown by their conduct and gallantry. And though fortune had thus balanced her favours, the king's party still remained much superior in those parts of England, and had it not been for the garrison of Hull, which kept Yorkshire in awe, a conjunction of the northern forces with the army in the south might have been made, and had probably enabled the king, instead of entering on the unfortunate, perhaps imprudent enterprise of Gloucester, to march directly to London, and put an end to the war. While the military enterprises were carried on with vigor in England, and the event became every day more doubtful, both parties cast their eye toward the neighboring kingdoms, and sought assistance for the finishing of that enterprise in which their own forces experienced such furious opposition. The Parliament had recourse to Scotland, the king to Ireland. End of section 31, chapter 56, part 4. Recording by Matt Lusher, San Francisco. Section 32 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Lusher. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 32, Chapter 56, Part 5. When the Scottish Covenanters obtained that end for which they so earnestly contended, the establishment of Presbyterian discipline in their own country, they were not satisfied, but indulged still in an ardent passion for propagating by all methods that mode of religion in the neighboring kingdoms. Having flattered themselves in the fervor of their zeal, that by supernatural assistances they should be enabled to carry their triumphant covenant to the gates of Rome itself, it behooved them first to render it prevalent in England, which already showed so great a disposition to receive it. Even in the articles of pacification, they expressed a desire of uniformity in worship with England, and the king, employing general expressions, had approved of this inclination as pious, and no sooner was there an appearance of a rupture than the English Parliament, in order to allure that nation into a close confederacy, openly declared their wishes of ecclesiastical reformation, and of imitating the example of their northern brethren. When war was actually commenced, the same artifices were used, and the Scots beheld, with the utmost impatience, a scene of action of which they could not deem themselves indifferent spectators. Should the king, they said, be able by force of arms to prevail over the Parliament of England, and re-establish his authority in that powerful kingdom, he will undoubtedly retract all those concessions which, with so many circumstances of violence and indignity, the Scots have extorted from him. Besides a sense of his own interest, and a regard to royal power, which has been entirely annihilated in this country, his very passion for prelacy and for religious ceremonies must lead him to invade a church which he has ever been taught to regard as anti-Christian and unlawful. Let us but consider who the persons are that compose the factions now so furiously engaged in arms. Does not the Parliament consist of those very men who have ever opposed all war with Scotland, who have punished the authors of our oppressions, who have obtained us the redress of every grievance, and who, with many honorable expressions, have conferred on us an ample reward for our brotherly assistance? And is not the court full of papists, prelates, malignants, all of them zealous enemies to our religious model, and resolute to sacrifice their lives for their idolatrous establishments? Not to mention our own necessary security, can we better express our gratitude to heaven for that pure light with which we are, above all nations, so eminently distinguished, than by conveying the same divine knowledge to our unhappy neighbours, who are wading through a sea of blood in order to attain it? These were in Scotland the topics of every conversation. With these doctrines the pulpits echoed, and the famous curse of Morose, that curse so solemnly denounced and reiterated against neutrality and moderation, resounded from all quarters. The Parliament of England had ever invited the Scots, from the commencement of the civil dissensions, to interpose their mediation, which they knew would be so little favourable to the king, and the king, for that very reason, had ever endeavoured, with the least offensive expressions, to decline it. Early this spring, the Earl of Loudon, the Chancellor, with other commissioners, and attended by Henderson, a popular and intriguing preacher, was sent to the king at Oxford, and renewed the offer of mediation, but with the same success as before. The commissioners were also empowered to press the king on the article of religion, and to recommend to him the Scottish model of ecclesiastic worship and discipline. This was touching Charles in a very tender point. His honour, his conscience, as well as his interest, he believed to be intimately concerned in supporting prelacy and the liturgy. He begged the commissioners, therefore, to remain satisfied with the concessions which he had made to Scotland, and having modelled their own church according to their own principles, to leave their neighbours in the like liberty, and not to intermeddle with affairs of which they could not be supposed competent judges. The divines of Oxford, secure, as they imagined, of a victory, by means of their authorities from church history, their quotations from the Fathers, and their spiritual arguments, desired a conference with Henderson, and undertook by dint of reasoning to convert that great apostle of the North. But Henderson, who had ever regarded as impious the least doubt with regard to his own principles, and who knew of a much better way to reduce opponents than by employing any theological topics, absolutely refused all disputation or controversy. The English divines went away full of admiration at the blind assurance and bigoted prejudices of the man. He, on his part, was moved with equal wonder at their obstinate attachment to such palpable errors and delusions. By the concessions which the king had granted to Scotland, it became necessary for him to summon a parliament once every 3 years, and in June of the subsequent year was fixed the period for the meeting of that assembly. Before that time passed, Charles flattered himself that he should be able, by some decisive advantage, to reduce the English Parliament to a reasonable submission, and might then expect with security the meeting of a Scottish Parliament. Though earnestly solicited by Loudon to summon presently that great council of the nation, he absolutely refused to give authority to men who had already excited such dangerous commotions, and who showed still the same disposition to resist and invade his authority. The commissioners, therefore, not being able to prevail in any of their demands, desired the king's passport for London, where they purposed to confer with the English Parliament, and being likewise denied this request, they returned with extreme dissatisfaction to Edinburgh. The office of conservators of the peace was newly erected in Scotland, in order to maintain the confederacy between the two kingdoms, and these, instigated by the clergy, were resolved, since they could not obtain the king's consent, to summon in his name, but by their own authority, a convention of states, and to bereave the sovereign of this article, the only one which remained under his prerogative. Under color of providing for national peace, endangered by the neighborhood of English armies, was a convention called, an assembly which, though it meets with less solemnity, has the same authority as a parliament in raising money and levying forces. Hamilton and his brother the Earl of Laneric, who had been sent into Scotland in order to oppose these measures, wanted either authority or sincerity, and passively yielded to the torrent. The General Assembly of the Church met at the same time with the Convention, and exercising an authority almost absolute over the whole civil power, made every political consideration yield to their theological zeal and prejudices. The English Parliament was at that time fallen into great distress by the progress of the royal arms, and they gladly sent to Edinburgh commissioners with ample powers to treat of a nearer union and confederacy with the Scottish nation. The persons employed were the Earl of Rutland, Sir William Armine, Sir Henry Vane the younger, Thomas Hatcher, and Henry Daly, attended by Marshall and Nye, two clergymen of signal authority. In this negotiation, the man chiefly trusted was Vane, who in eloquence, address, capacity, as well as in art and dissimulation, was not surpassed by any one even during that age, so famous for active talents. By his persuasion was framed at Edinburgh that solemn league and covenant, which effaced all former protestations and vows taken in both kingdoms, and long maintained its credit and authority. In this covenant, the subscribers, besides engaging mutually to defend each other against all opponents, bound themselves to endeavor, without respect of persons, the extirpation of popery and prelacy, superstition, heresy, schism, and profaneness, to maintain the rights and privileges of parliaments, together with the king's authority, and to discover and bring to justice all incendiaries and malignants. The subscribers of the covenant vowed also to preserve the reformed religion established in the Church of Scotland, but by the artifice of Vane, no declaration more explicit was made with regard to England and Ireland than that these kingdoms should be reformed according to the word of God and the example of the purest churches. The Scottish zealots, when prelacy was abjured, deemed this expression quite free from ambiguity, and regarded their own model as the only one which corresponded in any degree to such a description. But that able politician had other views, and while he employed his great talents in overreaching the Presbyterians, and secretly laughed at their simplicity, he had blindly devoted himself to the maintenance of systems still more absurd and more dangerous. In the English Parliament there remained some members who, though they had been induced, either by private ambition or by zeal for civil liberty, to concur with the majority, still retained an attachment to the hierarchy, and to the ancient modes of worship. But in the present danger which threatened their cause, all scruples were laid aside, and the covenant, by whose means alone they could expect to obtain so considerable a reinforcement as the accession of the Scottish nation, was received without opposition. The Parliament, therefore, having first subscribed it themselves, ordered it to be received by all who lived under their authority. Great were the rejoicings among the Scots, that they should be the happy instruments of extending their mode of religion, and dissipating that profound darkness in which the neighboring nations were involved. The General Assembly applauded this glorious imitation of the piety displayed by their ancestors, who, they said, in 3 different applications, during the reign of Elizabeth, had endeavored to engage the English, by persuasion, to lay aside the use of the surplice, tippet, and corner cap. The Convention, too, in the height of their zeal, ordered every one to swear to this covenant, under the penalty of confiscation, besides what further punishment it should please the ensuing Parliament to inflict upon the refusers, as enemies to God, to the king, and to the kingdom. And being determined that the sword should carry conviction to all refractory minds, they prepared themselves, with great vigilance and activity, for their military enterprises. By means of 100,000 pounds, which they received from England, by the hopes of good pay and warm quarters, not to mention men's favorable disposition towards the cause, they soon completed their levies, and having added to their other forces the troops which they had recalled from Ireland, they were ready, about the end of the year, to enter England under the command of their old general, the Earl of Leven, with an army of above 20,000 men. The king, foreseeing this tempest which was gathering upon him, endeavored to secure himself by every expedient, and he cast his eye towards Ireland, in the hopes that this kingdom, from which his cause had already received so much prejudice, might at length contribute somewhat towards his protection and security. After the commencement of the Irish insurrection, the English Parliament, though they undertook the suppression of it, had ever been too much engaged, either in military projects or expeditions at home, to take any effectual step towards finishing that enterprise. They had entered, indeed, into a contract with the Scots for sending over an army of 10,000 men into Ireland, and in order to engage that nation in this undertaking, besides giving a promise of pay, they agreed to put Carrickfergus into their hands, and to invest their general with an authority quite independent of the English government. These troops, so long as they were allowed to remain, were useful by diverting the force of the Irish rebels and protecting in the north the small remnants of the British planters. But except this contract with the Scottish nation, all the other measures of the Parliament either were hitherto absolutely insignificant, or tended rather to the prejudice of the Protestant cause in Ireland. By continuing their violent persecution, and still more violent menaces against priests and papists, they confirmed the Irish Catholics in their rebellion, and cut off all hopes of indulgence and toleration. By disposing beforehand of all the Irish forfeitures to subscribers or adventurers, they rendered all men of property desperate, and seemed to threaten a total extirpation of the natives. And while they thus infused zeal and animosity into the enemy, no measure was pursued which would tend to support or encourage the Protestants, now reduced to the last extremities. So great is the ascendant which, from a long course of successes, the English has acquired over the Irish nation, that though the latter, when they receive military discipline among foreigners, are not surpassed by any troops, they have never in their own country been able to make any vigorous effort for the defense or recovery of their liberties. In many rencounters, the English, under Lord Moore, Sir William St. Leger, Sir Frederick Hamilton, and others, had, though under great disadvantages of situation and numbers, put the Irish to rout, and returned in triumph to Dublin. The rebels raised the siege of Tredah after an obstinate defence made by the garrison. Ormond had obtained 2 complete victories at Kilrush and Ross, and had brought relief to all the forts which were besieged or blockaded in different parts of the kingdom. But notwithstanding these successes, even the most common necessaries of life were wanting to the victorious armies. The Irish, in their wild rage against the British planters, had laid waste the whole kingdom, and were themselves totally unfit, from their habitual sloth and ignorance, to raise any convenience of human life. During the course of 6 months, no supplies had come from England, except the 4th part of one small vessel's lading. Dublin, to save itself from starving, had been obliged to send the greater part of its inhabitants to England. The army had little ammunition, scarcely exceeding 40 barrels of gunpowder, not even shoes or clothes, and for want of food the soldiers had been obliged to eat their own horses. And though the distress of the Irish was not much inferior, besides that they were more hardened against such extremities, it was but a melancholy reflection that the 2 nations, while they continued their furious animosities, should make desolate that fertile island, which might serve to the subsistence and happiness of both. The justices and council of Ireland had been engaged, chiefly by the interest and authority of Ormond, to fall into an entire dependence on the king. Parsons, Temple, Loftus, and Meredith, who favoured the opposite party, had been removed, and Charles had supplied their place by others better affected to his service. A committee of the English House of Commons, which had been sent over to Ireland in order to conduct the affairs of that kingdom, had been excluded the council, in obedience to orders transmitted from the king, and these were reasons sufficient, besides the great difficulties under which they themselves labored, why the Parliament was unwilling to send supplies to an army which, though engaged in a cause much favored by them, was commanded by their declared enemies. They even intercepted some small succours sent thither by the king. The king, as he had neither money, arms, ammunition, nor provisions to spare from his own urgent wants, resolved to embrace an expedient which might at once relieve the necessities of the Irish Protestants and contribute to the advancement of his affairs in England. A truce with the rebels, he thought, would enable his subjects in Ireland to provide for their own support, and would procure him the assistance of the army against the English Parliament. But as a treaty with the people so odious for their barbarities, and still more for their religion, might be represented in invidious colours, and renew all those calumnies with which he had been loaded, it was necessary to proceed with great caution in conducting that measure. A remonstrance from the army was made to the Irish Council, representing their intolerable necessities, and craving permission to leave the kingdom. And if that were refused, we must have recourse, they said, to that first and primary law with which God has endowed all men. We mean the law of nature, which teaches every creature to preserve itself. Memorials both to the king and Parliament were transmitted by the justices and council, in which their wants and dangers are strongly set forth, and though the general expressions in these memorials might perhaps be suspected of exaggeration, yet from the particular facts mentioned, from the confession of the English Parliament itself, and from the very nature of things, it is apparent that the Irish Protestants were reduced to great extremities, and it became prudent in the king, if not absolutely necessary, to embrace some expedient which might secure them for a time from the ruin and misery with which they were threatened. Accordingly, the king gave orders to Ormond and the justices to conclude for a year a cessation of arms with the Council of Kilkenny, by whom the Irish were governed, and to leave both sides in possession of their present advantages. The Parliament, whose business it was to find fault with every measure adopted by the opposite party, and who would not lose so fair an opportunity of reproaching the king with his favour to the Irish Papists, exclaimed loudly against this cessation. Among other reasons, they insisted upon the divine vengeance, which England might justly dread for tolerating anti-Christian idolatry, on pretence of civil contracts and political agreements. Religion, though every day employed as the engine of their own ambitious purposes, was supposed too sacred to be yielded up to the temporal interests or safety of kingdoms. After the cessation, there was little necessity, as well as no means of subsisting the army in Ireland. The king ordered Ormond, who was entirely devoted to him, to send over considerable bodies of it to England. Most of them continued in his service, but a small part, having imbibed in Ireland a strong animosity against the Catholics, and hearing the king's party universally reproached with popery, soon after deserted to the Parliament. Some Irish Catholics came over with these troops, and joined the royal army, where they continued the same cruelties and disorders to which they had been accustomed. The Parliament voted that no quarter in any action should ever be given to them, but Prince Rupert, by making some reprisals, soon repressed this inhumanity. End of section 23, chapter 56, part 5. Recording by Matt Lusher, San Francisco.
Section 33 of Volume 1E of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 33, Chapter 57, Part 1. Chapter 57. Charles I. The king had hitherto, during the course of the war, obtained many advantages over the Parliament, and had raised himself from that low condition into which he had at first fallen, to be nearly upon an equal footing with his adversaries. Yorkshire, and all the northern counties, were reduced by the Marquess of Newcastle, and, excepting Hull, the Parliament was master of no garrison in these quarters. In the west, Plymouth alone, having been in vain besieged by Prince Maurice, resisted the king's authority, and had it not been for the disappointment in the enterprise of Gloucester, the royal garrisons had reached, without interruption, from one end of the kingdom to the other, and had occupied a greater extent of ground than those of the Parliament. Many of the royalists flattered themselves that the same vigorous spirit which had elevated them to the present height of power would still favour their progress, and obtain them a final victory over their enemies. But those who judged more soundly observed, that, besides the accession of the whole Scottish nation to the side of the Parliament, the very principle on which the royal successes had been founded was every day acquired more and more by the opposite party. The king's troops, full of gentry and nobility, had exerted a valour superior to their enemies, and had hitherto been successful in almost every rencounter. But in proportion as the whole nation became warlike by the continuance of civil discords, this advantage was more equally shared, and superior numbers, it was expected, must at length obtain the victory. The king's troops also, ill paid and destitute of every necessary, could not possibly be retained in equal discipline with the parliamentary forces, to whom all supplies were furnished from unexhausted stores and treasures. The severity of manners, so much affected by these zealous religionists, assisted their military institutions, and the rigid inflexibility of character by which the austere reformers of church and state were distinguished, enabled the parliamentary chiefs to restrain their soldiers within stricter rules and more exact order. And while the king's officers indulged themselves even in greater licenses than those to which during times of peace they had been accustomed, they were apt both to neglect their military duty and to set a pernicious example of disorder to the soldiers under their command. At the commencement of the Civil War, all Englishmen who served abroad were invited over and treated with extraordinary respect, and most of them, being descended of good families, and by reason of their absence unacquainted with the new principles which depressed the dignity of the crown, had enlisted under the royal standard. But it is observable, that though the military profession requires great genius and long experience in the principal commanders, all its subordinate duties may be discharged by ordinary talents and from superficial practice. Citizens and country gentlemen soon became excellent officers, and the generals of greatest fame and capacity happened, all of them, to spring up on the side of the Parliament. The courtiers and great nobility, in the other party, checked the growth of any extraordinary genius among the subordinate officers, and every man there, as in a regular established government, was confined to the station in which his birth had placed him. The king, that he might make preparations during winter for the ensuing campaign, summoned to Oxford all the members of either house who adhered to his interests, and endeavoured to avail himself of the name of Parliament, so passionately cherished by the English nation. The House of Peers was pretty full, and beside the nobility employed in different parts of the kingdom, it contained twice as many members as commonly voted at Westminster. The House of Commons consisted of about 140, which amounted not to above half of the other House of Commons. So extremely light had government hitherto lain upon the people, that the very name of excise was unknown to them, and among the other evils arising from these domestic wars was the introduction of that impost into England. The Parliament at Westminster having voted an excise on beer, wine, and other commodities, those at Oxford imitated the example, and conferred that revenue on the king. And in order to enable him the better to recruit his army, they granted him the sum of £100,000, to be levied by way of loan upon the subject. The king circulated privy seals, countersigned by the speakers of both houses, requiring the loan of particular sums from such persons as lived within his quarters. Neither party had as yet got above the pedantry of reproaching their antagonists with these illegal measures. The Westminster Parliament passed a whimsical ordinance, commanding all the inhabitants of London and the neighbourhood to retrench a meal a week, and to pay the value of it for the support of the public cause. It is easily imagined that, provided the money were paid, they troubled themselves but little about the execution of their ordinance. Such was the king's situation, that, in order to restore peace to the nation, he had no occasion to demand any other terms than the restoring of the laws and constitution, the replacing him in the same rights which had ever been enjoyed by his predecessors, and the re-establishing on its ancient basis the whole frame of government, civil as well as ecclesiastical. And that he might facilitate an end seemingly so desirable, he offered to employ means equally popular, a universal act of oblivion, and a toleration or indulgence to tender consciences. Nothing, therefore, could contribute more to his interest than every discourse of peace, and every discussion of the conditions upon which that blessing could be obtained. For this reason, he solicited a treaty on all occasions, and desired a conference and mutual examination of pretensions, even when he entertained no hopes that any conclusion could possibly result from it. For like reasons, the parliament prudently avoided, as much as possible, all advances towards negotiation, and were cautious not to expose too easily to censure those high terms which their apprehensions or their ambition made them previously demand of the king. Though their partisans were blinded with the thickest veil of religious prejudices, they dreaded to bring their pretensions to the test, or lay them open before the whole nation. In opposition to the sacred authority of the laws, to the venerable precedents of many ages, the popular leaders were ashamed to plead nothing but fears and jealousies, which were not avowed by the constitution, and for which neither the personal character of Charles, so full of virtue, nor his situation, so deprived of all independent authority, seemed to afford any reasonable foundation. Grievances which had been fully redressed, powers, either legal or illegal, which had been entirely renounced, it seemed unpopular and invidious and ungrateful any further to insist on. The king, that he might abate the universal veneration paid to the name of parliament, had issued a declaration, in which he set forth all the tumults by which he himself and his partisans in both houses had been driven from London, and he thence inferred that the assembly at Westminster was no longer a free parliament, and, till its liberty were restored, was entitled to no authority. As this declaration was an obstacle to all treaty, some contrivance seemed requisite in order to elude it. A letter was written in the foregoing spring to the Earl of Essex, and subscribed by the prince, the Duke of York, and 43 noblemen. They there exhort him to be an instrument of restoring peace, and to promote that happy end with those by whom he was employed. Essex, though much disgusted with the parliament, though apprehensive of the extremities to which they were driving, though desirous of any reasonable accommodation, yet was still more resolute to preserve an honorable fidelity to the trust reposed in him. He replied, that as the paper sent him neither contained any address to the two houses of parliament, nor any acknowledgment of their authority, he could not communicate it to them. Like proposals had been reiterated by the king during the ensuing campaign, and still met with a like answer from Essex. In order to make a new trial for a treaty, the king this spring sent another letter, directed to the Lords and Commons of Parliament assembled at Westminster. But as he also mentioned in the letter the Lords and Commons of Parliament assembled at Oxford, and declared that his scope and intention was to make provision that all the members of both houses might securely meet in a full and free assembly, the Parliament, perceiving the conclusion implied, refused all treaty upon such terms. And the king, who knew what small hopes there were of accommodation, would not abandon the pretensions which he had assumed, nor acknowledge the two houses more expressly for a free parliament. This winter the famous Pym died, a man as much hated by one party as respected by the other. At London he was considered as the victim to national liberty, who had abridged his life by incessant labours for the interests of his country. At Oxford he was believed to have been struck with an uncommon disease, and to have been consumed with vermin, as a mark of divine vengeance, for his multiplied crimes and treasons. He had been so little studious of improving his private fortune in those civil wars, of which he had been one principal author, that the parliament thought themselves obliged from gratitude to pay the debts which he had contracted. We now return to the military operations, which, during the winter, were carried on with vigor in several places, notwithstanding the severity of the season. The forces brought from Ireland were landed at Mostyn in North Wales, and being put under the command of Lord Byron, they besieged and took the castles of Hawarden, Beeston, Acton, and Dedington House. No place in Cheshire or the neighbourhood now adhered to the parliament, except Nantwich, and to this town Byron laid siege during the depth of winter. Sir Thomas Fairfax, alarmed at so considerable a progress of the royalists, assembled an army of 4,000 men in Yorkshire, and having joined Sir William Brereton, was approaching to the camp of the enemy. Byron and his soldiers, elated with successes obtained in Ireland, had entertained the most profound contempt for the parliamentary forces, a disposition which, if confined to the army, may be regarded as a good presage of victory; but if it extend to the general, is the most probable forerunner of a defeat. Fairfax suddenly attacked the camp of the royalists. The swelling of the river by a thaw divided one part of the army from the other. That part exposed to Fairfax, being beaten from their post, retired into the church of Acton, and were all taken prisoners. The other retreated with precipitation. And thus was dissipated or rendered useless that body of forces which had been drawn from Ireland, and the parliamentary party revived in those northwest counties of England. The invasion from Scotland was attended with consequences of much greater importance. The Scots, having summoned in vain the town of Newcastle, which was fortified by the vigilance of Sir Thomas Glenham, passed the Tyne and faced the Marquess of Newcastle, who lay at Durham with an army of 14,000 men. After some military operations, in which that nobleman reduced the enemy to difficulties for forage and provisions, he received intelligence of a great disaster which had befallen his forces in Yorkshire. Colonel Bellasis, whom he had left with a considerable body of forces, was totally routed at Selby by Sir Thomas Fairfax, who had returned from Cheshire with his victorious forces. Afraid of being enclosed between two armies, Newcastle retreated, and Leven having joined Lord Fairfax, they sat down before York, to which the army of the royalists had retired. But as the parliamentary and Scottish forces were not numerous enough to invest so large a town, divided by a river, they contented themselves with incommoding it by a loose blockade, and affairs remained for some time in suspense between these opposite armies. During this winter and spring, other parts of the kingdom had also been infested with war. Hopton, having assembled an army of 14,000 men, endeavoured to break into Sussex, Kent, and the Southern Association, which seemed well disposed to receive him. Waller fell upon him at Charrington and gave him a defeat of considerable importance. In another quarter, siege being laid to Newark by the parliamentary forces, Prince Rupert prepared himself for relieving a town of such consequence, which alone preserved the communication open between the king's southern and northern quarters. With a small force, but that animated by his active courage, he broke through the enemy, relieved the town, and totally dissipated that army of the parliament. But though fortune seemed to have divided her favours between the parties, the king found himself, in the main, a considerable loser by this winter campaign, and he prognosticated a still worse event from the ensuing summer. The preparations of the parliament were great, and much exceeded the slender resources of which he was possessed. In the Eastern Association they levied 14,000 men under the Earl of Manchester, seconded by Cromwell. An army of 10,000 men under Essex, another of nearly the same force under Waller, were assembled in the neighbourhood of London. The former was destined to oppose the king, the latter was appointed to march into the west, where Prince Maurice, with a small army which went continually to decay, was spending his time in vain before Lyme, an inconsiderable town upon the sea-coast. The utmost efforts of the king could not raise above 10,000 men at Oxford, and on their sword chiefly during the campaign were these to depend for subsistence. The queen, terrified with the dangers which every way environed her, and afraid of being enclosed in Oxford, in the middle of the kingdom, fled to Exeter, where she hoped to be delivered unmolested of the child with which she was now pregnant, and whence she had the means of an easy escape into France, if pressed by the forces of the enemy. She knew the implacable hatred which the parliament, on account of her religion and her credit with the king, had all along borne her. Last summer the Commons had sent up to the peers an impeachment of high treason against her, because in his utmost distresses she had assisted her husband with arms and ammunition which she had bought in Holland. And had she fallen into their hands, neither her sex, she knew, nor high station, could protect her against insult at least, if not danger, from those haughty republicans, who so little affected to conduct themselves by the maxims of gallantry and politeness. From the beginning of these dissensions, the parliament, it is remarkable, had in all things assumed an extreme ascendant over their sovereign, and had displayed a violence and arrogated an authority, which on his side would not have been compatible either with his temper or his situation. While he spoke perpetually of pardoning all rebels, they talked of nothing but the punishment of delinquents and malignants. While he offered a toleration and indulgence to tender consciences, they threatened the utter extirpation of prelacy. To his professions of lenity they opposed declarations of rigor, and the more the ancient tenor of the laws inculcated a respectful subordination to the crown, the more careful were they, by their lofty pretensions, to cover that defect under which they labored. Their great advantages in the north seemed to second their ambition, and finally to promise them success in their unwarrantable enterprises. Manchester, having taken Lincoln, had united his army to that of Leven and Fairfax, and York was now closely besieged by their combined forces. That town, though vigorously defended by Newcastle, was reduced to extremity, and the parliamentary generals, after enduring great losses and fatigues, flattered themselves that all their labors would at last be crowned by this important conquest. On a sudden, they were alarmed by the approach of Prince Rupert. This gallant commander, having vigorously exerted himself in Lancashire and Cheshire, had collected a considerable army, and joining Sir Charles Lucas, who commanded Newcastle's horse, hastened to the relief of York with an army of 20,000 men. The Scottish and parliamentary generals raised the siege, and drawing up on Marston Moor, purposed to give battle to the royalists. Prince Rupert approached the town by another quarter, and interposing the river Ouse between him and the enemy, safely joined his forces to those of Newcastle. The marquis endeavored to persuade him that, having so successfully effected his purpose, he ought to be content with the present advantages, and leave the enemy, now much diminished by their losses, and discouraged by their ill success, to dissolve by those mutual dissensions which had begun to take place among them. The prince, whose martial disposition was not sufficiently tempered with prudence, nor softened by complaisance, pretending positive orders from the king, without deigning to consult with Newcastle, whose merits and services deserved better treatment, immediately issued orders for battle, and led out the army to Marston Moor. This action was obstinately disputed between the most numerous armies that were engaged during the course of these wars, nor were the forces on each side much different in number. 50,000 British troops were led to mutual slaughter, and the victory seemed long undecided between them. Prince Rupert, who commanded the right wing of the royalists, was opposed to Cromwell, who conducted the choice troops of the parliament, inured to danger under that determined leader, animated by zeal, and confirmed by the most rigid discipline. End of section 33, chapter 57, part 1. Recording by Greg Golding, Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. Section 34 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 34, Chapter 57, Part 2. After a short combat, the cavalry of the royalists gave way, and such of the infantry as stood next them were likewise borne down and put to flight. Newcastle's regiment alone, resolute to conquer or to perish, obstinately kept their ground, and maintained by their dead bodies the same order in which they had at first been ranged. In the other wing, Sir Thomas Fairfax and Colonel Lambert, with some troops, broke through the royalists, and, transported by the ardour of pursuit, soon reached their victorious friends, engaged also in pursuit of the enemy. But after that tempest was past, Lucas, who commanded the royalists in this wing, restoring order to his broken forces, made a furious attack on the parliamentary cavalry, threw them into disorder, pushed them upon their own infantry, and put that whole wing to rout. When ready to seize on their carriages and baggage, he perceived Cromwell, who was now returned from pursuit of the other wing. Both sides were not a little surprised to find that they must again renew the combat for that victory, which each of them thought they had already obtained. The front of the battle was now exactly counterchanged, and each army occupied the ground which had been possessed by the enemy at the beginning of the day. This second battle was equally furious and desperate with the first, but after the utmost efforts of courage by both parties, victory wholly turned to the side of the Parliament. The prince's train of artillery was taken, and his whole army pushed off the field of battle. This event was in itself a mighty blow to the king, but proved more fatal in its consequences. The Marquis of Newcastle was entirely lost to the royal cause. That nobleman, the ornament of the court and of his order, had been engaged, contrary to the natural bent of his disposition, into these military operations merely by a high sense of honor and a personal regard to his master. The dangers of war were disregarded by his valor, but its fatigues were oppressive to his natural indolence. Munificent and generous in his expense, polite and elegant in his taste, courteous and humane in his behavior, he brought a great accession of friends and of credit to the party which he embraced. But amidst all of the hurry of action, his inclinations were secretly drawn to the soft arts of peace, in which he took delight, and the charms of poetry, music, and conversation often stole him from his rougher occupations. He chose Sir William Devenant, an ingenious poet, for his lieutenant general. The other persons in whom he placed confidence were more the instruments of his refined pleasures than qualified for the business which they undertook, and the severity and application requisite to the support of discipline were qualities in which he was entirely wanting. When Prince Rupert, contrary to his advice, resolved on this battle, and issued all orders without communicating his intentions to him, he took the field, but, he said, merely as a volunteer, and except by his personal courage, which shone out with lustre, he had no share in the action. Enraged to find that all his successful labors were rendered abortive by one act of fatal temerity, terrified with the prospect of renewing his pains and fatigue, he resolved no longer to maintain the few resources which remained to a desperate cause, and thought that the same regard to honor which had at first called him to arms now required him to abandon a party where he met with such unworthy treatment. Next morning early, he sent word to the prince that he was instantly to leave the kingdom, and without delay he went to Scarborough, where he found a vessel which carried him beyond sea. During the ensuing years, till the Restoration, he lived abroad in great necessity, and saw with indifference his opulent fortunes sequestered by those who assumed the government of England. He disdained, by submission or composition, to show obeisance to their usurped authority, and the least favorable censors of his merit allowed that the fidelity and services of a whole life had sufficiently atoned for one rash action into which his passion had betrayed him. Prince Rupert, with equal precipitation, drew off the remains of his army, and retired into Lancashire. Glenham, in a few days, was obliged to surrender York, and he marched out his garrison with all the honors of war. Lord Fairfax, remaining in the city, established his government in that whole country, and sent 1,000 horse into Lancashire to join with the parliamentary forces in that quarter, and attend the motions of the Scottish army marched northwards, in order to join the Earl of Callendar, who was advancing with 10,000 additional forces, and to reduce the town of Newcastle, which they took by storm. The Earl of Manchester, with Cromwell, to whom the fame of this great victory was chiefly ascribed, and who was wounded in the action, returned to the Eastern Association in order to recruit his army. While these events passed in the north, the king's affairs in the south were conducted with more success and greater abilities. Ruthven, a Scotsman, who had been created Earl of Brentford, acted under the king as general. The parliament soon completed their two armies commanded by Essex and Waller. The great zeal of the city facilitated this undertaking. Many speeches were made to the citizens by the parliamentary leaders, in order to excite their ardor. Hollis, in particular, exhorted them not to spare on this important occasion either their purses, their persons, or their prayers, and in general, it must be confessed, they were sufficiently liberal in all these contributions. The two generals had orders to march with their combined armies towards Oxford, and if the king retired into that city, to lay siege to it, and by one enterprise put a period to the war. The king, leaving a numerous garrison in Oxford, passed with dexterity between the two armies, which had taken Babington and had enclosed him on both sides. He marched towards Worcester, and Waller received orders from Essex to follow him and watch his motions, while he himself marched into the west in quest of Prince Maurice. Waller had approached within 2 miles of the royal camp, and was only separated from it by the Severn, when he received intelligence that the king was advanced to Bewdley, and had directed his course towards Shrewsbury. In order to prevent him, Waller presently dislodged and hastened by quick marches to that town, while the king, suddenly returning upon his own footsteps, reached Oxford, and having reinforced his army from that garrison, now in his turn marched out in quest of Waller. The two armies faced each other at Cropredy Bridge, near Banbury, but the Cherwell ran between them. Next day the king decamped and marched towards Daventry. Waller ordered a considerable detachment to pass the bridge, with an intention of falling on the rear of the royalists. He was repulsed, routed, and pursued with considerable loss. Stunned and disheartened with this blow, his army decayed and melted away by desertion, and the king thought he might safely leave it, and march westward against Essex. That general, having obliged Prince Maurice to raise the siege of Lyme, having taken Weymouth and Taunton, advanced still in his conquests, and met with no equal opposition. The king followed him, and having reinforced his army from all quarters, appeared in the field with an army superior to the enemy. Essex, retreating into Cornwall, informed the parliament of his danger, and desired them to send an army which might fall on the king's rear. General Middleton received a commission to execute that service, but came too late. Essex's army, cooped up in a narrow corner at Lestithiel, deprived of all forage and provisions, and seeing no prospect of succor, was reduced to the last extremity. The king pressed them on one side, Prince Maurice on another, Sir Richard Granville on a third. Essex, Robarts, and some of the principal officers escaped in a boat to Plymouth. Balfour, with his horse, passed the king's outposts in a thick mist, and got safely to the garrisons of his own party. The foot under Skippon were obliged to surrender their arms, artillery, baggage, and ammunition, and being conducted to the parliament's quarters, were dismissed. By this advantage, which was much boasted of, the king, besides the honor of the enterprise, obtained what he stood extremely in need of. The parliament, having preserved the men, lost what they could easily repair. No sooner did this intelligence reach London, than the committee of the two kingdoms voted thanks to Essex for his fidelity, courage, and conduct, and this method of proceeding, no less politic than magnanimous, was preserved by the parliament throughout the whole course of the war. Equally indulgent to their friends, and rigorous to their enemies, they employed with success these two powerful engines of reward and punishment, in confirmation of their authority. That the king might have less reason to exult in the advantages which he had obtained in the west, the parliament opposed to him very numerous forces. Having armed anew Essex's subdued, but not disheartened troops, they ordered Manchester and Cromwell to march with their recruited forces from the Eastern Association, and, joining their armies to those of Waller and Middleton, as well as of Essex, offer battle to the king. Charles chose his post at Newbury, where the parliamentary armies, under the Earl of Manchester, attacked him with great vigor, and that town was a second time the scene of the bloody animosities of the English. Essex's soldiers, exhorting one another to repair their broken honor and revenge the disgrace of Lestithiel, made an impetuous assault on the royalists, and having recovered some of their cannon lost in Cornwall, could not forbear embracing them with tears of joy. Though the king's troops defended themselves with valor, they were overpowered by numbers, and the night came very seasonably to their relief, and prevented a total overthrow. Charles, leaving his baggage and cannon in Dennington Castle, near Newbury, forthwith retreated to Wallingford, and thence to Oxford. There Prince Rupert and the Earl of Northampton joined him, with considerable bodies of cavalry. Strengthened by this reinforcement, he ventured to advance towards the enemy, now employed before Dennington Castle. Essex, detained by sickness, had not joined the army since his misfortune in Cornwall. Manchester, who commanded, though his forces were much superior to those of the king, declined an engagement, and rejected Cromwell's advice, who earnestly pressed him not to neglect so favorable an opportunity of finishing the war. The king's army, by bringing off their cannon from Dennington Castle in the face of the enemy, seemed to have sufficiently repaired the honor which they had lost at Newbury. And Charles, having the satisfaction to excite between Manchester and Cromwell equal animosities with those which formerly took place between Essex and Waller, distributed his army into winter quarters. Those contests among the parliamentary generals, which had disturbed their military operations, were renewed in London during the winter season, and each being supported by his own faction, their mutual reproaches and accusations agitated the whole city and parliament. There had long prevailed in that party a secret distinction, which, though the dread of the king's power had hitherto suppressed it, yet, in proportion as the hopes of success became nearer and more immediate, began to discover itself with high contest and animosity. The Independents, who had at first taken shelter and concealed themselves under the wings of the Presbyterians, now evidently appeared a distinct party, and betrayed very different views and pretensions. We must here endeavor to explain the genius of this party and of its leaders, who henceforth occupy the scene of action. During those times, when the enthusiastic spirit met with such honor and encouragement, and was the immediate means of distinction and preferment, it was impossible to set bounds to these holy fervors, or confine within any natural limits what was directed towards an infinite and a supernatural object. Every man, as prompted by the warmth of his temper, excited by emulation, or supported by his habits of hypocrisy, endeavored to distinguish himself beyond his fellows, and to arrive at a higher pitch of saintship and perfection. In proportion to its degree of fanaticism, each sect became dangerous and destructive, and as the Independents went a note higher than the Presbyterians, they could less be restrained within any bounds of temper and moderation. From this distinction, as from a first principle, were derived, by a necessary consequence, all the other differences of these two sects. The Independents rejected all ecclesiastical establishments, and would admit of no spiritual courts, no government among pastors, no interposition of the magistrate in religious concerns, no fixed encouragement annexed to any system of doctrines or opinions. According to their principles, each congregation, united voluntarily and by spiritual ties, composed within itself a separate church, and exercised a jurisdiction, but one destitute of temporal sanctions, over its own pastor and its own members. The election alone of the congregation was sufficient to bestow the sacerdotal character, and as all essential distinction was denied between the laity and the clergy, no ceremony, no institution, no vocation, no imposition of hands, was, as in all other churches, supposed requisite to convey a right to holy orders. The enthusiasm of the Presbyterians led them to reject the authority of prelates, to throw off the restraint of liturgies, to retrench ceremonies, to limit the riches and authority of the priestly office. The fanaticism of the Independents, exalted to a higher pitch, abolished ecclesiastical government, disdained creeds and systems, neglected every ceremony, and confounded all ranks and orders. The soldier, the merchant, the mechanic, indulging the fervors of zeal and guided by the illapses of the spirit, resigned himself to an inward and superior direction, and was consecrated, in a manner, by an immediate intercourse and communication with heaven. The Catholics, pretending to an infallible guide, had justified upon that principle their doctrine and practice of persecution. The Presbyterians, imagining that such clear and certain tenets as they themselves adopted could be rejected only from a criminal and pertinacious obstinacy, had hitherto gratified to the full their bigoted zeal, in a like doctrine and practice. The Independents, from the extremity of the same zeal, were led into the milder principles of toleration. Their mind, set afloat in the wide sea of inspiration, could confine itself within no certain limits, and the same variations in which an enthusiast indulged himself, he was apt, by a natural train of thinking, to permit in others. Of all Christian sects, this was the first which, during its prosperity as well as its adversity, always adopted the principle of toleration, and it is remarkable that so reasonable a doctrine owed its origin, not to reasoning, but to the height of extravagance and fanaticism. Popery and prelacy alone, whose genius seemed to tend towards superstition, were treated by the Independents with rigor. The doctrines, too, of fate or destiny were deemed by them essential to all religion. In these rigid opinions the whole sectaries, amidst all their other differences, unanimously concurred. The political system of the Independents kept pace with their religious. Not content with confining to very narrow limits the power of the crown, and reducing the king to the rank of first magistrate, which was the project of the Presbyterians, this sect, more ardent in their pursuit of liberty, aspired to a total abolition of the monarchy, and even of the aristocracy, and projected an entire equality of rank and order, in a republic, quite free and independent. In consequence of this scheme, they were declared enemies to all proposals of peace, except on such terms as they knew it was impossible to obtain, and they adhered to that maxim, which is in the main prudent and political, that whoever draws the sword against his sovereign should throw away the scabbard. By terrifying others with the fear of vengeance from the offended prince, they had engaged greater numbers into the opposition against peace than had adopted their other principles with regard to government and religion. and the great success which had already attended the arms of the parliament, and the greater which was soon expected, confirmed them still further in this obstinacy. Sir Henry Vane, Oliver Cromwell, Nathaniel Fiennes, and Oliver St. John, the solicitors general, were regarded as the leaders of the Independents. The Earl of Essex, disgusted with a war of which he began to foresee the pernicious consequences, adhered to the Presbyterians, and promoted every reasonable plan of accommodation. The Earl of Northumberland, fond of his rank and dignity, regarded with horror a scheme which, if it took place, would confound him and his family with the lowest in the kingdom. The Earls of Warwick and Denbigh, Sir Philip Stapleton, Sir William Waller, Hollis, Massey, Whitlock, Maynard, and Glyn, had embraced the same sentiments. In the parliament, a considerable majority, and a much greater in the nation, were attached to the Presbyterian party, and it was only by cunning and deceit at first, and afterwards by military violence, that the Independents could entertain any hopes of success. End of Section 34, Chapter 57, Part 2. Recording by Greg Golding of Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. Section 35 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1E, Section 35, Chapter 57, Part 3. The Earl of Manchester, provoked at the impeachment which the king had lodged against him, had long forwarded the war with alacrity. But being a man of humanity and good principles, the view of public calamities and the prospect of a total subversion of government began to moderate his ardor, and inclined him to promote peace on any safe or honorable terms. He was even suspected in the field not to have pushed to the utmost against the king the advantages obtained by the arms of the parliament, and Cromwell in the public debates revived the accusation, that this nobleman had wilfully neglected, at Dennington Castle, a favourable opportunity of finishing the war by a total defeat of the royalists. I showed him evidently, said Cromwell, how this success might be obtained, and only desired leave, with my own brigade of horse, to charge the king's army in their retreat, leaving it in the earl's choice, if he thought it proper, to remain neuter with the rest of his forces. But, notwithstanding my importunity, he positively refused his consent, and gave no other reason but that, if we met with a defeat, there was an end of our pretensions. We should all be rebels and traitors, and be executed and forfeited by law. Manchester, by way of recrimination, informed the parliament that, at another time, Cromwell having proposed some scheme to which it seemed improbable the parliament would agree, he insisted, and said, "My lord, if you will stick firm to honest men, you shall find yourself at the head of an army which shall give law both to king and parliament." This discourse, continued Manchester, made the greater impression on me, because I knew the lieutenant general to be a man of very deep designs, and he has even ventured to tell me that it never would be well with England till I were Mr. Montague, and there were ne'er a lord or peer in the kingdom. So full was Cromwell of these republican projects, that notwithstanding his habits of profound dissimulation, he could not so carefully guard his expressions, but that sometimes his favourite notions would escape him. These violent dissensions brought matters to extremity, and pushed the Independents to the execution of their designs. The present generals, they thought, were more desirous of protracting than finishing the war, and having entertained a scheme for preserving still some balance in the constitution, they were afraid of entirely subduing the king, and reducing him to a condition where he should not be entitled to ask any concessions. A new model alone of the army could bring complete victory to the parliament, and free the nation from those calamities under which it labored. But how to effect this project was the difficulty. The authority, as well as merits of Essex, was very great with the parliament. Not only had he served them all along with the most exact and scrupulous honor, it was in some measure owing to his popularity that they had ever been enabled to levy an army, or make head against the royal cause. Manchester, Warwick, and the other commanders had likewise great credit with the public, nor were there any hopes of prevailing over them but by laying the plan of an oblique and artificial attack, which would conceal the real purposes of their antagonists. The Scots and the Scottish commissioners, jealous of the progress of the Independents, were a new obstacle, which, without the utmost art and subtlety, would be difficult to surmount. The methods by which this intrigue was conducted are so singular, and show so fully the genius of the age, that we shall give a detail of them as they are delivered by Lord Clarendon. A fast on the last Wednesday of every month had been ordered by the Parliament at the beginning of these commotions, and their preachers on that day were careful to keep alive, by their vehement declamations, the popular prejudices entertained against the king, against prelacy, and against popery. The king, that he might combat the Parliament with their own weapons, appointed likewise a monthly fast, when the people should be instructed in the duties of loyalty and of submission to the higher powers, and he chose the second Friday of every month for the devotion of the royalists. It was now proposed and carried in Parliament by the Independents that a new and more solemn fast should be voted, when they should implore the divine assistance for extricating them from those perplexities in which they were at present involved. On that day, the preachers, after many political prayers, took care to treat of the reigning divisions in the Parliament, and ascribed them entirely to the selfish ends pursued by the members. In the hands of those members, they said, are lodged all the considerable commands of the army, all the lucrative offices in the civil administration, and while the nation is falling every day into poverty, and groans under an insupportable load of taxes, these men multiply possession on possession, and will in a little time be masters of all the wealth of the kingdom. That such persons, who fatten on the calamities of their country, will ever embrace any effectual measure for bringing them to a period, or ensuring final success to the war, cannot reasonably be expected. Lingering expedients alone will be pursued, and operations in the field concurring in the same pernicious end with deliberations in the cabinet, civil commotions will forever be perpetuated in the nation. After exaggerating these disorders, the ministers returned to their prayers, and besought the Lord that he would take his own work into his own hand, and if the instruments whom he had hitherto employed were not worthy to bring to a conclusion so glorious a design, that he would inspire others more fit, who might perfect what was begun, and, by establishing true religion, put a speedy period to the public miseries. On the day subsequent to these devout animadversions, when the Parliament met, a new spirit appeared in the looks of many. Sir Henry Vane told the Commons that if ever God appeared to them, it was in the ordinances of yesterday; that, as he was credibly informed by many who had been present in different congregations, the same lamentations and discourses which the godly preachers had made before them had been heard in other churches; that so remarkable a concurrence could proceed only from the immediate operation of the Holy Spirit; that he, therefore, entreated them, in vindication of their own honor, in consideration of their duty to God and their country, to lay aside all private ends, and renounce every office attended with profit or advantage; that the absence of so many members, occupied in different employments, had rendered the house extremely thin, and diminished the authority of their determinations; and that he could not forbear, for his own part, accusing himself as one who enjoyed a gainful office, that of Treasurer of the Navy; and though he was possessed of it before the civil commotions, and owed it not to the favor of the Parliament, yet was he ready to resign it, and to sacrifice, to the welfare of his country, every consideration of private interest and advantage. Cromwell next acted his part, and commended the preachers for having dealt with them so plainly and impartially, and told them of their errors, of which they were so unwilling to be informed. Though they dwelt on many things, he said, on which he had never before reflected, yet, upon revolving them, he could not but confess that, till there were a perfect reformation in these particulars, nothing which they undertook could possibly prosper. The Parliament, no doubt, continued he, had done wisely on the commencement of the war, in engaging several of its members in the most dangerous parts of it, and thereby satisfying the nation that they intended to share all hazards with the meanest of the people. But affairs are now changed. During the progress of military operations, there have arisen in the parliamentary armies many excellent officers, who are qualified for higher commands than they are now possessed of; and though it becomes not men engaged in such a cause to put trust in the arm of flesh, yet he could assure them that their troops contain generals fit to command in any enterprise in Christendom. The army, indeed, he was sorry to say it, did not correspond by its discipline to the merit of the officers, nor were there any hopes till the present vices and disorders which prevail among the soldiers were repressed by a new model, that their forces would ever be attended with signal success in any undertaking. In opposition to this reasoning of the Independents, many of the Presbyterians showed the inconvenience and danger of the projected alteration. Whitlock, in particular, a man of honor, who loved his country, though in every change of government he always adhered to the ruling power, said, that besides the ingratitude of discarding, and that by fraud and artifice, so many noble persons, to whom the parliament had hitherto owed its chief support, they would find it extremely difficult to supply the place of men now formed by experience to command an authority; that the rank alone possessed by such as were members of either house prevented envy, retained the army in obedience, and gave weight to military orders; that greater confidence might safely be reposed in men of family and fortune than in mere adventurers, who would be apt to entertain separate views from those which were embraced by the persons who employed them; that no maxim of policy was more undisputed than the necessity of preserving an inseparable connection between the civil and military powers, and of retaining the latter in strict subordination to the former; that the Greeks and Romans, the wisest and most passionate lovers of liberty, had ever entrusted to their senators the command of armies, and had maintained an unconquerable jealousy of all mercenary forces; and that such men alone, whose interests were involved in those of the public, and who possessed a vote in the civil deliberations, would sufficiently respect the authority of parliament, and never could be tempted to turn the sword against those by whom it was committed to them. Notwithstanding these reasonings, a committee was chosen to frame what was called the self-denying ordinance, by which the members of both houses were excluded from all civil and military employments, except a few offices which were specified. This ordinance was the subject of great debate, and for a long time rent the parliament and city into factions; but at last, by the prevalence of envy with some, with others of false modesty, with a great many of the republican and independent views, it passed the House of Commons and was sent to the upper house. The peers, though the scheme was in part levelled against their order, though all of them were at bottom extremely averse to it, though they even ventured once to reject it, yet possessed so little authority that they durst not persevere in opposing the resolution of the Commons, and they thought it better policy, by an unlimited compliance, to ward off that ruin which they saw approaching. The ordinance, therefore, having passed both houses, Essex, Warwick, Manchester, Denbigh, Waller, Brereton, and many others, resigned their commands, and received the thanks of Parliament for their good services. A pension of £10,000 a year was settled on Essex. It was agreed to recruit the army to 22,000 men, and Sir Thomas Fairfax was appointed general. It is remarkable that his commission did not run, like that of Essex, in the name of the king and parliament, but in that of the parliament alone, and the article concerning the safety of the king's person was omitted. So much had animosities increased between the parties. Cromwell, being a member of the lower house, should have been discarded with the others, but this impartiality would have disappointed all the views of those who had introduced the self-denying ordinance. He was saved by a subtlety, and by that political craft in which he was so eminent. At the time when the other officers resigned their commissions, care was taken that he should be sent with a body of horse to relieve Taunton, besieged by the royalists. His absence being remarked, orders were dispatched for his immediate attendance in parliament, and the new general was directed to employ some other officer in that service. A ready compliance was feigned, and the very day was named on which, it was averred, he would take his place in the house. But Fairfax, having appointed a rendezvous of the army, wrote to the parliament and desired leave to retain for some days Lieutenant General Cromwell, whose advice, he said, would be useful in supplying the place of those officers who had resigned. Shortly after he begged, with much earnestness, that they would allow Cromwell to serve that campaign. And thus the Independents, though the minority, prevailed by art and cunning over the Presbyterians, and bestowed the whole military authority in appearance upon Fairfax, in reality upon Cromwell. Fairfax was a person equally eminent for courage and for humanity, and though strongly infected with prejudices, or principles derived from religious and party zeal, he seems never, in the course of his public conduct, to have been diverted by private interest or ambition from adhering strictly to these principles. Sincere in his professions, disinterested in his views, open in his conduct, he had formed one of the most shining characters of the age, had not the extreme narrowness of his genius in everything but war, and his embarrassed and confused elocution on every occasion but when he gave orders, diminished the lustre of his merit, and rendered the part which he acted, even when invested with the supreme command, but secondary and subordinate. Cromwell, by whose sagacity and insinuation Fairfax was entirely governed, is one of the most eminent and most singular personages that occurs in history. The strokes of his character are as open and strongly marked as the schemes of his conduct were, during the time, dark and impenetrable. His extensive capacity enabled him to form the most enlarged projects. His enterprising genius was not dismayed with the boldest and most dangerous. Carried by his natural temper to magnanimity, to grandeur, and to an imperious and domineering policy, he yet knew, when necessary, to employ the most profound dissimulation, the most oblique and refined artifice, the semblance of the greatest moderation and simplicity. A friend to justice, though his public conduct was one continued violation of it; devoted to religion, though he perpetually employed it as the instrument of his ambition, he was engaged in crimes from the prospect of sovereign power, a temptation which is in general irresistible to human nature. And by using well that authority which he had attained by fraud and violence, he has lessened, if not overpowered, our detestation of his enormities, by our admiration of his success and of his genius. During this important transaction of the self-denying ordinance, the negotiations for peace were likewise carried on, though with small hopes of success. The king having sent two messages, one from Evesham, another from Tavistock, desiring a treaty, the parliament despatched commissioners to Oxford with proposals, as high as if they had obtained a complete victory. The advantages gained during the campaign and the great distresses of the royalists had much elevated their hopes, and they were resolved to repose no trust in men inflamed with the highest animosity against them, and who, were they possessed of power, were fully authorized by law to punish all their opponents as rebels and traitors. The king, when he considered the proposals and the disposition of the parliament, could not expect any accommodation, and had no prospect but of war, or of total submission and subjection. Yet, in order to satisfy his own party, who were impatient for peace, he agreed to send the Duke of Richmond and Earl of Southampton with an answer to the proposals of the parliament, and at the same time to desire a treaty upon their mutual demands and pretensions. It now became necessary for him to retract his former declaration, that the two houses at Westminster were not a free parliament, and accordingly he was induced, though with great reluctance, to give them, in his answer, the appellation of the Parliament of England. But it appeared afterwards, by a letter which he wrote to the queen, and of which a copy was taken at Naseby, that he secretly entered an explanatory protest in his council book, and he pretended that though he had called them the parliament, he had not thereby acknowledged them for such. This subtlety, which has been frequently objected to Charles, is the most noted of those very few instances from which the enemies of this prince have endeavored to load him with the imputation of insincerity, and have inferred that the parliament could repose no confidence in his professions and declarations, not even in his laws and statutes. There is, however, it must be confessed, a difference universally avowed between simply giving to men the appellation which they assume, and the formal acknowledgment of their title to it, nor is anything more common and familiar in all public transactions. End of section 35, chapter 57, part 3. Recording by Greg Golding, Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. Section 36 of Volume 1E of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 36, Chapter 57, Part 4. The time and place of treaty being settled, 16 commissioners from the king met at Uxbridge with 12 authorized by the parliament, attended by the Scottish commissioners. It was agreed that the Scottish and parliamentary commissioners should give in their demands with regard to 3 important articles: religion, the militia, and Ireland, and that these should be successively discussed in conference with the king's commissioners. It was soon found impracticable to come to any agreement with regard to any of these articles. In the summer of 1643, while the negotiations were carried on with Scotland, the parliament had summoned an assembly at Westminster, consisting of 121 divines and 30 laymen, celebrated in their party for piety and learning. By their advice, alterations were made in the 39 articles, or in the metaphysical doctrines of the church, and what was of greater importance, the liturgy was entirely abolished, and in its stead a new directory for worship was established, by which, suitably to the spirit of the Puritans, the utmost liberty both in praying and preaching was indulged to the public teachers. By the solemn league and covenant, episcopacy was abjured, as destructive of all true piety, and a national engagement, attended with every circumstance that could render a promise sacred and obligatory, was entered into with the Scots, never to suffer its readmission. All these measures showed little spirit of accommodation in the parliament, and the king's commissioners were not surprised to find the establishment of presbytery and the directory positively demanded, together with the subscription of the covenant, both by the king and kingdom. Had Charles been of a disposition to neglect all theological controversy, he yet had been obliged, in good policy, to adhere to episcopal jurisdiction, not only because it was favorable to monarchy, but because all its adherents were passionately devoted to it, and to abandon them in what they regarded as so important an article was for ever to relinquish their friendship and assistance. But Charles had never attained such enlarged principles. He deemed bishops essential to the very being of a Christian church, and he thought himself bound, by more sacred ties than those of policy, or even of honor, to the support of that order. His concessions, therefore, on this head, he judged sufficient, when he agreed that an indulgence should be given to tender consciences with regard to ceremonies, that the bishop should exercise no act of jurisdiction or ordination without the consent and counsel of such presbyters as should be chosen by the clergy of each diocese, that they should reside constantly in their diocese and be bound to preach every Sunday, that pluralities be abolished, that abuses in ecclesiastical courts be redressed, and that £100,000 be levied on the bishop's estates and the chapter lands for payment of debts contracted by the parliament. These concessions, though considerable, gave no satisfaction to the parliamentary commissioners, and without abating any thing of their rigor on this head, they proceeded to their demands with regard to the militia. The king's partisans had all along maintained that the fears and jealousies of the parliament, after the securities so early and easily given to public liberty, were either feigned or groundless, and that no human institution could be better poised and adjusted than was now the government of England. By the abolition of the Star Chamber and Court of High Commission, the prerogative, they said, has lost all that coercive power by which it had formerly suppressed or endangered liberty. By the establishment of triennial parliaments, it can have no leisure to acquire new powers, or guard itself during any time from the inspection of that vigilant assembly. By the slender revenue of the crown, no king can ever attain such influence as to procure a repeal of these salutary statutes, and while the prince commands no military force, he will in vain by violence attempt an infringement of laws so clearly defined by means of late disputes, and so passionately cherished by all his subjects. In this situation, surely the nation, governed by so virtuous a monarch, may for the present remain in tranquillity, and try whether it be not possible, by peaceful arts, to elude that danger with which it is pretended its liberties are still threatened. But though the royalists insisted on these plausible topics before the commencement of war, they were obliged to own that the progress of civil commotions had somewhat abated the force and evidence of this reasoning. If the power of the militia, said the opposite party, be entrusted to the king, it would not now be difficult for him to abuse that authority. By the rage of intestine discord, his partisans are inflamed into an extreme hatred against their antagonists, and have contracted, no doubt, some prejudices against popular privileges, which in their apprehension have been the source of so much disorder. Were the arms of the state, therefore, put entirely into such hands, what public security, it may be demanded, can be given to liberty, or what private security to those who, in opposition to the letter of the law, have so generously ventured their lives in its defence? In compliance with this apprehension, Charles offered that the aims of the state should be entrusted, during 3 years, to 20 commissioners, who should be named either by common agreement between him and the parliament, or one half by him, the other by the parliament. And after the expiration of that term, he insisted that his constitutional authority over the militia should again return to him. The parliamentary commissioners at first demanded that the power of the sword should forever be entrusted to such persons as the parliament alone should appoint. But afterwards they relaxed so far as to require that authority only for 7 years, after which it was not to return to the king, but to be settled by bill, or by common agreement between him and his parliament. The king's commissioners asked whether jealousies and fears were all on one side, and whether the prince, from such violent attempts and pretensions as he had experienced, had not at least as great reason to entertain apprehensions for his authority as they for their liberty. Whether there were any equity in securing only one party and leaving the other, during the space of 7 years, entirely at the mercy of their enemies? Whether, if unlimited power were entrusted to the parliament during so long a period, it would not be easy for them to frame the subsequent bill in the manner most agreeable to themselves, and keep for ever possession of the sword, as well as of every article of civil power and jurisdiction? The truth is, after the commencement of war, it was very difficult, if not impossible, to find security for both parties, especially for that of the parliament. Amid such violent animosities, power alone could ensure safety, and the power of one side was necessarily attended with danger to the other. Few or no instances occur in history of an equal, peaceful, and durable accommodation that has been concluded between two factions which had been inflamed into civil war. With regard to Ireland, there were no greater hopes of agreement between the parties. The parliament demanded that the truce with the rebels should be declared null, that the management of the war should be given over entirely to the parliament, and that after the conquest of Ireland, the nomination of the Lord Lieutenant and of the judges, or in other words the sovereignty of that kingdom, should likewise remain in their hands. What rendered an accommodation more desperate was, that the demands on these 3 heads, however exorbitant, were acknowledged by the parliamentary commissioners to be nothing but preliminaries. After all these were granted, it would be necessary to proceed to the discussion of those other demands, still more exorbitant, which a little before had been transmitted to the king at Oxford. Such ignominious terms were there insisted on, that worse could scarcely be demanded, were Charles totally vanquished, a prisoner, and in chains. The king was required to attaint and accept from a general pardon 40 of the most considerable of his English subjects, and 19 of his Scottish, together with all popish recusants in both kingdoms, who had borne arms for him. It was insisted that 48 more, with all the members who had sitten in either house at Oxford, all lawyers and divines who had embraced the king's party, should be rendered incapable of any office, be forbidden the exercise of their profession, be prohibited from coming within the verge of the court, and forfeit the 1/3 of their estates to the parliament. It was required that whoever had borne arms for the king should forfeit the 10th of their estates, or if that did not suffice, the 6th, for the payment of public debts. As if royal authority were not sufficiently annihilated by such terms, it was demanded that the court of wards should be abolished, that all the considerable officers of the crown, and all of the judges, should be appointed by parliament, and that the right of peace and war should not be exercised without the consent of that assembly. The Presbyterians, it must be confessed, after insisting on such conditions, differed only in words from the Independents, who required the establishment of a pure republic. When the debates had been carried on to no purpose during 20 days among the commissioners, they separated and returned, those of the king to Oxford, those of the parliament to London. A little before the commencement of this fruitless treaty, a deed was executed by the parliament, which proved their determined resolution to yield nothing, but to proceed in the same violent and imperious manner with which they had at first entered on these dangerous enterprises. Archbishop Laud, the most favoured minister of the king, was brought to the scaffold, and in this instance the public might see that popular assemblies, as by their very number they are in a great measure exempt from the restraint of shame, so when they also overlap the bounds of law, naturally break out into acts of the greatest tyranny and injustice. From the time that Laud had been committed, the House of Commons, engaged in enterprises of greater moment, had found no leisure to finish his impeachment, and he had patiently endured so long an imprisonment without being brought to any trial. After the union with Scotland, the bigoted prejudices of that nation revived the like spirit in England, and the sectaries resolved to gratify their vengeance in the punishment of this prelate, who had so long, by his authority, and by the execution of penal laws, kept their zealous spirit under confinement. He was accused of high treason in endeavoring to subvert the fundamental laws, and of other high crimes and misdemeanors. The same illegality of an accumulative crime and a constructive evidence which appeared in the case of Strafford, the same violence and iniquity in conducting the trial, are conspicuous throughout the whole course of this prosecution. The groundless charge of popery, though belied by his whole life and conduct, was continually urged against the prisoner, and every error rendered unpardonable by this imputation, which was supposed to imply the height of all enormities. This man, my lords, said Serjeant Wild, concluding his long speech against him, is like Naaman the Syrian, a great man, but a leper. We shall not enter into a detail of this matter, which at present seems to admit of little controversy. It suffices to say, that after a long trial and the examination of above 150 witnesses, the Commons found so little likelihood of obtaining a judicial sentence against Laud, that they were obliged to have recourse to their legislative authority, and to pass an ordinance for taking away the life of this aged prelate. Notwithstanding the low condition into which the House of Peers was fallen, there appeared some intention of rejecting this ordinance, and the popular leaders were again obliged to apply to the multitude, and to extinguish, by threats of new tumults, the small remains of liberty possessed by the upper house. 7 peers alone voted in this important question. The rest, either from shame or fear, took care to absent themselves. Laud, who had behaved during this trial with spirit and vigor of genius, sunk not under the horrors of his execution, but though he had usually professed himself apprehensive of a violent death, he found all his fears to be dissipated before that superior courage by which he was animated. No one, said he, can be more willing to send me out of the life than I am desirous to go. Even upon the scaffold, and during the intervals of his prayers, he was harassed and molested by Sir John Clotworthy, a zealot of the reigning sect, and a great leader in the lower house. This was the time he chose for examining the principles of the dying primate, and trepanning him into a confession, that he trusted for his salvation to the merits of good works, not to the death of the Redeemer. Having extricated himself from these theological toils, the archbishop laid his head on the block, and it was severed from the body at one blow. Those religious opinions for which he suffered contributed, no doubt, to the courage and constancy of his end. Sincere he undoubtedly was, and however misguided, actuated by pious motives in all his pursuits. And it is to be regretted that a man of such spirit, who conducted his enterprises with so much warmth and industry, had not entertained more enlarged views, and embraced principles more favorable to the general happiness of society. The great and important advantage which the party gained by Strafford's death may in some degree palliate the iniquity of the sentence pronounced against him, but the execution of this old infirm prelate, who had so long remained an inoffensive prisoner, can be ascribed to nothing but vengeance and bigotry in those severe religionists by whom the Parliament was entirely governed. That he deserved a better fate was not questioned by any reasonable man. The degree of his merit in other respects was disputed. Some accused him of recommending slavish doctrines, of promoting persecution, and of encouraging superstition, while others thought that his conduct in these 3 particulars would admit of apology and extenuation. That the letter of the law, as much as the most flaming court sermon, inculcates passive obedience is apparent; and though the spirit of a limited government seems to require, in extraordinary cases, some mitigation of so rigorous a doctrine, it must be confessed that the presiding genius of the English constitution had rendered a mistake in this particular very natural and excusable. To inflict death, at least, on those who depart from the exact line of truth in these nice questions, so far from being favorable to national liberty, savors strongly of the spirit of tyranny and proscription. Toleration had hitherto been so little the principle of any Christian sect, that even the Catholics, the remnant of the religion professed by their forefathers, could not obtain from the English the least indulgence. This very House of Commons, in their famous remonstrance, took care to justify themselves, as from the highest imputation, from any intention to relax the golden reins of discipline, as they called them, or to grant any toleration; and the enemies of the church were so fair from the beginning, as not to lay claim to liberty of conscience, which they called a toleration for soul murder. They openly challenged the superiority, and even menaced the established church with that persecution, which they afterwards exercised against her with such severity. And if the question be considered in the view of policy, though a sect, already formed and advanced, may, with good reason, demand a toleration, what title had the Puritans to this indulgence, who were just on the point of separation from the church, and whom, it might be hoped, some wholesome and legal severities would still retain in obedience? Whatever ridicule, to a philosophical mind, may be thrown on pious ceremonies, it must be confessed that, during a very religious age, no institutions can be more advantageous to the rude multitude, and tend more to mollify that fierce and gloomy spirit of devotion to which they are subject. Even the English church, though it had retained a share of popish ceremonies, may justly be thought too naked and unadorned, and still to approach too near the abstract and spiritual religion of the Puritans. Laud and his associates, by reviving a few primitive institutions of this nature, corrected the error of the first reformers, and presented to the affrighted and astonished mind some sensible exterior observances, which might occupy it during its religious exercises, and abate the violence of its disappointed efforts. The thought, no longer bent on that divine and mysterious essence, so superior to the narrow capacities of mankind, was able, by means of the new model of devotion, to relax itself in the contemplation of pictures, postures, vestments, buildings, and all the fine arts which minister to religion, thereby received additional encouragement. The primate, it is true, conducted this scheme, not with the enlarged sentiments and cool reflection of a legislator, but with the intemperate zeal of a sectary, and by overlooking the circumstances of the times, served rather to inflame that religious fury which he meant to repress. But this blemish is more to be regarded as a general imputation on the whole age, than any particular failing of Laud's; and it is sufficient for his vindication to observe, that his errors were the most excusable of all those which prevailed during that zealous period. End of section 36, chapter 57, part 4. Recording by Greg Golding of Georgetown, Ontario, Canada.
Section 37 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1E, Section 37, Chapter 58, Part 1. Chapter 58, Charles I. While the king's affairs declined in England, some events happened in Scotland which seemed to promise him a more prosperous issue of the quarrel. Before the commencement of these civil disorders, the Earl of Montrose, a young nobleman of a distinguished family, returning from his travels, had been introduced to the king, and had made an offer of his services; but by the insinuations of the Marquis, afterwards Duke of Hamilton, who possessed much of Charles's confidence, he had not been received with that distinction to which he thought himself justly entitled. Disgusted with this treatment, he had forwarded all the violence of the Covenanters, and, agreeably to the natural ardor of his genius, he had employed himself, during the first Scottish insurrection, with great zeal as well as success, in levying and conducting their armies. Being commissioned by the Tables to wait upon the king while the royal army lay at Berwick, he was so gained by the civilities and caresses of that monarch, that he thenceforth devoted himself entirely, though secretly, to his service, and entered into a close correspondence with him. In the second insurrection, a great military command was entrusted to him by the Covenanters, and he was the first that passed the Tweed at the head of their troops in the invasion of England. He found means, however, soon after to convey a letter to the king, and by the infidelity of some about that prince, Hamilton as was suspected, a copy of this letter was sent to Leven, the Scottish general. Being accused of treachery and a correspondence with the enemy, Montrose openly avowed the letter, and asked the generals if they dared to call their sovereign an enemy. And by this bold and magnanimous behavior he escaped the danger of an immediate prosecution. As he was now fully known to be of the royal party, he no longer concealed his principles, and he endeavored to draw those who had entertained like sentiments into a bond of association for his master's service. Though thrown into prison for this enterprise and detained some time, he was not discouraged, but still continued by his countenance and protection to infuse spirit into the distressed royalists. Among other persons of distinction who united themselves to him was Lord Napier of Merchiston, son of the famous inventor of the logarithms, the person to whom the title of a great man is more justly due than to any other whom his country ever produced. There was in Scotland another party who, professing equal attachment to the king's service, pretended only to differ with Montrose about the means of attaining the same end, and of that party Duke Hamilton was the leader. The nobleman had cause to be extremely devoted to the king, not only by reason of the connection of blood which united him to the royal family, but on account of the great confidence and favor with which he had ever been honored by his master. Being accused by Lord Reay, not without some appearance of probability, of a conspiracy against the king, Charles was so far from harboring suspicion against him, that the very first time Hamilton came to court, he received him into his bedchamber, and passed alone the night with him. But such was the duke's unhappy fate or conduct, that he escaped not the imputation of treachery to his friend and sovereign, and though he at last sacrificed his life in the king's service, his integrity and sincerity have not been thought by historians entirely free from blemish. Perhaps, and this is the more probable opinion, the subtleties and refinements of his conduct, and his temporizing maxims, though accompanied with good intentions, have been the chief cause of a suspicion which has never yet been either fully proved or refuted. As much as the bold and vivid spirit of Montrose prompted him to enterprising measures, as much was the cautious temper of Hamilton inclined to such as were moderate and dilatory. While the former foretold that the Scottish Covenanters were secretly forming a union with the English Parliament, and inculcated the necessity of preventing them by some vigorous undertaking, the latter still insisted that every such attempt would precipitate them into measures to which otherwise they were not perhaps inclined. After the Scottish Convention was summoned without the king's authority, the former exclaimed that their intentions were now visible, and that if some unexpected blows were not struck to dissipate them, they would arm the whole nation against the king. The latter maintained the possibility of outvoting the disaffected party, and securing by peaceful means the allegiance of the kingdom. Unhappily for the royal cause, Hamilton's representations met with more credit from the king and queen than those of Montrose, and the Covenanters were allowed without interruption to proceed in all their hostile measures. Montrose then hastened to Oxford, where his invectives against Hamilton's treachery, concurring with the general prepossession, and supported by the unfortunate event of his councils, were entered with universal probation. Influenced by the clamor of his party more than by his own suspicions, Charles, as soon as Hamilton appeared, sent him prisoner to Pendennis Castle in Cornwall. His brother Laneric, who was also put under confinement, found means to make his escape, and to fly into Scotland. The king's ears were now open to Montrose's counsels, who proposed none but the boldest and most daring, agreeably to the desperate state of the royal cause in Scotland. Though the whole nation was subjected by the Covenanters, though great armies were kept on foot by them, and every place guarded by a vigilant administration, he undertook, by his own credit and that of the few friends who remained to the king, to raise such commotions as would soon oblige the malcontents to recall those forces which had so sensibly thrown the balance in favor of the parliament. Not discouraged with the defeat at Marston Moor, which rendered it impossible for him to draw any succor from England, he was content to stipulate with the Earl of Antrim, a nobleman of Ireland, for some supply of men from that country; and he himself, changing his disguises, and passing through many dangers, arrived in Scotland, where he lay concealed in the borders of the Highlands, and secretly prepared the minds of his partisans for attempting some great enterprise. No sooner were the Irish landed, though not exceeding 1,100 foot, very ill armed, than Montrose declared himself and entered upon that scene of action which has rendered his name so celebrated. About 800 of the men of Athol flocked to his standard. 500 men more, who had been levied by the Covenanters, were persuaded to embrace the royal cause, and with this combined force he hastened to attack Lord Elcho, who lay at Perth with an army of 6,000 men, assembled upon the first news of the Irish invasion. Montrose, inferior in number, totally unprovided with horse, ill supplied with arms and ammunition, had nothing to depend on but the courage which he himself, by his own example, and the rapidity of his enterprises, should inspire into his raw soldiers. Having received the fire of the enemy, which was answered chiefly by a volley of stones, he rushed amid them with his sword drawn, threw them into confusion, pushed his advantage, and obtained a complete victory, with the slaughter of 2,000 of the Covenanters. This victory, though it augmented the renown of Montrose, increased not his power or numbers. The far greater part of the kingdom was extremely attached to the covenant, and as such bore an affection to the royal cause, were terrified by the established authority of the opposite party, dreading the superior power of Argyle, who, having joined his vassals to a force levied by the public, was approaching with a considerable army. Montrose hastened northward, in order to rouse again the Marquis of Huntley and the Gordons, who, having before hastily taken arms, had been instantly suppressed by the Covenanters. He was joined on his march by the Earl of Airlie with his two younger sons, Sir Thomas and Sir David Ogilvy. The eldest was at that time a prisoner with the enemy. He attacked at Aberdeen the Lord Burleigh, who commanded a force of 2,500 men. After a sharp combat, by his undaunted courage, which in this situation was true policy, and was also not unaccompanied with military skill, he put the enemy to flight, and in the pursuit did great execution upon them. But by this second advantage he obtained not the end which he expected. The envious nature of Huntley, jealous of Montrose's glory, rendered him averse to join an army where he himself must be so much eclipsed by the superior merit of the general. Argyle, reinforced by the Earl of Lothian, was behind him with a great army. The militia of the northern counties, Murray, Ross, Caithness, to the number of 5,000 men, opposed him in front, and guarded the banks of the Spey, a deep and rapid river. In order to elude these numerous armies, he turned aside into the hills, and saved his weak but active troops in Badenoch. After some marches and countermarches, Argyle came up with him at Favy Castle. This nobleman's character, though celebrated for political courage and conduct, was very low for military prowess, and after some skirmishes in which he was worsted, he here allowed Montrose to escape him. By quick marches through these inaccessible mountains, that general freed himself from the superior forces of the Covenanters. Such was the situation of Montrose, that very good or very ill fortune was equally destructive to him, and diminished his army. After every victory, his soldiers, greedy of spoil, but deeming the smallest acquisition to be unexhausted riches, deserted in great numbers, and went home to secure the treasures which they had acquired. Tired, too, and spent with hasty and long marches in the depth of winter, through snowy mountains, unprovided with every necessary, they fell off, and left their general almost alone with the Irish, who, having no place to which they could retire, still adhered to him in every fortune. With these and some reinforcements of the Athol men and Macdonalds whom he had recalled, Montrose fell suddenly upon Argyle's country, and let loose upon it all the rage of war, carrying off the cattle, burning the houses, and putting the inhabitants to the sword. This severity, by which Montrose sullied his victories, was the result of private animosity against the chieftain, as much as of zeal for the public cause. Argyle, collecting 3,000 men, marched in quest of the enemy, who had retired with their plunder, and he lay at Innerlochy, supposing himself still at a considerable distance from them. The Earl of Seaforth, at the head of the garrison of Inverness, who were veteran soldiers, joined to 5,000 new levied troops of the northern counties, pressed the royalists on the other side, and threatened them with inevitable destruction. By a quick and unexpected march, Montrose hastened to Innerlochy, and presented himself in order of battle before the surprised but not affrighted Covenanters. Argyle alone, seized with a panic, deserted his army, who still maintained their ground, and gave battle to the royalists. After a vigorous resistance, they were defeated and pursued with great slaughter; and the power of the Campbells, that is Argyle's name, being thus broken, the Highlanders, who were in general well affected to the royal cause, began to join Montrose's camp in great numbers. Seaforth's army dispersed of itself at the very terror of his name, and Lord Gordon, eldest son of Huntley, having escaped from his uncle Argyle, who had hitherto detained him, now joined Montrose, with no contemptible number of his followers, attended by his brother, the Earl of Aboyne. The council at Edinburgh, alarmed at Montrose's progress, began to think of a more regular plan of defence against an enemy whose repeated victories had rendered him extremely formidable. They sent for Bailey, an officer of reputation from England, and joining him in command with Uri, who had again enlisted himself among the king's enemies, they sent them to the field with a considerable army against the royalists. Montrose, with a detachment of 800 men, had attacked Dundee, a town extremely zealous for the Covenant, and having carried it by assault, had delivered it up to be plundered by his soldiers, when Bailey and Uri with their whole force were unexpectedly upon him. His conduct and presence of mind in this emergence appeared conspicuous. Instantly he called off his soldiers from plunder, put them in order, secured his retreat by the most skilful measures, and having marched 60 miles in the face of an enemy much superior, without stopping, or allowing his soldiers the least sleep or refreshment, he at last secured himself in the mountains. Bailey and Uri now divided their troops, in order the better to conduct the war against an enemy who surprised them as much by the rapidity of his marches as by the boldness of his enterprises. Uri, at the head of 4,000 men, met him at Aldern, near Inverness, and encouraged by the superiority of number, for the Covenanters were double the royalists, attacked him in the post which he had chosen Montrose, having placed his right wing in strong ground, drew the best of his forces to the other, and left no main body between them, a defect which he artfully concealed by showing a few men through the trees and bushes with which that ground was covered. That Uri might have no leisure to perceive the stratagem, he instantly led his left wing to the charge, and making a furious impression upon the Covenanters, drove them off the field, and gained a complete victory. In this battle, the valor of young Napier, son to the lord of that name, shone out with signal lustre. Bailey now advanced, in order to revenge Uri's discomfiture, but at Alford he met himself with a like fate. Montrose, weak in cavalry, here lined his troops of horse with infantry, and after putting the enemy's horse to rout, fell with united force upon their foot, who were entirely cut in pieces, though with the loss of the gallant Lord Gordon on the part of the royalists. And having thus prevailed in so many battles, which his vigor ever rendered as decisive as they were successful, he summoned together all his friends and partisans, and prepared himself for marching into the southern provinces, in order to put a final period to the power of the Covenanters, and dissipate the parliament, which with great pomp and solemnity they had summoned to meet at St. Johnstone's. While the fire was thus kindled in the north of the island, it blazed out with no less fury in the south. The parliamentary and royal armies, as soon as the season would permit, prepared to take the field, in hopes of bringing their important quarrel to a quick decision. The passing of the self-denying ordinance had been protracted by so many debates and intrigues, that the spring was far advanced before it received the sanction of both houses, and it was thought dangerous by many to introduce, so near the time of action, such great innovations into the army. Had not the punctilious principles of Essex engaged him, amidst all the disgusts which he received, to pay implicit obedience to the parliament, this alteration had not been effected without some fatal accident, since, notwithstanding his prompt resignation of the command, a mutiny was generally apprehended. Fairfax, or more properly speaking, Cromwell under his name, introduced at last the new model into the army, and threw the troops into a different shape. From the same men, new regiments and new companies were formed, different officers appointed, and the whole military force put into such hands as the Independents could rely on. Besides members of Parliament who were excluded, many officers, unwilling to serve under the new generals, threw up their commissions, and unwarily facilitated the project of putting the army entirely into the hands of that faction. Though the discipline of the former parliamentary army was not contemptible, a more exact plan was introduced, and rigorously executed by these new commanders. Valor, indeed, was very generally diffused over the one party as well as the other. During this period, discipline also was attained by the forces of the Parliament, but the perfection of the military art in concerting the general plans of action and the operations of the field seems still on both sides to have been in a great measure wanting. Historians, at least, perhaps from their own ignorance and inexperience, have not remarked anything but a headlong, impetuous conduct, each party hurrying to a battle, where valor and fortune chiefly determine the success. The great ornament of history during these reigns are the civil, not the military transactions. End of section 37, chapter 58, part 1. Section 38 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1E, Section 38, Chapter 58, Part 2. Never, surely, was a more singular army assembled than that which was now set on foot by the Parliament. To the greater number of the regiments, chaplains were not appointed. The officers assumed the spiritual duty, and united it with their military functions. During the intervals of action, they occupied themselves in sermons, prayers, exhortations, and the same emulation there attended them, which in the field is so necessary to support the honor of that profession. Rapturous ecstasies supplied the place of study and reflection, and while the zealous devotees poured out their thoughts in unpremeditated harangues, they mistook that eloquence which, to their own surprise as well as that of others, flowed in upon them for divine illuminations and for elapses of the Holy Spirit. Wherever they were quartered, they excluded the minister from his pulpit, and usurping his place, conveyed their sentiments to the audience, with all the authority which followed their power, their valor, and their military exploits united to their appearing zeal and fervor. The private soldiers, seized with the same spirit, employed their vacant hours in prayer, in perusing the Holy Scriptures, in ghostly conferences where they compared the progress of their fellows in grace, and mutually stimulated each other to further advances in the great work of their salvation. When they were marching to battle, the whole field resounded, as well with psalms and spiritual songs adapted to the nation, as with the instruments of military music, and every man endeavored to drown the sense of present danger in the prospect of that crown of glory which was set before him. In so holy a cause, wounds were esteemed meritorious, death, martyrdom, and the hurry and dangers of action, instead of banishing their pious visions, rather served to impress their minds more strongly with them. The royalists were desirous of throwing a ridicule on this fanaticism of the parliamentary armies, without being sensible how much reason they had to apprehend its dangerous consequences. The forces assembled by the king at Oxford, in the west and in other places, were equal, if not superior in number to their adversaries, but actuated by a very different spirit. That license which had been introduced by want of pay had risen to a great height among them, and rendered them more formidable to their friends than to their enemies. Prince Rupert, negligent of the people, fond of the soldiery, had indulged the troops in unwarrantable liberties. Wilmot, a man of dissolute manners, had promoted the same spirit of disorder; and the licentious Goring Gerard, Sir Richard Granville, now carried it to a great pitch of enormity. In the west especially, where Goring commanded, universal spoil and havoc were committed, and the whole country was laid waste by the rapine of the army. All distinction of parties being in a manner dropped, the most devoted friends of the church and monarchy wished there for such success to the parliamentary forces as might put an end to these oppressions. The country people, despoiled of their substance, flocked together in several places, armed with clubs and staves; and though they professed an enmity to the soldiers of both parties, their hatred was in most places levelled chiefly against the royalists, from whom they had met with the worst treatment. Many thousands of these tumultuary peasants were assembled in different parts of England, who destroyed all such straggling soldiers as they met with, and much infested the armies. The disposition of the forces on both sides was as follows. Part of the Scottish army was employed in taking Pomfret and other towns in Yorkshire. Part of it besieged Carlisle, valiantly defended by Sir Thomas Glenham. Chester, where Byron commanded, had long been blockaded by Sir William Brereton, and was reduced to great difficulties. The king, being joined by the princes Rupert and Maurice, lay at Oxford with a considerable army, about 15,000 men. Fairfax and Cromwell were posted at Windsor with the new modelled army, about 22,000 men. Taunton, in the county of Somerset, defended by Blake, suffered a long siege from Sir Richard Granville, who commanded an army of about 8,000 men; and though the defence had been obstinate, the garrison was now reduced to the last extremity. Goring commanded in the west an army of nearly the same number. On opening the campaign, the king formed the project of relieving Chester, Fairfax that of relieving Taunton. The king was first in motion. When he advanced to Drayton in Shropshire, Byron met him and brought intelligence that his approach had raised the siege, and that the parliamentary army had withdrawn. Fairfax, having reached Salisbury in his road westward, received orders from the committee of both kingdoms appointed for the management of the war to return and lay siege to Oxford, now exposed by the king's absence. He obeyed, after sending Colonel Weldon to the west with a detachment of 4,000 men. On Weldon's approach, Granville, who imagined that Fairfax with his whole army was upon him, raised the siege, and allowed this pertinacious town, now half taken and half burned, to receive relief; but the royalists, being reinforced with 3,000 horse under Goring, again advanced to Taunton, and shut up Weldon with his small army in that ruinous place. The king, having effected his purpose with regard to Chester, returned southwards, and in his way sat down before Leicester, a garrison of the parliaments. Having made a breach in the wall, he stormed the town on all sides; and after a furious assault, the soldiers entered sword in hand, and committed all those disorders to which their natural violence, especially when inflamed by resistance, is so much addicted. A great booty was taken and distributed among them. 1,500 prisoners fell into the king's hands. This success, which struck a great terror into the parliamentary army, determined Fairfax to leave Oxford, which he was beginning to approach, and he marched towards the king, with an intention of offering him battle. The king was advancing towards Oxford in order to raise the siege, which he apprehended was now begun; and both armies, ere they were aware, had advanced within 6 miles of each other. A council of war was called by the king, in order to deliberate concerning the measures which he should now pursue. On the one hand, it seemed more prudent to delay the combat, because Gerard, who lay in Wales with 3,000 men, might be enabled in a little time to join the army; and Goring, it was hoped, would soon be master of Taunton, and having put the west in full security, would then unite his forces to those of the king, and give him an incontestable superiority over the enemy. On the other hand, Prince Rupert, whose boiling ardor still pushed him on to battle, excited the impatient humor of the nobility and gentry, of which the army was full, and urged the many difficulties under which the royalists labored, and from which nothing but a victory could relieve them. The resolution was taken to give battle to Fairfax, and the royal army immediately advanced upon him. At Naseby was fought, with forces nearly equal, this decisive and well disputed action between the king and parliament. The main body of the royalists was commanded by the king himself, the right wing by Prince Rupert, the left by Sir Marmaduke Langdale. Fairfax, seconded by Skippon, placed himself in the main body of the opposite army, Cromwell in the right wing, Ireton, Cromwell's son-in-law, in the left. The charge was begun, with his usual celerity and usual success, by Prince Rupert, though Ireton made stout resistance, and even after he was run through the thigh with a pike, still maintained the combat till he was taken prisoner. Yet was that whole wing broken, and pursued with precipitate fury by Rupert. He was even so inconsiderate as to lose time in summoning and attacking the artillery of the enemy, which had been left with a good guard of infantry. The king led on his main body, and displayed in this action all the conduct of a prudent general, and all the valor of a stout soldier. Fairfax and Skippon encountered him, and well supported that reputation which they had acquired. Skippon, being dangerously wounded, was desired by Fairfax to leave the field; but he declared that he would remain there as long as one man maintained his ground. The infantry of the parliament was broken, and pressed upon by the king, till Fairfax, with great presence of mind, brought up the reserve, and renewed the combat. Meanwhile Cromwell, having led on his troops to the attack of Langdale, overbore the force of the royalists, and by his prudence improved that advantage which he had gained by his valor. Having pursued the enemy about 1/4 of a mile, and detached some troops to prevent their rallying, he turned back upon the king's infantry, and threw them into the utmost confusion. One regiment alone preserved its order unbroken, though twice desperately assailed by Fairfax. And that general, excited by so steady a resistance, ordered D'Oyley, the captain of his life guard, to give them a third charge in front, while he himself attacked them in the rear. The regiment was broken. Fairfax, with his own hands, killed an ensign, and having seized the colours, gave them to a soldier to keep for him. The soldier, afterwards boasting that he had won this trophy, was reproved by D'Oyley, who had seen the action. "Let him retain that honour," said Fairfax. "I have to-day acquired enough beside." Prince Rupert, sensible too late of his error, left the fruitless attack on the enemy's artillery, and joined the king, whose infantry was now totally discomfited. Charles exhorted this body of cavalry not to despair, and cried aloud to them, "One charge more, and we recover the day." But the disadvantages under which they had labored were too evident, and they could by no means be induced to renew the combat. Charles was obliged to quit the field, and leave the victory to the enemy. The slain on the side of the Parliament exceeded those on the side of the king. They lost 1,000 men, he not above 800. But Fairfax made 500 officers prisoners, and 4,000 private men took all the king's artillery and ammunition, and totally dissipated his infantry, so that scarce any victory could be more complete than that which he obtained. Among the other spoils was seized the king's cabinet, with the copies of his letters to the queen, which the Parliament afterwards ordered to be published. They chose, no doubt, such of them as they thought would reflect dishonour on him. Yet, upon the whole, the letters are written with delicacy and tenderness, and give an advantageous idea both of the king's genius and morals. A mighty fondness, it is true, and attachment he expresses to his consort, and often professes that he never would embrace any measures which she disapproved. But such declarations of civility and confidence are not always to be taken in a full literal sense, and so legitimate an affection, avowed by the laws of God and man, may perhaps be excusable towards a woman of beauty and spirit, even though she was a papist. The Athenians, having intercepted a letter written by their enemy, Philip of Macedon, to his wife Olympia, so far from being moved by a curiosity of prying into the secrets of that relation, immediately sent the letter to the queen unopened. Philip was not their sovereign, nor were they inflamed with that violent animosity against him which attends all civil commotions. After the battle, the king retreated with that body of horse which remained entire, first to Hereford, then to Abergavenny, and remained some time in Wales, from the vain hope of raising a body of infantry in these harassed and exhausted quarters. Fairfax, having first retaken Leicester, which was surrendered upon articles, began to deliberate concerning his future enterprises. A letter was brought him, written by Goring to the king, and unfortunately entrusted to a spy of Fairfax's. Goring there informed the king that in 3 weeks he hoped to be master of Taunton, after which he would join his majesty with all the forces in the west, and entreated him in the meanwhile to avoid coming to any general action. This letter, which, had it been safely delivered, had probably prevented the battle of Naseby, served now to direct the operations of Fairfax. After leaving a body of 3,000 men to Points and Rossiter, with orders to attend the king's motions, he marched immediately to the west with a view of saving Taunton, and suppressing the only considerable force which now remained to the royalists. In the beginning of the campaign, Charles, apprehensive of the event, had sent the Prince of Wales, then 15 years of age, to the west with the title of general, and had given orders, if he were pressed by the enemy, that he should make his escape into a foreign country and save one part of the royal family from the violence of the Parliament. Prince Rupert had thrown himself into Bristol with an intention of defending that important city. Goring commanded the army before Taunton. On Fairfax's approach, the siege of Taunton was raised, and the royalists retired to Lamport, an open town in the county of Somerset. Fairfax attacked them in that post, beat them from it, killed about 300 men, and took 1,400 prisoners. After this advantage, he sat down before Bridgewater, a town esteemed strong and of great consequence in that country. When he had entered the outer town by storm, Windham, the governor, who had retired into the inner, immediately capitulated and delivered up the place to Fairfax. The garrison, to the number of 2,600 men, were made prisoners of war. Fairfax, having next taken Bath and Sherborne, resolved to lay siege to Bristol, and made great preparations for an enterprise which, from the strength of the garrison and from the reputation of Prince Rupert the governor, was deemed of the last importance. But so precarious in most men is this quality of military courage, a poorer defence was not made by any town during the whole war, and the general expectations were here extremely disappointed. No sooner had the parliamentary forces entered the lines by storm than the prince capitulated and surrendered the city to Fairfax. A few days before, he had written a letter to the king, in which he undertook to defend the place for 4 months, if no mutiny obliged him to surrender it. Charles, who was forming schemes and collecting forces for the relief of Bristol, was astonished at so unexpected an event, which was less fatal to his cause than the defeat at Naseby. Full of indignation, he instantly recalled all Prince Rupert's commissions, and sent him a pass to go beyond sea. The king's affairs now went fast to ruin in all quarters. The Scots, having made themselves masters of Carlisle, after an obstinate siege, marched southwards, and laid siege to Hereford, but were obliged to raise it on the king's approach, and this was the last glimpse of success which attended his arms. Having marched to the relief of Chester, which was anew besieged by the parliamentary forces under Colonel Jones, Points attacked his rear, and forced him to give battle. While the fight was continued with great obstinacy, and victory seemed to incline to the royalists, Jones fell upon them from the other side, and put them to rout, with the loss of 600 slain and 1,000 prisoners. The king, with the remains of his broken army, fled to Newark, and thence escaped to Oxford, where he shut himself up during the winter season. The news which he received from every quarter were no less fatal than those events which passed where he himself was present. Fairfax and Cromwell, after the surrender of Bristol, having divided their forces, the former marched westwards, in order to complete the conquest of Devonshire and Cornwall. The latter attacked the king's garrisons, which lay to the east of Bristol. The Devizes were surrendered to Cromwell. Berkeley Castle was taken by storm. Winchester capitulated. Basing House was entered sword in hand, and all these middle counties of England were in a little time reduced to obedience under the Parliament. The same rapid and uninterrupted success attended Fairfax. The parliamentary forces, elated by past victories, governed by the most rigid discipline, met with no equal opposition from troops dismayed by repeated defeats and corrupted by licentious manners. After beating up the quarters of the royalists at Bovey Tracy, Fairfax sat down before Dartmouth, and in a few days entered it by storm. Poudram Castle being taken by him, and Exeter blockaded on all sides, Hopton, a man of merit, who now commanded the royalists, having advanced to the relief of that town with an army of 8,000 men, met with the parliamentary army at Torrington, where he was defeated, all his foot dispersed, and he himself with his horse obliged to retire into Cornwall. Fairfax followed him and vigorously pursued the victory. Having enclosed the royalists at Truro, he forced the whole army, consisting of 5,000 men, chiefly cavalry, to surrender upon terms. The soldiers, delivering up their horses and arms, were allowed to disband, and received 20 shillings each to carry them to their respective abodes. Such of the officers as desired it had passes to retire beyond sea. The others, having promised never more to bear arms, paid compositions to the Parliament, and procured their pardon. And thus Fairfax, after taking Exeter, which completed the conquest of the West, marched with his victorious army to the centre of the kingdom, and fixed his camp at Newbury. The Prince of Wales, in pursuance of the king's orders, retired to Scilly, thence to Jersey, whence he went to Paris, where he joined the queen, who had fled thither from Exeter, at the time the Earl of Essex conducted the parliamentary army to the west. End of section 38, chapter 58, part 2. Section 39 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1E, Section 39, Chapter 58, Part 3. In the other parts of England, Hereford was taken by surprise. Chester surrendered. Lord Digby, who had attempted with 1,200 horse to break into Scotland and join Montrose, was defeated at Sherborne in Yorkshire by Colonel Copley. His whole force was dispersed, and he himself was obliged to fly, first to the Isle of Man, thence to Ireland. News, too, arrived that Montrose himself, after some more successes, was at last routed, and this only remaining hope of the royal party finally extinguished. When Montrose descended into the southern counties, the Covenanters, assembling their whole force, met him with a numerous army, and gave him battle, but without success, at Kilsyth. This was the most complete victory that Montrose ever obtained. The royalists put to sword 6,000 of their enemies, and left the Covenanters no remains of any army in Scotland. The whole kingdom was shaken with these repeated successes of Montrose, and many noblemen, who secretly favoured the royal cause, now declared openly for it when they saw a force able to support them. The Marquis of Douglas, the Earls of Annandale and Hartfield, the Lords Fleming, Seaton, Maderty, Carnegie, with many others, flocked to the royal standard. Edinburgh opened its gates, and gave liberty to all the prisoners there detained by the Covenanters. Among the rest was Lord Ogilvy, son of Airlie, whose family had contributed extremely to the victory gained at Kilsyth. David Leslie was detached from the army in England, and marched to the relief of his distressed party in Scotland. Montrose advanced still farther to the south, allured by vain hopes, both of rousing to arms the Earls of Hume, Traquair, and Roxburgh, who had promised to join him, and of obtaining from England some supply of cavalry, in which he was deficient. By the negligence of his scouts, Leslie at Philipbourne in the forest surprised his army, much diminished in numbers from the desertion of the Highlanders, who had retired to the hills according to custom, in order to secure their plunder. After a sharp conflict, where Montrose exerted great valor, his forces were routed by Leslie's cavalry, and he himself was obliged to fly with his broken forces into the mountains, where he again prepared himself for new battles and new enterprises. The Covenanters used the victory with rigor. Their prisoners, Sir Robert Spottiswoode, Secretary of State, and son to the late primate, Sir Philip Nisbet, Sir William Hollow, Colonel Nathaniel Gordon, Andrew Guthrie, son of the Bishop of Murray, William Murray, son of the Earl of Tullibardine, were condemned and executed. The sole crime imputed to the secretary was his delivering to Montrose the king's commission to be captain general of Scotland. Lord Ogilvy, who was again taken prisoner, would have undergone the same fate, had not his sister found means to procure his escape by changing clothes with him. For this instance of courage and dexterity she met with harsh usage. The clergy solicited the Parliament that more royalists might be executed, but could not obtain their request. After all these repeated disasters, which everywhere befell the royal party, there remained only one body of troops on which fortune could exercise her rigor. Lord Astley, with a small army of 3,000 men, chiefly cavalry, marching to Oxford in order to join the king, was met at Stowe by Colonel Morgan, and entirely defeated, himself being taken prisoner. "You have done your work," said Astley to the parliamentary officers, "and may now go to play, unless you choose to fall out among yourselves." The condition of the king during this whole winter was to the last degree disastrous and melancholy. As the dread of ills is commonly more oppressive than their real presence, perhaps in no period of his life was he more justly the object of compassion. His vigor of mind, which, though it sometimes failed him in acting, never deserted him in his sufferings, was what alone supported him, and he was determined, as he wrote to Lord Digby, if he could not live as a king, to die like a gentleman. Nor should any of his friends, he said, ever have reason to blush for the prince whom they had so unfortunately served. The murmurs of discontented officers, on the one hand, harassed their unhappy sovereign, while they overrated those services and sufferings which they now saw must forever go unrewarded. The affectionate duty, on the other hand, of his more generous friends, who respected his misfortunes and his virtues as much as his dignity, wrung his heart with a new sorrow, when he reflected that such disinterested attachment would so soon be exposed to the rigor of his implacable enemies. Repeated attempts which he had made for a peaceful and equitable accommodation with the Parliament served to no purpose but to convince them that the victory was entirely in their hands. they deigned not to make the least reply to several of his messages in which he desired a passport for commissioners. At last, after reproaching him with the blood spilt during the war, they told him that they were preparing bills for him, and his passing them would be the best pledge of his inclination towards peace. In other words, he must yield at discretion. He desired a personal treaty, and offered to come to London. Upon receiving a safe conduct for himself and his attendants, they absolutely refused him admittance, and issued orders for the guarding, that is, the seizing of his person, in case he should attempt to visit them. A new incident, which happened in Ireland, served to inflame the minds of men, and to increase those calumnies with which his enemies had so much loaded him, and which he ever regarded as the most grievous part of his misfortunes. After the cessation with the Irish rebels, the king was desirous of concluding a final peace with them, and obtaining their assistance in England, and he gave authority to Ormond, Lord Lieutenant, to promise them an abrogation of all the penal laws enacted against Catholics, together with the suspension of Poyning's statute, with regard to some particular bills which should be agreed on. Lord Herbert, created Earl of Glamorgan, though his patent had not yet passed the seals, having occasion for his private affairs to go to Ireland, the king considered that this nobleman, being a Catholic and allied to the best Irish families, might be of service. He also foresaw that further concessions with regard to religion might probably be demanded by the bigoted Irish, and that as these concessions, however necessary, would give great scandal to the Protestant zealots in his three kingdoms, it would be requisite both to conceal them during some time, and to preserve Ormond's character by giving private orders to Glamorgan to conclude and sign these articles. But as he had a better opinion of Glamorgan's zeal and affection for his service than of his capacity, he enjoined him to communicate all his measures to Ormond, and though the final conclusion of the treaty must be executed only in Glamorgan's own name, he was required to be directed in the steps towards it by the opinion of the Lord Lieutenant. Glamorgan, bigoted to his religion, and passionate for the king's service, but guided in these pursuits by no manner of judgment or discretion, secretly of himself, without any communication with Ormond, concluded a peace with the Council of Kilkenny, and agreed in the king's name that the Irish should enjoy all the churches of which they had ever been in possession since the commencement of their insurrection, on condition that they should assist the king in England with a body of 10,000 men. This transaction was discovered by accident. The titular Archbishop of Tuam being killed by a sally of the garrison of Sligo, the articles of the treaty were found among his baggage, and were immediately published everywhere, and copies of them sent over to the English Parliament. The Lord Lieutenant and Lord Digby, foreseeing the clamour which would be raised against the king, committed Glamorgan to prison, charged him with treason for his temerity, and maintained that he had acted altogether without any authority from his master. The English Parliament, however, neglected not so favorable an opportunity of reviving the old clamour with regard to the king's favor of popery, and accused him of delivering over in a manner the whole kingdom of Ireland to that hated sect. The king told them that the Earl of Glamorgan, having made an offer to raise forces in the kingdom of Ireland, and to conduct them into England for his majesty's service, had a commission to that purpose, and to that purpose only, and that he had no commission at all to treat of anything else, without the privity and direction of the Lord Lieutenant, much less to capitulate anything concerning religion, or any property belonging either to church or laity. Though this declaration seems agreeable to truth, it gave no satisfaction to the Parliament, and some historians, even at present, when the ancient bigotry is somewhat abated, are desirous of representing this very innocent transaction, in which the king was engaged by the most violent necessity, as a stain on the memory of that unfortunate prince. Having lost all hope of prevailing over the rigor of the Parliament, either by means of arms or treaty, the only resource which remained to the king was derived from the intestine dissensions which ran very high among his enemies. Presbyterians and Independents, even before their victory was fully completed, fell into contests about the division of the spoil, and their religious as well as civil disputes agitated the whole kingdom. The Parliament, though they had early abolished episcopal authority, had not, during so long a time, substituted any other spiritual government in its place, and their committees of religion had hitherto assumed the whole ecclesiastical jurisdiction. But they now established by an ordinance the Presbyterian model in all its forms of congregational, classical, provincial, and national assemblies. All the inhabitants of each parish were ordered to meet and choose elders, on whom, together with the minister, was bestowed the entire direction of all spiritual concerns within the congregation. A number of neighboring parishes, commonly between 12 and 20, formed a classis, and the court which governed this division was composed of all the ministers, together with 2, 3, or 4 elders chosen from each parish. The provincial assembly retained an inspection over several neighboring classes, and was composed entirely of clergymen. The national assembly was constituted in the same manner, and its authority extended over the whole kingdom. It is probable that the tyranny exercised by the Scottish clergy had given warning not to allow laymen a place in the provincial or national assemblies, lest the nobility and more considerable gentry, soliciting a seat in these great ecclesiastical courts, should bestow a consideration upon them, and render them, in the eyes of the multitude, a rival to the Parliament. In the inferior courts, the mixture of the laity might serve rather to temper the usual zeal of the clergy. But though the Presbyterians, by the establishment of parity among the ecclesiastics, were so far gratified, they were denied satisfaction in several other points on which they were extremely intent. The Assembly of Divines had voted presbytery to be of divine right. The Parliament refused their assent to that decision. Selden, Whitlock, and other political reasoners, assisted by the Independents, had prevailed in this important deliberation. They thought that had the bigoted religionists been able to get their heavenly charter recognized, the presbyters would soon become more dangerous to the magistrate than had ever been the prelatical clergy. These latter, while they claimed to themselves a divine right, admitted of a like origin to civil authority. The former, challenging to their own order a celestial pedigree, derived the legislative power from a source no more dignified than the voluntary association of the people. Under color of keeping the sacraments from profanation, the clergy of all Christian sects had assumed what they call the power of the keys, or the right of fulminating excommunication. The example of Scotland was a sufficient lesson for the Parliament to use precaution in guarding against so severe a tyranny. They determined by a general ordinance all the cases in which excommunication could be used. They allowed of appeals to Parliament from all ecclesiastical courts, and they appointed commissioners in every province to judge of such cases as fell not within their general ordinance. So much civil authority, intermixed with the ecclesiastical, gave disgust to all the zealots. But nothing was attended with more universal scandal than the propensity of many in the Parliament towards a toleration of the Protestant sectaries. The Protestants exclaimed that this indulgence made the Church of Christ resemble Noah's Ark, and rendered it a receptacle for all unclean beasts. They insisted that the least of Christ's truths was superior to all political considerations. They maintained the external obligation imposed by the covenant to extirpate heresy and schism, and they menaced all their opponents with the same rigid persecution under which they themselves had groaned when held in subjection by the hierarchy. So great prudence and reserve in such material points does great honor to the Parliament, and proves that, notwithstanding the prevalence of bigotry and fanaticism, there were many members who had more enlarged views, and paid regard to the civil interests of society. These men, uniting themselves to the enthusiasts, whose genius is naturally averse to clerical usurpations, exercised so jealous an authority over the assembly of divines, that they allowed themselves nothing but the liberty of tendering advice, and would not intrust them even with the power of electing their own chairman or his substitute, or of supplying the vacancies of their own members. While these disputes were canvassed by theologians who engaged in their spiritual contests every order of the state, the king, though he entertained hopes of reaping advantage from those divisions, was as much at a loss which side it would be most for his interest to comply with. The Presbyterians were, by their principles, the least averse to regal authority, but were rigidly bent on the extirpation of prelacy. The Independents were resolute to lay the foundation of a republican government, but as they pretended not to erect themselves into a national church, it might be hoped that, if gratified with a toleration, they would admit the re-establishment of the hierarchy. So great attachment had the king to episcopal jurisdiction, that he was ever inclined to put it in balance even with his own power and kingly office. But whatever advantage he might hope to reap from the divisions in the parliamentary party, he was apprehensive lest it should come too late to save him from the destruction with which he was instantly threatened. Fairfax was approaching with a powerful and victorious army, and was taking the proper measures for laying siege to Oxford, which must infallibly fall into his hands. To be taken captive and led in triumph by his insolent enemies was what Charles justly abhorred, and every insult, if not violence, was to be dreaded from that enthusiastic soldiery who hated his person and despised his dignity. He embraced a measure which, in any other situation, might lie under the imputation of imprudence and indiscretion. Montrevel, the French minister, interested for the king more by the natural sentiments of humanity than any instructions from his court, which seemed rather to favor the parliament, had solicited the Scottish generals and commissioners to give protection to their distressed sovereign; and having received many general professions and promises, he had always transmitted these, perhaps with some exaggeration, to the king. From his suggestions, Charles began to entertain thoughts of leaving Oxford, and flying to the Scottish army, which at that time lay before Newark. He considered that the Scottish nation had been fully gratified in all their demands, and having already in their own country annihilated both episcopacy and regal authority, had no further concessions to exact from him. In all disputes which had passed about settling the terms of peace, the Scots, he heard, had still adhered to the milder side, and had endeavored to soften the rigor of the English parliament. Great disgusts also on other accounts had taken place between the nations, and the Scots found that, in proportion as their assistance became less necessary, less value was put upon them. The progress of the independence gave them great alarm, and they were scandalized to hear their beloved covenant spoken every day with less regard and reverence. The refusal of a divine right to presbytery, and the infringing of ecclesiastical discipline from political considerations, were to them the subject of much offence, and the king hoped, in their present disposition, the plight of their native prince, flying to them in this extremity of distress, would rouse every spark of generosity in their bosom, and procure him their favor and protection. End of section 39, chapter 58, part 3. Section 40 of volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, volume 1E, section 40, chapter 58, part 4. That he might the better conceal his intentions, orders were given at every gate in Oxford for allowing 3 persons to pass, and in the night the king, accompanied by none but Dr. Hudson and Mr. Ashburnham, went out at that gate which leads to London. He rode before a portmanteau, and called himself Ashburnham's servant. He passed through Henley, St. Albans, and came so near to London as Harrow on the Hill. He once entertained thoughts of entering into that city, and of throwing himself on the mercy of the Parliament. But at last, after passing through many crossroads, he arrived at the Scottish camp before Newark. The Parliament, hearing of his escape from Oxford, issued rigorous orders, and threatened with instant death whoever should harbour or conceal him. The Scottish generals and commissioners affected great surprise on the appearance of the king, and though they paid him all the exterior respect due to his dignity, they instantly set a guard upon him under colour of protection, and made him in reality a prisoner. They informed the English Parliament of this unexpected incident, and assured them that they had entered into no private treaty with the king. They applied to him for orders to Bellasis, governor of Newark, to surrender that town, now reduced to extremity, and the orders were instantly obeyed. And hearing that the Parliament laid claim to the entire disposal of the king's person, and that the English army was making some motion towards them, they thought proper to retire northwards, and to fix their camp at Newcastle. This measure was very grateful to the king, and he began to entertain hopes of protection from the Scots. He was particularly attentive to the behavior of their preachers, on whom all depended. It was the mode of that age to make the pulpit the scene of news, and on every great event the whole Scripture was ransacked by the clergy for passages applicable to the present occasion. The first minister who preached before the king chose these words for his text: "And behold, all the men of Israel came to the king, and said to him, Why have our brethren, the men of Judah, stolen thee away, and have brought the king and his household, and all David's men with him, over Jordan? And all the men of Judah answered the men of Israel, Because the king is near of kin to us, wherefore then be ye angry for this matter? Have we eaten at all of the king's cost? Or hath he given us any gift? And the men of Israel answered the men of Judah, and said, We have 10 parts in the king, and we have also more right in David than ye. Why then did ye despise us, that our advice should not be first had in bringing back our king? And the words of the men of Judah were fiercer than the words of the men of Israel. But the king soon found that the happiness chiefly of the allusion had tempted the preacher to employ this text, and that the covenanting zealots were no wise pacified towards him. Another preacher, after reproaching him to his face with his misgovernment, ordered this psalm to be sung: Why dost thou, tyrant, boast thyself, thy wicked deeds to praise? The king stood up and called for that psalm which begins with these words: Have mercy, Lord, on me, I pray, for men would me devour. The good-natured audience, in pity to fallen majesty, showed for once greater deference to the king than to the minister, and sung the psalm which the former had called for. Charles had very little reason to be pleased with his situation. He not only found himself a prisoner, very strictly guarded, all his friends were kept at a distance, and no intercourse, either by letters or conversation, was allowed him with any one on whom he could depend, or whom was suspected of any attachment towards him. The Scottish generals would enter into no confidence with him, and still treated him with distant ceremony and feigned respect, and every proposal which they made him tended further to his abasement and to his ruin. They required him to issue orders to Oxford and to all his other garrisons, commanding their surrender to the Parliament, and the king, sensible that their resistance was to very little purpose, willingly complied. The terms given to most of them were honorable, and Fairfax, as far as it lay in his power, was very exact in observing them. Far from allowing violence, he would not even permit insults or triumph over the unfortunate royalists, and by his generous humanity, so cruel a civil war was ended, in appearance, very calmly between the parties. Ormond, having received like orders, delivered Dublin and other forts into the hands of the parliamentary officers. Montrose also, after having experienced still more variety of good and bad fortune, threw down his arms and retired out of the kingdom. The Marquis of Worcester, a man past 84, was the last in England that submitted to the authority of the Parliament. He defended Raglan Castle to extremity, and opened not its gates till the middle of August. 4 years, a few days excepted, were now elapsed since the king first erected his standard at Nottingham. So long had the British nations, by civil and religious quarrels, been occupied in shedding their own blood and laying waste their native country. The Parliament and the Scots laid their proposals before the king. They were such as a captive, entirely at mercy, could expect from the most inexorable victor. Yet were they little worse than what were insisted on before the battle of Naseby. The power of the sword, instead of 10, which the king now offered, was demanded for 20 years, together with a right to levy whatever money the Parliament should think proper for the support of their armies. The other conditions were, in the main, the same with those which had formerly been offered to the king. Charles said that proposals which introduced such important innovations in the Constitution demanded time for deliberation. The commissioners replied that he must give his answer in 10 days. He desired to reason about the meaning and import of some terms. They informed him that they had no power of debate, and peremptorily required his consent or refusal. He requested a personal treaty with the Parliament. They threatened that if he delayed compliance, the Parliament would, by their own authority, settle the nation. What the Parliament was most intent upon was not their treaty with the king, to whom they paid little regard, but that with the Scots. Two important points remained to be settled with that nation: their delivery of the king, and the estimation of their arrears. The Scots might pretend that as Charles was king of Scotland as well as of England, they were entitled to an equal vote in the disposal of his person, and that, in such a case where the titles are equal and the subject indivisible, the preference was due to the present possessor. The English maintained that the king, being in England, was comprehended within the jurisdiction of that kingdom, and could not be disposed of by any foreign nation. A delicate question this, and what surely could not be decided by precedent, since such a situation is not anywhere to be found in history. As the Scots concurred with the English in imposing such severe conditions on the king, that, notwithstanding his unfortunate situation, he still refused to accept of them, it is certain that they did not desire his freedom, nor could they ever intend to join lenity and rigor together in so inconsistent a manner. Before the settlement of terms, the administration must be possessed entirely by the parliaments of both kingdoms, and how incompatible that scheme with the liberty of the king is easily imagined. To carry him a prisoner into Scotland, where few forces could be supported to guard him, was a measure so full of inconvenience and danger, that even if the English had consented to it, it must have appeared to the Scots themselves altogether uneligible. And how could such a plan be supported in opposition to England, possessed of such numerous and victorious armies, which were at that time, at least seemed to be, in entire union with the Parliament? The only expedient, it is obvious, which the Scots could embrace, if they scrupled wholly to abandon the king, was immediately to return, fully and cordially, to their allegiance, and, uniting themselves with the royalists in both kingdoms, endeavor by force of arms to reduce the English Parliament to more moderate conditions. But beside that this measure was full of extreme hazard, what was it but instantly to combine with their old enemies against their old friends, and in fit of romantic generosity overturn what, with so much expense of blood and treasure, they had, during the course of so many years, been so carefully erecting? But though all these reflections occurred to the Scottish commissioners, they resolved to prolong the dispute, and to keep the king as a pledge for those arrears which they claimed from England, and which they were not likely, in the present disposition of that nation, to obtain by any other expedient. The sum, by their account, amounted to near 2 millions, for they had received little regular pay since they had entered England; and though the contributions which they had levied, as well as the price of their living at free quarters, must be deducted, yet still the sum which they insisted on was very considerable. After many discussions, it was at last agreed that in lieu of all demands they should accept of 400,000 pounds, one half to be paid instantly, another in 2 subsequent payments. Great pains were taken by the Scots, and the English complied with their pretended delicacy, to make this estimation and payment of arrears appear a quite different transaction from that for the delivery of the king's person. But common sense requires that they should be regarded as one and the same. The English, it is evident, had they not been previously assured of receiving the king, would never have parted with so considerable a sum; and while they weakened themselves, by the same measure, have strengthened a people with whom they must afterwards have so material an interest to discuss. Thus the Scottish nation underwent, and still undergo, for such grievous stains are not easily wiped off, the reproach of selling their king and betraying their prince for money. In vain did they maintain that this money was, on account of former services, undoubtedly their due; that in their present situation no other measure, without the utmost indiscretion, or even their apparent ruin, could be embraced; and that though they delivered their king into the hands of his open enemies, they were themselves as much his open enemies as those to whom they surrendered him, and their common hatred against him had long united the two parties in strict alliance with each other. They were still answered, that they made use of this scandalous expedient for obtaining their wages, and that after taking arms without any provocation against their sovereign, who had ever loved and cherished them, they had deservedly fallen into a situation from which they could not extricate themselves without either infamy or imprudence. The infamy of this bargain had such an influence on the Scottish Parliament, that they once voted that the king should be protected, and his liberty insisted on. But the General Assembly interposed, and pronounced that, as he had refused to take the covenant which was pressed on him, it became not the godly to concern themselves about his fortunes. After this declaration, it behooved the Parliament to retract their vote. Intelligence concerning the final resolution of the Scottish nation to surrender him was brought to the king, and he happened at that very time to be playing at chess. Such command of temper did he possess, that he continued his game without interruption, and none of the bystanders could perceive that if the letter which he perused had brought him news of any consequence. The English commissioners, who some days after came to take him under their custody, were admitted to kiss his hands, and he received them with the same grace and cheerfulness as if they had travelled on no other errand than to pay court to him. The old Earl of Pembroke, in particular, who was one of them, he congratulated on his strength and vigor, that he was still able, during such a season, to perform so long a journey in company with so many young people. The king, being delivered over by the Scots to the English commissioners, was conducted under a guard to Holdenby, in the county of Northampton. On his journey, the whole country flocked to behold him, moved partly by curiosity, partly by compassion and affection. If any still retained rancor against him in his present condition, they passed in silence, while his well-wishers, more generous than prudent, accompanied his march with tears, with acclamations, and with prayers for his safety. That ancient superstition, likewise, of desiring the king's touch in scrofulous distempers, seemed to acquire fresh credit among the people from the general tenderness which began to prevail for this virtuous and unhappy monarch. The commissioners rendered his confinement at Holdenby very rigorous, dismissing his ancient servants, debarring him from visits, and cutting off all communication with his friends or family. The Parliament, though earnestly applied to by the king, refused to allow his chaplains to attend him, because they had not taken the covenant. The king refused to assist at the service exercised according to the Directory, because he had not as yet given his consent to that mode of worship. Such religious zeal prevailed on both sides, and such was the unhappy and distracted condition to which it had reduced king and people. During the time that the king remained in the Scottish army at Newcastle, died the Earl of Essex, the discarded but still powerful and popular general of the Parliament. His death in this conjuncture was a public misfortune. Fully sensible of the excesses to which affairs had been carried, and of the worse consequences which were still to be apprehended, he had resolved to conciliate a peace, and to remedy, as far as possible, all those ills to which, from mistake rather than any bad intentions, he had himself so much contributed. The Presbyterian, or the moderate party among the commons, found themselves considerably weakened by his death, and the small remains of authority which still adhered to the House of Peers were in a manner wholly extinguished. End of section 40, chapter 58, part 4.